Hello, chatto! It's Thursday, and coming up today on Outcasts 2 icon, Cyril Dosso may be gone, but he's been replaced with a better model, otherwise known as Raoul, the man who scores, he assists, he vibes, he's 5'2", but we don't care, he's our little man. We've also got many more youth intakes. Fuck me. It's been such a good run. I'm just going to let this play out, excuse me. The worst thing is I'd even timed the fucking intro bit properly too. And that is disappointing. The fumble. Yes, get fucked. Welcome. How's it going? Enjoying your morning? Hang on. Leonhard, if that's how that's pronounced. Do let me know if that's it could be a capital I. Let me know. Thank you very much for the follow, though. Thank you for... Wow, we don't normally get follows this early in stream today. It was the fumble what did it, I reckon. Captain Zeep, thank you for the 47 months. And now Streamline can talk, and I can drink my Beppis. This is not Beppis, Matt. This is coffee.
47 months of subscribing to this silly man using silly formations, doing silly saves, and sometimes competent intros. Almost 4 years of this Borlocks. See you again next month. Smooches.
I like to believe Zeep only tunes in to give me money. Fair. Holy Christ. Afro Chuck, thank you for the 5 gifted... What did I do? We've only just started stream. That's so nice of you, man. Thank you very much. So was I right? It is Leonhard. Okay, cool. That makes sense. I'm always curious by people's Twitch names just as to how they came about. Like, there's some really interesting stories. Some of them it's just like name, club, date of birth. Love it. Those are nice and easy ones to figure out, right? But there's others where you're just like, there's a story there and I want to know it. You know? Real friend, that's it. Indeed, yeah. That's right. We go way back. 47 months, in fact, some might even say. Ah, dear. In it. Mug I got in 2021. Which mug is that, James? But yeah, this is new. This was my £4 purchase off of Vinted. £4. For a Fulham training kit shirt. I was just like, yes, please. I'll take that. Name your favourite club. I see. Fair enough. I'll have to call you Cry in future. Big shout out to About FC, though, or is it pronounced a boot? Is it a Canadian club? It has to be, right? Back pass.
Archaeologists in Egypt have discovered a tomb containing a sarcophagus filled with remnants of chocolate and nuts. They think it's the remains of Pharaoh Rosh.
I deliberately didn't read it because I was like, there's a joke here and I want to hear it organically. And now I have. And honestly, I haven't seen that. Well, it's okay, stream one. Yeah, I do have it. The only reason that you don't see me drinking out of coffee mugs anymore is because this coffee flask mug thing that Gaffer got me can fit 2 cups of coffee in it rather than 1. So, I mean, it just saves me having to get a second cup of coffee during stream, basically. That's the reason I'm solely on what Jacko would call the QPR mug. But I'm just going to make sure that the MTK bit is still visible at all times. Gazman, thank you for the 28.
Sports Quarter in Birmingham incoming. What a day to be a Blues fan. D.
Sports Quarter? What's that? Is that like the development that they're doing around St Andrews, or am I just completely imagining that? Because it sounds like that's what that would be called, right? You know when you always hear in American sports, it's like, hey man, we're redeveloping the waterfront. I'm like, cool. That means you've got a baseball park and a hot dog stand, right? Presumably. Caffeine free. That was ages ago. I realised that actually caffeine wasn't the issue. It's funny that, innit? It was a case of caffeine didn't have the effect on me that I thought it did. In fact, caffeine doesn't really perk me up in the same way it does a lot of people. I find that I can actually get sleepy. If I have like an energy drink at night, I'll get sleepy. So this is just like I like the taste of coffee, and I do kind of like the little mild effects I get from it, so I'll just take it anyway, right? Whole bunch of infrastructure. Oh, really? So I was right. Yeah, it turns out I was the issue, not the caffeine. Who could have imagined that? Random quick. Yes, to be fair, this was on the wrong sleeve. Sorry, it's all reversed on my thinking. Yeah, but at least it hasn't got a gambling sponsor on the front. It's part of the other reasons why I liked it, honestly. Ah, dear. New state. Yeah, that's going to be cool then. How big are we talking? Because St Andrews is not small as it is, right? Same plot. Yeah, I guess it's one of those things where you either build a new stadium on a brand new plot, or you do the thing where they like knock it down and build it again. Like kind of like what Spurs were doing with theirs, which was clever, really, because it made use of the same footprint, particularly in London, where space is somewhat a bit of a premium. Do you know what? I've heard it's quite expensive to live in London, chat. Don't ask me how I know. To be fair, I have no first-hand experience of that. Just know people that do. Oh, they're not the funds. Oh, I see. Kermit the Prick. I remember yours being... I swear that was while you were still like a viewer of mine, Kermit, because I remember that name. Or am I confusing that with your Patreon name? Because I'm pretty certain your Patreon name is still that. Because when I had to put it in the outro, I was like, Speaking of, there was like 3 new patrons this week again. Thank you. That's really unnecessarily nice of you, considering your boy hasn't put any content out properly in a while. Unless you're probably following from the streams side of things. However, update on the recap. It will be Monday night for the patrons at the earliest, Tuesday night for everyone else, or just in case there's not enough time to get everything finished on Monday, it will be Thursday at the latest for everyone else, Wednesday for the patrons. That is a guarantee. It's basically like at a point now where it just has to do like the fancy edit part. I got all the face cam stuff done yesterday. That's all done, all inputted, all sorted nicely. So yeah, I just thought I'd do a little update on that one because it is coming, and then we can work on the Hadrian video, which is going to be really funny. Oh mate, Archer, there's so much good shit on there. I spend like 20 minutes a day sometimes just looking on Vinted for stuff, and the amount of things I have favorited on there is insane. I found an amazing a Wisła Krakow shirt on there yesterday for £20. They offered it to me for 14, and I thought, oh, do I? Woke up this morning, gone. Should have taken my chance there. You hate to see it. But I'll get another one, because I definitely want to get a Wisła shirt for the next save. Alec, thank you for the 14 months. I hope you're well on this fine morning. Yeah, it's the Serong one. Oh, hello. Sorry, I see a question there. Hey, my mouse fell asleep. Shows how much yapping I was doing that my mouse fell asleep. Retired for... Would you bring up to Fulham to week for any team? So they don't have to have played for Fulham in the past? Well, I guess you'd have Pele, wouldn't you? Like, you'd have... you just wait for Lionel Messi to retire and then just bring him back, I guess. Right? That's what I would say. Social football player. Yeah, so what was your name before that, Basil? Because it wasn't just Basil. Well, obviously, that would be crazy if you had that. It's like getting a number plate that's like F1. Really touch the fucking frog. That's odd. Also, have you changed your name? Because I swear I don't recognise your name as that, even though there's a reasonably, like, long sub on you. Maradona from... I guess. Could we take that amount of handling? Nothing specific. Thank you for the 17 months. Basil 93, that makes sense, yeah. It's funny because I'll be watching like an old clip for whatever reason, like when people were sharing clips on the last stream, and you'll see a name in chat and you're just like, I remember that person, or it's like one of you but your name is like really different now. I love seeing stuff like that. Bobby D. Cordova, oh, I love Bobby. Bobby's such a good player as well. Let's say hello chaplain in the back there. I mean, that could be anybody. That could be anybody. Hello, Mr. Inferno. It's a birthday. You'd love to see it. HHHHHB, my friend. What's that? Just in it just. Even from the early VODs where you see names in chat and you're just like, I hope you're well, you know? Not stuck in this Dante's Inferno like the rest of us here. You'll love to see it. Igor Jesus. Oh, before I show you that, I've offered Arade Pineda a new contract because I noticed that he was another one of the guys that's highly rated. Hadn't offered him a new deal, so I've stuck him with the usual 150. He hasn't accepted it yet. Could have been anything. Could have been anything. Literally. Yeah, so he's going to get a new deal as well. So, Igor Jesus, or Jesus, is that the guy that... No, I'm always thinking of someone else when I think of him, aren't I? Where's my thing going off? Oh, hang on, just to mute my WhatsApp. 1 second, otherwise that will be going off all stream. There we go. Sorry, FM show stuff. So, Igor Jesus. He's still playing. Pineda does look good. Nottingham Forest new guy. So not this guy. So is this a different dude? He just happens to have the same exact name and he's the only one in the database. Lower your cake down. It's fine. We've got like a Lazy Susan or whatever they're called. No. Oh, dumbwaiter? Is it a dumbwaiter? The thing that takes food between floors? I can never... No, the Lazy Susan's the thing that spins it, innit? All these weird 80s and 70s inventions, man. They knew how to deliver food. Screw Deliveroo. Where's my Lazy Susan? I'm actually surprised that nobody's called like a delivery app something like Dumbwaiter or Lazy Susan. Unless there's trademark issues, I suppose, with that potentially. Fatboy Buns, thank you for the 24 months. How's it going, man?
Been traveling the globe for a while, now back and ready to catch up on most of your recent saves. Gonna binge the VODs for a whole week it seems, haha. Hopefully the new saves have been electric.
It's fine, Bunch, just watch the recap. Oh, it's fine. See, look, he's made it into a... He's owned it now. His inconsistency is owned by him. Now, Susan, she gets through the job. By the way, speaking of Susan, in no way whatsoever, Ivan Toney is currently under a bid to become Afan Lido's manager in this save. And I just thought you'd enjoy this. Daz will enjoy this when he gets in. Remind me when he joins chat later to tell him about this, because I forgot that we had Ivan Toney on our like managerial shortlist or whatever. And I got this random notification saying, hey, that's a thing. So he got sacked as Dorking manager 3 years ago, and he's finally got another job. It's, yeah. What are his odds? The good question. How do we find that out? Hello, Daz. How's it going, man? I thought you'd appreciate this. Wait, how do we see that? Oh, I guess we go to staff and then... He's Chelsea manager. That's actually... Somehow that feels funnier to me. Is it job centre? I picked job security, haven't I? Let me just see. Because it's January, so there's probably quite a lot of jobs, actually. Get rid of these. Managerial. Oh, well, there actually isn't. The favourite for the job is Matt Thorpe, who is Sheffield United's under-18 manager. As much as he's the favourite for the job, they have actively got a bid on the table for Ivan Toney, meaning that they are actually trying to bid on him. Also, the Lashoin's job is available. And Victor Val... Surely that isn't... Yep, yeah, it is. It is the Victor Valdez. Is the favourite for the Lashoin's job. They're not doing amazingly well in the league right now. I was just gandering through some of the leagues, and I noticed that they were down in 11th place. Red consistency. He should have the worst possible red consistency. It's a shame, because even if I'd found a way to program that on him, which obviously you can't, the game would be like, no, this is not believable. He's going to get better with time, right? I suppose I could have... No, I can't even give him personality traits, right? It's not even possible. But yeah, that's cool. As usual. If I recall correctly as well, Braga are overperforming their expected points by like an obscene amount. It's only plus 14. It's still a lot, but it's only plus 14. It's not quite like that ridiculous nonsense. Yes, so Portugal has been weird in this save. Not only are Paredes top flight, they're also... Was that after back-to-back promotions? It was. Holy shit. They start this save... in the 5th division, I think, or is it that season there? Yeah, they are literally a 5th division side at one point in this save, and now they're top flight in Portugal. Paredes, I guess it would be pronounced. Hello, Weird FM, indeed. Matt, this is a clip for you to put it in Weird FM. Sorry, my apologies. It's annoying that my face cam covers that exact box. There you go. Crazy. Manager, by the way, mine said head coach. Interesting. I actually didn't know there was a... hang on. What both... Yeah, I don't know. I would have thought maybe it was to do with the language setting, but if they're both in English, why would it matter, right? That's weird. That's... Oh, that might be the weirdest graph of like a team's history that I've ever seen. US English versus you. That's what I was thinking potentially, yeah. That's the only difference. But they do say head coach a lot, because head coach in this save means... Sorry, in football does actually have a different distinction to manager, doesn't it now? Because... Or is it first team coach is the other one they say? There's like different meanings for it. Silver and hot... I doubt it. Why would he want to take a step down? Like, I don't know. I don't see him... Like... The way I see it with Silva is he's been burned by these types of things before. He's already turned down Saudi money twice now, so it ain't going to be about money for him. I'm not sure he's really... And I also don't think he's what Spurs need right now, truthfully. I don't think he would be given the time to do Champions League football. Cool, but they would also offer him getting sacked in a year if he has a poor season, whereas I feel like Silva's... The way that he manages teams, it can't be done that quickly. Like, I know Fulham were good at his first season under Silva, but we also had easily the best squad in the Championship that season, so had really no excuses for not being good. I don't know. I think it'd be different if Spurs had qualified for the Champions League and their manager had left, and they were like, hey, we're 5th in the league, we've qualified via the league, or like they were 6th in the league or something, didn't qualify via the league, but they were like up there, had a good squad, and went, all right, cool, you know, we've qualified for the Europa League. Sorry, we've won the Europa League, we qualified for the Champions League. At that point, it's like, yeah, fair enough. But, like, the 17th in the Premier League, right? Frank would be the one that I think is more interesting, but it might just be because I want Brentford to lose their manager. Fair with a board member. I think that sounds like nonsense. It sounds like the exact sort of things that would be perforated through the media when someone is trying to be got rid of by higher-ups, and they would like a bad PR of that person who actually, despite their success on the pitch or lack thereof at times, has actually got relatively good PR. All in on Silva. Wouldn't it be funny, Daz, if Brentford just replaced Frank with Marco Silva. I say funny, in that I mean it would be horrible. Target Kieran McKenna. That one actually makes more... Juventus one is... Juventus would be more... That would be one that I would take more seriously. I would be more scared of Juve, honestly. Wow, we've got a lot of very tired players. That's okay. We've got rotation options. Thank you for the 20 months. I missed the lookup as well, didn't I? My apologies. Give it Carrick for you. I know. I saw that yesterday. Carrick sacked by Borough. Where did Borough finish last season? Was it really that bad? Because I thought for a while Michael Carrick was being talked about as being like the next big thing in English. This happens so often, doesn't it? It's like this guy, a player or a manager, does well for like a season, does really well. Everyone hypes them up beyond all to a level that they can never possibly achieve. And then when they don't reach that level, inevitably bin them off. I know I would never miss anything. As it turns out, unfortunately, Tone, that player is not in my database anymore. Fell off pretty hard. Did they actually? But was it solely down to management or did they lose footballers? 10th in the playoffs, lost 5 in a row. That's a shitty way to end the season, for sure. Saying is not man, took him to the final. Good about. It's one of those things, Chuchu. I know nothing about NBA, so it's really hard to put that in perspective for me. But it happens in football sometimes as well. It's one of those moves that is either going to be looked at as an absolute tactical stroke of genius, like when Southampton sacked... Oh, God, who was it? The guy that Southampton had in charge before they brought in Pochettino. And everyone went, why the hell have you done that? They're like mid-table as a newly promoted side. And it turned out to be an absolutely masterful piece of business. But so often those moves go wrong. Who was the manager before Pochettino at Southampton? Nigel Adkins, yes. Because he was doing a really stable job for them. But they thought, you know what, there's an opportunity for us to get a really good young manager and go to another level. And it worked out brilliantly for them. For the short term, anyway. But it feels like those sort of moves don't often work out that well. It was like, was it West Brom that sacked their manager who would have them in the playoff spots or something? And then it worked out appallingly. Gary Naliriola. Yeah, no, exactly. That's a much more modern example of the thing I was referencing, actually, yeah. Probably should have said that instead, really, shouldn't I? We'll have Armada instead in there. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. Armada's now our key player, by the way, too, which is good news. We're going to have to bring back in... I actually get the feeling that Almeida, just due to lack of options there, is actually going to get a lot more game time this year, and I'm not sure if I'm opposed to that. I actually quite like him. Without Pineda being available, though, that is going to be a bit of an annoying one, but we just need to get through this game, which means it's probably going to be a case of Jose Garcia as well. Ian Armada. Well, shame he's not Spanish, really, isn't it? Yeah, they did. Or maybe it was Birmingham I was thinking of, not West Brom. I think it was Birmingham. Quite full strength for the Copa del Rey. Because honestly... we rotate this, we get knocked out the Copa del Rey. I feel like there's a chance for us to make a little bit more progression, honestly. Like, a quarterfinal of the Copa del Rey might be... the main reason, right? If we were playing against anybody that wasn't... Like, Leganes are a second-tier side. Top of it, albeit. So they're a decent team, but they've also got... If this was a top-tier team, I would play a rotated squad and just bin out. But I feel like getting through one more round with a minor rotated side wouldn't be the worst idea. I think what also it comes down to is the fact that because... the way the games have fallen, we're just sort of alternating players in and out due to fitness levels, really ignoring the competitions they're playing in. The hope is that at some point soon, like here, we'll get a final, we will actually get a week off, unless there's a Copa del Rey game in between there. That will then allow us to start rotating back to the full-strength first team in time for the Europa Conference League games. That's the hope, anyway. I'll be honest with you, I'm also just winging it. It's my first time playing in this in the Conference League with these guys. So I've not yet figured out exactly where I want to go with it. Ryan Mason does it. Yeah, I was talking to my mate about this on the Tuesday night, actually. A friend of mine who's he's training to be an accountant right now. But as a result, I don't know if any of you guys are accountants or have done accountancy training, but he's doing a lot of his exams at the moment. And that shit is proper stressful, particularly as he's still essentially acting as like a part-time carer to his mum as well. So he's got a shitload on his plate. So Pog was just like, yeah, just come over after work and we'll just have nice time, basically. We just basically had a couple of beers and watched Twisters, which what more of an evening could you possibly want? But yeah, he's a Spurs fan. So at what point, right, how long, go on chat, does Ryan Mason manage Spurs in the next 5 years on a permanent basis? Because this is the bet this is what I said to him on Tuesday. I reckoned that, just for current didn't say, I don't know whether it's ACA or ACCA. All I know is that he's currently doing the module he's doing currently is auditing. That's what his exam is on Monday. Because apparently you do it in a way where, like, you do 2 exams every 6 months, but he's managed to do it in a way where he's doing 1 every 3 months, where it equals the same thing, but it gives him more time to do each one individually. See, very Spursy. I don't know. I just think about it. He seems like the guy they always throw in as a caretaker. It just feels like eventually, if he does well at the baggies, with the history he's got there, this is what I said to him. I was just like, well, mate, we essentially both just play with spreadsheets all day for work. The only difference is mine have little dot men on the end and yours have, is it called Zero? Is that the accountancy software? I'd never heard of it until Tuesday night. Oh, come on. Do you know what? I was about to absolutely rollock Socorro then, because he was no help. But luckily, that's why they got relegated. That's why they got... yeah. Immense. Almeida, this is my latest little... Basically, without Giuse in the team, we had to either try and sign someone to replace him, but I also just... I'm playing this part of the save so different to how I normally play, and it's actually throwing me off as well, where I'm normally always looking for the next big thing. But we have an absolute gluttony of incredibly, what looks to be high-quality young players. What a finish. He isn't even considered one of them. And neither is Marquez, that I want to bring through, that I'm actually, like, afraid of signing anybody that will get in their way, which is not normally how I play, but I'm never normally in a position to have this many incredible youth players that have actually come through either the nation I'm in or the club itself. And I kind of want to pursue that because it's just a different way of playing that I'm not used to, right? He's released the Kraken very early there, for sure. We're full in place. It will depend heavily on recruitment over the summer, James. Like, for a start, as much as I don't think Marco Silva's going anywhere, obviously you can never rule these things out until he actively comes out and says he's not. And admittedly, he kind of essentially has already said that. But, you know, once you start managing the season, basically, and once all the other clubs have got their ducks in a row, then you're kind of feeling safe about it. But it will depend on our recruitment. We are in a good position PSR-wise, so we actually can spend money this summer, which is a nice position to be in. We've done quite well from a selling point in the last few years. The only misstep, I'd say, is the amount of money we've spent on ESR. But we can actually still eat that and not have too much of an issue. On the 21 manager, I want to actually remind me, chat, after this game, to check on Ryan Mason in this save. Mark his assist, which now I think he's 15th of the season. He is... God, was it Anarith? Was that your idea about the weird wingback thing we've done? Thiago Enrique, and it's 2. And Almeida with the assist. 15 goals from central midfield for Thiago Henrique. And I got a couple of funny glances when I said we'd sell Alexander Feta, but I think it's working out for the best. We made minimum £15 million on the deal, and I think we've upgraded. Yeah, I realise that, Anarith, but sometimes like that kind of out-of-the-box thinking is exactly what gets my brain to go, ooh, you know? Where we would be. So, I still think ESR can come good, because a lot of players take a year to settle in Marco Silva's style of play, which is why I think he'd be a bad appointment for Spurs as well. But he has to play well this year because he's under a lot of pressure from even Josh King, frankly. Because King is looking sensational when he's on the pitch. Oh, go on. Look it round the side. He's surely offside. Oh. Yeah, we definitely should check him out as well, Basil, because if we can get 20 games out of him, lovely. Moving into channels. Maybe. I think we need to do another comparison about the two of them. Where is he? No, he actually has no PPMs as far as I can tell. Maybe it's his lack of PPMs. See you later, Archer. Hopefully we'll be closer to some of the Conference League games by then. Favorite from Stanford. Yeah, exactly. It's close to 30 million. No, it's, I believe it's 15 technically, but there are add-ons that can, or it might even be 12 up front. There are add-ons that could take it to a realistic 17, with technically a couple of insane add-ons that I think could take it to 20, but those are like blue sky thinking Birmingham aren't going to qualify for Europe anytime soon within the window of the clauses kind of add-ons, I think. I think there is one if they get into Europe or something stupid like that, they could pay us another 3 million, but like, even if you're like the most optimistic of Birmingham City fans, you're probably not banking on that anytime soon. But, either way, oddest goal scorer you've had. Ooh. I don't know, actually. Oh, go on, Jose. Oh. It's not going to happen. Exactly. So it was one of those things that clubs like to throw in there because it means that, you know, if there is like a stroke of absolute pure miracle, then the club gets paid for it, right? I guess Opry on for a little bit. Better play than Webb. I think I agree. And I still think that Pueo he's the perfect, like, successor to the throne. I love having this kind of ability to bring these guys in. Or like Gomez. Fuck it, we're 2-0 up, 3-0 up now. Let's bring Ibu Gomez in. Gorka Bilbao as well. Actually, I'm going to bring him on instead of Opry. I know he can't play there, but we need to train him there, so that's what we're doing. And I really should bring on Marquez. Oh, Carvalho as well. God, I love this team. Understudy. Yeah, we've got so many understudies in this team now. I feel like almost every major role in this squad has like a 17 to 18-year-old understudy who looks to have decent PA. And apart from goalkeeper, obviously, because he's already playing. Oh, go on. Nikolic. It's a goal for Ibu Gomez. Love that. He's the Gambian guy that we've got. I just fucking love this team. I absolutely adore this, particularly. I think I'm going to love it even more once the majority of... Like, looking at our lineup right now, Mekawar obviously won't be the long-term position there. Almada will. Almada, Almeida, Gorka Bilbao on the left, maybe. Pueo in the middle. Carvalho on the left, a bit further up. The right-hand side, like Umbala, maybe, or that Pineda guy. Through the middle, we've got Gomez, we've got Jose Garcia, we've got Raul, we've got the two Ayoses at the back line. Oh... Football club. No. We've never managed Laganas in this save. It's just this team is bright. I think Pineda... The thing is, Pineda isn't actually that slow. He has 14 pace. And I think what we've come to work out, especially in those wide positions, the pace seems to matter more... Then again, the pace matters more than the acceleration for the shadow striker, but I don't know about the winger. Because I think you need to be able to get past people. Carvalho or Elliot? Oh, Carvalho. Because Elliot, if nothing else, right... He'd already made it very clear that he was gone. And the only reason he played any games for Fulham at all is so that we could get an extra money in terms of arbitration. That's why we played him in those last few Premier League games, because it was a case of, if they play more minutes, we get a larger fee. Not that it was much anyway, it was like 5 million or something bullshit like that. However, it is what it is, right? Carvalho is a very different story because he'd broken into our first team, we'd given him a chance to actually play first team football, got promoted with him to the Premier League, where he was going to be the starting number 10 in a Premier League team that had some decent prospects at the time. And then he went, nah, I'm going to refuse to sign a new contract. Fuck you, screw you, you don't get any money. And then joins Brentford a year later. There isn't even a competition for me. It's him. It was quite satisfying watching him miss that chance against Brentford in the league earlier this season. Very fun times. I have no real beef against Harvey Elliott at all, honestly. It's a bigger club, that. I mean, league-wise, I suppose... how did Brentford do that? They were like nowhere, and then they went, actually, we're going to be good for a bit now. Enjoy, everybody. Hello, Hazard. How's it going, man? I agree, Anna. The prospects are very bright at this team. It's incredibly good. Oh, have I just loaned Gomez? I have. Well, there we go. So he won't be playing any more games for us, but has he got a longer 30 million? Right, at some point... Not immediately, because he's now out on loan. I wouldn't mind doing another 151 on him. I'm just going to give them all 150 million pound release clauses, because if any of them actually are any good, that will kind of cover us off. And it means that if Napoli want to make a massive mistake, we can allow them to do that as well. Do with Harry Wilson. What is it? Brentford fans must be sick of the sight of Harry Wilson. I love Harry Wilson. He just does stuff that other Fulham players don't. We don't shoot a lot from range, whereas since Paulinho left anyway, but Wilson is just like, no, I'm going to have a go. Right, Feta. He has got... Because this number down here doesn't include international games, does it? It only shows these. I think. Yeah. So he's played 17 times for Manchester City this season. I forget what the... Or is it only counting league games? Let's check. I forget how the clauses work. Yeah, so it's only league appearances. So he'd still have to play another 13 times for them in the league, which is a tough one because I'm pretty certain he's been getting less and less game time. It's good. We can have the battle of the two ease-off tackles. Also, what do you think of this shirt? Since we're here. I don't think he's played in the Prem for a while. Oh, shit, we can't see, can we? I'm pretty certain he hasn't played Premier League football for City for quite some time because he had, like, similar amounts of appearances to beginning at the beginning. Well, not at the beginning, you know what I mean? After a few like months, and it doesn't seem to have changed a great deal. But this is why I put the 50% of next sale fee clause in there, so we could sell that to them in theory. No, this is a training top ease off tackle. It's a World Mobile training top. I got it on Vinted for £4. It's like in perfect condition, fits perfectly, and black is quite slimming. I've got into Vinted recently. the amount of stuff I'm watching. I found a Malta shirt on there, a Medina Knights one, which I'm very intrigued by as well. Ryan Masson. Okay, so I didn't quite see it going like that. Speaking of Manchester City, Ryan Mason's managing them. Right. Yeah, Andreas shooting from range. It's hard to tell if he's shooting or passing or taking a free kick, unfortunately. He is very wayward. I appreciate his work rate so much, but his end product is just so bad at times. Was he the one that bought Vetter? I assume he must have been. He's been there for 3 years now. He's a very good manager. Was at RB Leipzig for 7 years. Did he win anything at RB Leipzig? He must have done, right? Is it? Wait, no. Notable. There we go. He won the Bundesliga. Never been sacked. I don't think he has, no. No, you're absolutely spot on. He got poached from Hull by Forest. Was at Forest for 3 years. Poached by Leipzig. Won the Bundesliga with RB Leipzig, which is very impressive. Manager of the year. Then went to Manchester City. Hasn't won anything there yet, but where are City currently? Because let's be honest, he's probably going to... Oh, actually, they're in... Also, shout out to his former club, Forest, as well. Oh, no, and Brentford are in the relegation. Do you hate it like that? Mark is wanted by... I actually don't know. I love that this Leicester City guy, by the way, is still top scorer in the Premier League. Curtis Farr-Evans, MP. He's now requested to leave, actually, but for £90 million. He's been so good. He's basically single-handedly propelled Leicester to insane finishes in the Premier League. 20 goals in 30 games. Have they got games in hand, then? Oh, yeah, true. No, fair enough. Take that back. God, the paths laid before him by Ryan Mason in this save has been incredible. Also, shout out to Ligue 1, where PSG and Lille, and then just everybody else. Mad. Yeah, we probably could do that, actually. Was there something else I was about to... Oh, yeah, I'll just check Marquez first. Luckily, as one of our older players who isn't actually worth that much money, it's Saudi. I don't think they're realistically going to bid on him. And if they are going to, he's got a 40 mil release clause, so I could probably bid them up to 40 million. I wouldn't want to lose Marquez, but if we did lose him for 40 million to Saudi, it's out of our way. He's not going to infect us anymore. I would take the 20 odd million pound profit on him, and I would just promote Jose Carvalho to be the starter for the rest of the season, because I'm not super concerned about, we're not likely to win anything this season, so I'd be happy to take the deficit, if you like, because I think long term it would benefit us. How's he play that well? I think the reason he plays that well, and the reason we were actually interested in him in the first place, is because he has insane agility, really good acceleration with reasonable pace, great natural fitness, which means he can play every single minute of every single game, and never needs a rest, basically. The 9 work rate is a little bit iffy. He has okay tackling, but his crossing and dribbling are... The dribbling of 15 is excellent as well. Really good mentals. He also loves big matches, is consistent. He's probably greater than the sum of his parts, I suppose. Also, he's 6'1", which is really good for back post crosses against short fullbacks. So that's where a lot of his goals come from as well. He has some really nice traits too. Like, knocking the ball past opponent is great because he's got the acceleration to just go straight past people. If he had better work rate, holy shit. I actually still like him quite a lot. But what I would say is, Carvalho, he's shorter, obviously, but consistent already. We don't know about his big matches. It's the fact that he's faster than him. His agility is nearly as good. Natural fitness is decent as well. We're seeing great improvements across the board. I need to get him on some kind of training, actually, now that I've got him back in the first team. It's either that or finishing. Final third... No. Attacking movement hits more things. And for a winger, I think I'd rather have those things get better. 15 work rate as well, which is apparently going up. Main provider for the team. I would argue that he isn't the main provider for the team. His position on the pitch is. And I feel like it could be replicated in aggregate. And I wouldn't be... He's not getting any better. So at the very most, we're going to stay the same with him, right? Now, honestly, this is the thing. I think some people think that I don't listen to chat. It's just that I need to hear a good enough reason why we want to do something. Like, I was against signing Marquez, but chat convinced me to do it, and they were right. I agree. I understand the logic now. But it's like the opposite would have been the guy we nearly signed in the summer. In January, the £50 million guy from PS, or wherever it was, St. Nicholas. I liked him as a player, but because we already had a player in that role and 2 understudies ready to come through, I didn't feel like it was worth us pushing down the pecking order some of the players I wanted to get some game time for, basically, especially not for a cost of 15 million, even though I felt that we would have 100% made money on the deal. Let's have a look at some of the Premier League managers then. All silly. That's true as well. You could be silly geese and be occasionally, a broken clock occasionally finds a nut. So, Premier League managers. What we got? William Jose, of course. Brendan Chardonnay at Brighton. That is he should be Fulham manager, really. Adam Lafondra at Bristol City. Unai Emery at Chelsea. Thomasberg at Leeds. I love that. Johnny Jackson at Leicester. Xabi Alonso at Liverpool is amazing. Love that. Michel at Man United. Joe Lumley, who is a great manager in this save. Alvaro Arbeloa at Norwich. Amazing. And Simeone at Spurs. And then Axel Burgo at West Brom. Good for him. Who's the longest duration at the team? I've never even heard of Brendan Chardonnay. Oh, he managed Brest as well. Like that. That's really good. Managed Bastia, Bordeaux, and then the Tiddies, and then he came to Brighton. He's managed 4 different clubs that begin with B. Bastia, Bordeaux, Brest, and Brighton. Which means Barca job next. Mark my words. That's tremendous. Love that for him. It's a great name as well. He can only be called that because he's not from Champagne. Otherwise, he's just sparkling Chardonnay. I don't know much about wine. None of that joke even works. You can piece it back together and make it funnier. I just want to have a look at some of the other managers while we're here. Nick Montgomery's been at Sheffield United for over 10 years. Thomas Megel, Jonah Curtis, Steven Gerrard at Wolves now. Nuno's at Charlton. John Terry's at Stoke. Shay Dunkley in there too. How's Pog? Pog's actually at a job interview at the moment, chat. As we speak, right now, she is currently in a job interview. So that's going to be fun. David Jones. Tommy Elphick. Just trying to see if there's any kind of crazy ones. Clinton Hill at Rotherham. He's been around for a while. Reece Bliss. Amazing name. Just spawned and became the manager of Notts County. Barden Delamere. Amazing. Just crew manager. Barden Delamere. He sounds like a service station. That's true. She'd have the temerity to show up, Fry. Mark Price. Liam McSweeney. Mitch Garner. John Eustace there at Carlisle as well. Fallen Dan. Thank you for the 11 months. How's it going? Josh Mann. As you get down, you either find crazy ones.
I am having a Delamere.
Delamere. Mitch Marner at Exeter. That's the move. From the Leafs to Exeter. There's also Aaron de Havilland. There's a lot of these like one club regions here. Yeah, at this stage, you either get random ones like Flynn Downs, for example, being Oldham manager, or you just get random regens. But it's always worth having a look down here in case there's any super strange ones. John Joe Kenny's managing Harrogate. Jonathan Greeny, but he's been around for ages down here. Cameron Archer is managing Dulwich Hamlet. That's fun. At 35, retired and just went straight into being a manager. Actually, did he, though? No, he didn't. Why did his career end in 2029? Oh, no, it didn't. Okay. We got John Ruddy as well at Bournemouth. Sorry, Bournemouth. Boreham Wood. Harry Davis. Down here, there's usually less of them, but occasionally you will see an absolutely crazy one. Lewis Cook. Is that the Lewis Cook? It is the Lewis Cook. Love to see it. Jordan Cousins. I recognise that name as well. Yes. And one last little look. Speaking of which, how are Wycombe Wanderers getting on? Hey, they're pulling themselves away a little bit now. Bournemouth. It's looking... Matt Ingram, I recognise that name too. I don't know where I remember him from. It's nice going into a deadline day where I'm just honestly not even concerned. Like, we've got some players that have got interest on them, but... actually, wait a minute. But sorry. 1 second. Wait, I can't offer him to anyone, can I? If I offer him out for transfer, he will only be offered to Yeah, I can't do much there. Roy's win percentage at Tenerife is 48%. I actually weirdly checked that before stream for some reason. Overall, it's higher than that, but obviously with Tenerife, it's been tougher. Sven still wanted by Espanyol. All right, lads. Achampong. Burnley want a bit of everybody, don't they? I wouldn't be opposed to that deal, honestly. Future prospects. I don't think we've signed anybody for the first team in this window at all. Lewis Hamilton, Colonna, who's that guy that seems to be wanted by half of Spain once we got him in, so that's intriguing. There's Ngalo, who, oh my god, has he got worse? Oh well. He was only free. Yes, Hamilton was signed for the name, obviously, yeah. Kone was signed as an investment because we like the look of him, but he's been loaned back for 2 years. Skender's an option rather than being anything crazy. Jan Tiani's a similar story, honestly. Although, actually, he looks like he might have a bit... I liked Tiani's base attributes, to be fair. He ticks a lot of boxes as far as temp polls go. It's just a question of his development with him. And then Bjorn Cornes... Oh, hello! Okay. Because, you know, if it's one thing we needed, it's more number 10s. Although he is at least pacey. It'd be cool if we could start to find some young DM players. It feels like that's one area of our team that doesn't have quite the same pipeline as every other position in it, apparently. Because we've got loads of number 10s, loads of wingers. Left wingers there's not as much as well. Maybe that'll be something to look for in the summer. For some, like, the Spanish 4th division type guys, but DMs and left wingers maybe, to just boost that part of the ranks, because we've got so many number 10s and right-sided players. Yeah, I mean, he's not going to play there, obviously, but Gomez is just a good player. 8-track formation, maybe. Maybe it's just what happens. These guys can't be registered, but he's joining... Oh, hang on, we've got this guy joining us next summer as well. Which would be great, because then I can offer him a new contract and actually... Oh, no, hang on. I think the contract when he joins us is going to be fine. But the loan thing is buggered, because his loan contract is less than the amount that he's allowed to play with. Luckily, he can't kick off because he's on loan, and it's a mandatory option. I'm not getting rid of Almeida. Let's actually have a look at Almeida. He is 20. I think that he's the natural successor to Herholt. I've got him working on that passing and vision, because I think that's the one of the two roles he's going to have to play in right now, because he's going to be opposite Steinmetz. But I like the fact that he... Why is he unhappy? Lack of sufficient depth at right back. Are you out of your mind? Lack of depth at right back? You mean Bilal, Pineda, Portea, Carapchea doesn't count as depth at... What is he on about? That right there, by the way, chat, that is our current depth at right back, technically. Even if you exclude Portea, because he plays on the left-hand side most of the time. But he can play right back. How on earth would having 4 players minimum of 3-star CA ability count as a lack of depth at right back? Yeah, even of Herholt are both not going to probably... Like... Neither of those two, I feel like, have got long-term futures at this club, because they will just get overtaken. We also have Una, though. Oh, you said that. Yeah, we Yildirim. Cabrera's the interesting one. Because remember, in the summer, Portea will count as homegrown, which means we don't have to worry about... Oh, that's good. Oh, shit. Just as well we didn't get knocked out. Apparently we were supposed to get to that round. We also won 4-0 there, despite putting out... Yeah, okay, good. Doesn't know how to explain it properly. That's true, yeah. He's like, these are wingbacks, not wingbacks. The good thing about the Pineda becoming... not Pineda, sorry. Portela becoming homegrown is it means that it will allow us to bring Cabrera back into the fold again, which will move Almeida down the pecking order a little bit. But actually, I don't think it will. This is my plan for the summer. Cabrera comes back in, because need I remind you just how good this guy is and how good he's done out on loan. Let's not forget, this guy is ready to come into our starting 11 next season, and he's got 17 passing, 16 vision. He's an absolute playmaking machine in that role. So that's good. I reckon this might be the summer that we sell Herholtz. We sell Herholtz while he's at his highest value, which is not going to be much more than about £9 million. But then Almeida becomes the backup to Cabrera instead. That way he still gets a chance to develop whilst not putting all the pressure on him. He's a bit all right, isn't he? I think we did... Whoever's idea it was to loan him out this season was a genius. because it meant that we didn't have to worry about him complaining about being not in the squad because of the non-EU thing. And because he's in Spain, he's now ticked off a year of his non-EU training as well. So it means by the end of next season, he won't have to be registered. Well, he will, but you know what I mean? He won't have to count as non-EU either. So that's immense. Almada to me, true, but it worked out brilliantly. Making sure that we loaned into a Spanish side was the crucial part of that. It doesn't look like we're going to get any bids on these guys, and that's okay. I don't really want to lose Bilal, but if Borough would bid on him, Tenerife B, they are slightly better. It's not going amazingly for them, but they have started to pull it around a little bit. Oh, wait. Oh, no, the 13th. Yeah, so they are no longer in the relegation places, and statistically, they should be way higher. I don't think they've got a new manager yet, actually. Technically. No, they haven't hired a new coach yet. I'm not in charge of that.
Here's a sick move I pulled on a player. He had the temerity to say he didn't play enough in his promised position 200-day promise, and for the last 45% of the remaining time he played only there. Then I renewed the promise for the last 4 games and played him there, and then he was happy. Screw you, FM.
Nice. We like our loophole kings. Grey Star on rolls. Grey Star on rolls. So basically, Grey Stars on rolls mean the same as they do in potential, right? So the way that FM tends to grade these things is once you're getting into the yellow stars, if think of it as like a decimal almost. So once you go below half a star of yellow potential or yellow ability, it goes into grey stars basically. So 5 grey stars is like the one step below. You don't see it often at this level, but if I was to scout like a non-league footballer, you would likely see that. Just think of it as like a secondary set of stars that work on a more minute level below that. Basically, if they're grey stars, they're crap. But with rolls, it's a little bit less defined than that, because FM's a bit weird about assigning star values to certain roles. So, for example, the best example I can always give is roaming playmakers. You could have a player that looks perfectly good as a deep line playmaker and has all the perfect attributes that you would consider to be good for a roaming playmaker. However, because they're missing like one random point of attribute in one role, it will tell you that they've got like 3 grey stars. But the second they cross the threshold, it's like, hey, they're 3 yellow stars now. It's not great with that one. Don, thank you very much for the 21 months as well. It's very kind of you, friend. Plays a shadow or CM. Which guy, Anarith? I've genuinely forgotten which one. Sorry, Ornado's worth very little money here. I'm just curious about this. He has piqued my intrigue. His value's dropped a lot, probably because he's not playing. But it does give us an opportunity, potentially, to nip in. Aguedo. Yes, he was the guy from the youth intake last year, was he not? This guy. No, he can't have been. He's 18. You're right. He's actually... Well, let's just look at his attributes a little bit. Because I'm not sure if a number 10 is actually his best... Were we to use him in our tactic, where would he play? Hello? Wanted by... What? Is that Norwegian side? Whoa. Sorry, I have several. I was thinking CM as well. Yeah. He's too slow to be the AM, but he's got the technical ability to be a CM. And it's interesting that he's played there a couple of times. Or apparently. That was my thought as well. Let me just show you him on Metsala. Because it just highlights better positioning. Oh yeah, he's 100% a CM. Yeah. Jørvik Linn, that's what I was noticing as well. How the fuck I've never even heard of them. Are they a 3rd tier side? Because I feel like we never even encountered them with Tromsø. So yeah, we'll get him working on CM. Specifically Metsala, because it trains the right roles for the one we use. Immense. Hello, my big forehead. Right, okay, sorry, one sec. We've got to investigate this. Oh, it's only January. I was confused then. Holy shit. They've had back-to-back promotions from the Norwegian 3rd tier. They were literally 3rd tier the entire save, and then just went back-to-back to the Elite Syrian and won the cup. Oh, 62. Imagine if they'd won the cup and were in Europe. Not only that, they came 13th last year. They've already stayed in the top flight in Norway once. What is this Elite Syrian? Ulansaka Kisa are in there as well. And Hamcam, obviously. This is one of the weirdest looking... I feel like we're missing a load of quite important sides. Wait, I want the second tier, don't I? Sandefjord in there, Sarpsborg are in there, Tromsø, Vålerenga. All second tier. Yeah, Tromsø are actually third tier at one point in this save. They've come back up again. Look at Tromsø's decline. They went down to the third tier for a season. Norway is so fun. I loved Norway. So I hated the rules for squad registration, but other than that, I liked a lot about it. Problem with Arnado, basically, is that he is... I don't think he'd even sign for us, would he? No. That's a shame. God damn it. I mean, we couldn't really do much with him even if we brought him back, but it's just a shame. I always like bringing players back from clubs like that just because it means that... also, there's a guy here from Standard Liège called... Well, Chanai, but also Canai. Love that. Right, what's here? Anyone good? Well, is there some D-rated players in there? Let's just start with those first then. I'll just run a quick peruse over it. Not fast enough. He's got decent technicals though. Rene Ramos. Spirited. Ooh, too expensive for what you're getting, which is not a lot. Stankovic. Was he the guy? Yeah, he was the guy I looked at before, who wasn't that fast. Peters, or Peters, I guess, of Club Brugge. Ooh, don't know what you are, but you're not a player we want to sign. Ruben Marquez of Malaga. Quite expensive, but Spanish. Weird player. Can I? Hey, he should play for Eyupspor. Yeah, Norway have a great youth rating. We got some really good stuff. It's not the homegrown rules that bothered me, David. It was the fact that you have to register every player in your Elite Syrian squad, even if they're youth players. So there isn't like players under X age can be played for free. You have to decide at the start of a season a youngster is going to be in your squad. Otherwise, you can't play young players. Basically, for me, it's hampering the development of Norwegian footballers because they physically cannot be in their squads. Teams have to basically fully commit to them or nothing at all. It's annoying. And they've really got to do something about that. It feels like it's actually... I realise that in one of those things where they say, hey, it's incentivizing to put them in the squads. But they're not going to do that, are they? They're just going to not register them at all at that point. It feels like it actually punishes teams for that rather than incentivizing it. Like some leagues do, like Poland, who have that thing where you get fined if you don't have a certain amount of them or something, which is actually better, I would say. Stipe Maric, 16, unsporting, weird mentals on him. What about you? He's okay actually, but it's that pace. He's only 16 though, so he'll probably come back round again. Malaga defender, Javier Alvarez, 20 years old though, and he has 7 jumping reach. Amazing. Miroslav Toth, definitely got a bit of Hungarian in him. Darko Rajic, pacey, but also pricey. Great dribbling. God, it's like, there's some stuff there. I might just shortlist him for the time being. I think he's just too pricey. 16 though, definitely want to keep an eye on. And there's this guy at Freiburg. So young. It's just hard to form it's so hard to form opinions on them when they're 16 unless they've got goated attributes. Usually you have to almost let them develop enough for like a year, 18 months to see if they're actually going to become anything good because of the AI development stuff. It's not every day you get a Raul. Anyone new in here? Oh, it's the Ghana's guy. Of course they're not top flight, are they? I think I've already scattered all of these guys. Anyone crazy? No. Finances are great. We've got 75 million in the bank, 33. Basically, we can sign any... If we find a player we want, we can sign them. And I like being in that situation. It's nice to not be like, oh, God, we've got to move stuff around to get the money going, right? Barca just sold their manager, sold their goalie. Youth intake, that wouldn't be until either late March or early April. I believe it's moving to club. I don't think we can improve anything at the club. There's nothing to improve. We've maxed out training facilities. We could ask for another affiliate club, but they won't say yes. Can I do another coaching course? No, I'm already doing one, aren't I? Can I ask for more scouts? Can't hurt, can it? Sell the manager, change the tactic, fuck the goalkeeper. I'll ask him anyway, but they'll just say no. But if we don't ask, we don't get, right? Maybe I'll just click buttons in a different order. Way! I clicked the button in a different order and look what's happened. Right then. Cool, we're getting an affiliate club. In a foreign land. What options have we got? Wait, they're giving us clubs outside of Europe? That's unusual. I didn't even get this with fucking Malta. Okay. I know that we've literally got these guys in here as we were just talking about them. South Korea do have a good youth rating. It's just annoying. Then again, it doesn't matter about the youth rating of the club, does it? It's only the youth rating of the nation. Which is a shame. I really think they need to... Fortuna, I guess. But, like, South Korea would be more interesting, surely. Because South Korea's youth rating is very solid. I like that they've actually given us clubs outside of... But remember, Sigma Ulmut, it doesn't matter whether they are insane. It's the Czech youth rating is all that matters here. As far as I remember from Max's tests, it's only really going to use the youth rating of the nation itself, not even the club within it, which is really annoying. I think it does to a certain extent, but it's really macro. South Africa is also kind of good. I quite like Korea. No, Czech youth rating is really good. Like, exactly. You'd probably want to go somewhere like France, in fact. Leave being loaded. No, not really. I kind of want to do Korea just because it's probably up there, but it's also fun. And we don't often get a chance to have, like, Asian affiliate clubs. The youth rating club, the only way you'd really be able to find out a youth rating for a nation is in the editor itself. But you just have a... Yeah, I think Gang 1 will be fun. We're vibing over min-max. And there's still an element of min-max in that anyway, because you get... South Korea's pretty good. It just happens that, like, over time, you just kind of get an idea of which nations are which. And obviously, there is an element of, like, dynamic youth ratings will have changed slightly, but not enough to make an impact. Hoagstrand was there that I know, but, like, realistically, we get a Belgian player in there. That's not so fun. I'd rather have a Korean in our youth intake. I think that would be more fun, personally. Min-max actually sounds like the type of guy we'd get in a Korean youth intake as well. Dynamic is a strong word. What I meant by one of them's changed by maybe 1 point. What would be cool to do at Tenerife, actually, would be to get as many obscure nation, but still decent nations, as part of our affiliate agreement, so we could get some insanely cool regions in our youth intakes. I think that would, if anything, be more fun. Particularly, as I'm pretty certain the Spanish youth rating will be doing a lot of the heavy lifting anyway. So it might be a cool one to just get some kind of interesting names in there instead. Maybe next time we should just go for the most obscure nation we're allowed to get, regardless of their youth rating. Still only 13th in wage spending, which is pretty decent. Didn't sign us by anybody there, which is decent. Didn't need to. So what it basically does is, it's been a while since I've watched Max's video about this, but in my understanding, which is probably wrong, it can have a minor effect on the quality of some players that could potentially come through your youth rating from that nation. However, what often does a lot of the heavy lifting is actually your nation's youth rating. So one of the reasons why I'd quite like to go for a few obscure nations of some of these is so that we could potentially get some absolute worldies from those nations instead, because they'd be using the Spanish youth rating. So say we found... An example would be if we could get a Gibraltarian youth affiliate club there, there's a chance we could get a Gibraltarian player in our youth intake who would have Spanish youth rating numbers, basically. I'd need to brush up and watch Max's video again, though. We'll skip that because we don't really care. So we've got our partnership with Gang 1. I think that should be our task. We should, like, try to collect random clubs from all over the world instead of just going for, like, what I normally do on these saves, which is min-max it. The reason I did the min-maxing thing, though, in Malta was because Malta's youth rating was so gash that... it made sense for us to min-max the affiliate clubs because that was the only way we could really have any kind of marginal gains for our youth intakes. Whereas here, we're essentially the ones doing the heavy lifting, not them. So it actually makes more sense for us to go for the fun clubs, which means I probably should have looked a bit deeper, honestly. We could have found some proper bangers there. But if he's willing to give us one, he's willing to give us another, hopefully. If I had a lid, that could be a winnable tie as well, you know. Noise broken. Ooh. Mulder a second tier. Vålerenga, Sarpsborg, Stabæk. That top flight as well is Skjelsås, Mjøndalen, Åsane. Cool, damn it. Norway seems to have way more variability than I'm seeing in a lot of these other leagues. Wait, Bordeaux won the second. Jesus Christ, that is bat shit. No disrespect to Eggersund. Czech rating, for example. Yes, basically any player that comes through in a youth academy in the nation, they use the youth rating of, by the way, Tony's going to Afanlido. If a player comes through your youth academy, they are using the youth level of the nation that your club is in, or the league they play in, more specifically. So with the Welsh clubs, it still uses the English youth rating for Swansea and Cardiff, as far as I remember. 11 scouts too, amazing. Matman scouts, I just don't know if we have time for it. honestly. Because I do want to get to the Conference League stuff today, and I don't want to get bogged down too much in scouting with like getting the right scouts. I'd rather just sign good ones at this point, if they'd actually agree to it. Oh, they always want to be Chief Scout, don't they? I'll try it. No. Although, if we do see any interesting combinations down here, it wouldn't be the worst idea to have a Gander, since they're all kind of much of a muchness at this point. Czech, English, and Welsh. He could have something. No, he has Czech, English, and Welsh. Just looking for any kind of interesting combinations. Like, this guy might have some African. Ah, there we go. Right, he'd be fun. It's got African knowledge. And a bit of... That's something. Romania guy here. Please tell me you've got more than Romania. Bulgaria, Moldova, actually. And he's on 17-17. Yeah, fuck it, we'll have him here. And he's nice and cheap, too, if he agrees to it. Lower League Brazil. True, but I want to have a little bit more knowledge than just Brazil. But for all I know, like, if we were properly going after this, we would be looking at the map men bit as well. And properly trying to find gaps in that, because it's useful for that initial scouting. It means that we would have, like, reasonable knowledge of them immediately instead of, say, minimal. And it would be much quicker to get that knowledge up as well. That's why we really struggle in certain nations. God almighty, Almada is so good. He is just fucking... He's even getting better at tackling. It staggers me that there was no one else interested in Almada when we signed him. Because it wasn't like he was an unknown 17-year-old. He was 20. And playing a lot of time for Estudiantes. Generation Foot lately. Yes, we looked at them during the summer. They hadn't got anyone new. They literally had no new youth players when we last looked. His release clause, I think it's 80 million. That was the one we signed it with. But we can't afford to offer him another contract yet because he would ask for too much money. I believe it was 80. I think both of the new guys that we signed in the summer, so him and Henrique, got 80. Or was it 60? I hope it's not 60. That's the wrong one, Matt. Either way... Oh no, it's 120! Never mind. I think we'll be fine. Okay. Maybe it was Enrique I gave... It must have, I think it was Thiago Enrique I gave 80. And I gave this guy 120, apparently. Do you know what? Me of the past did something good. Mark that in your calendars. Yeah, Napoli, I suppose. This is basically... It's like a honeypot for Napoli. Where if they are going to pay us for one of our players, then they can pay through the absolute wazoo. Ooh. The reason I train additional focus is... Bear in mind, I don't just do that. I only do that until they turn 23 for the most part. Is because it's easier to... If you train a role training on a player that is already comfortable playing that role, what you're essentially doing is saying, hey, here's this really... It's a bit like saying, hey, you are studying maths, right? You want to be a mathematician. Right, cool. We're going to have you study numbers or just algebra. And it's like, cool. They're going to get good at that, but it's going to spread their focus across several different things that are going to get better at the same time. Whereas an additional focus is much more narrowly pinpointed, which means that their focus is going to be more narrowly pinpointed, so they'll have more increases in the areas that you actually pointed to. So rather than focusing on like 10 different attributes that will increase very slowly, you will allow it to focus on, say, 3 attributes or 2 attributes that will increase much faster. That's the reason I do it. I'll show you an example in a minute, but that's the reason I do it. Because most of the time, say we get a guy who's already got 15 marking. For me, obviously that will go up with time anyway, just through general training. If I try putting him on a more generalized role, he'll get that instead of, oh dear. I'll show you Raul, actually. It's the best way to show you this. On the 8. Yeah, he's like, I'm an expert in the number 8. So, for example, Raul has an attacking movement focus, which hits anticipation, decisions, and off the ball. If I was to put him on a role focus for Shadow Striker, he'd be working on things like finishing and composure as well, which are already reasonably good. These, however, weren't that good when he first joined the club. So, 13, 17, 13. If we now look at his progress chart, you'll see that those are gone up by probably likely 3 or 4. So, anticipation's gone up by 3, decisions gone up by 2, but it was already quite high. Off the ball's gone up by 4. And notice how his composure and stuff has still gone up ever so slightly as well. But I find it's easier to then bring a player up to a level you want without wasting any potential they've got by improving things that aren't maybe likely to be needing to improve or aren't necessary at all. Then when they turn 23, it becomes less effective. So at that point, role training actually makes sense. The foot, did a 5k yesterday, just slow for vibes, just to get my brain going, and that was all right, actually. So I realised that was quite a long-winded way of saying it, but that's essentially the reason I do it. It's just because it works really well with Aaron's training schedules as well. Wazoo is not a word that was really helpful there, was it? Yeah, and he's got a 3-year option on it too. It's because he's so young, and he had no Argentina caps at the time, so we were able to just stack him out there. Affiliates to go for. It depends on what club you're managing, Uncle. As in, what's the club you're managing and which league is that club in? So, for example, the way I was getting an affiliate there is almost the opposite to the way I would be getting them if I was in Malta, for example. Which I actually forgot for a moment when we started that off. Argentina caps. Now, I don't believe he does, no. Which probably just means that Argentina have got like a couple of absolutely monstrous centre-backs. Italy, Serie A. Okay, cool. So, Italy have really high youth rating. So, you're probably better off having fun with it and trying to go for some more obscure nations at that point. You could focus on the academies of those clubs in there. Maybe use it as a tiebreaker. But it's more likely that what you're actually going to have is you're likely to get a crazy good player in your youth intake, not because of the affiliate club that you've got, but because of your own youth rating. But the likelihood of them having a cool nationality would be increased by it. Whereas if you're in a smaller nation, you can get some benefits by having affiliate clubs in bigger nations with better youth ratings, because then they'll be doing more heavy lifting, in theory. I'm a bit out of my depth on this, honestly. I need to go rewatch Match's video. Oh, speaking of which, Raul is showing some pleasing progress. Perfect time of the month. Has Ron done good again? Shit, Ron's got 10 goals. God damn it, Ronnie boy. Raul's 3 stars. Raul is now officially a 3-star player in La Liga at 19 years old. God, he's exciting, isn't he? Like 13 goals this season. I think he could get to 20. Steven's gone as well. Achampong wasn't playing very much. And I felt that I would have happily sold him, honestly, if they'd been in there. Ron just, as Hadrian would say, he is our problematic queen. Hey, look. Napoli weren't the biggest spenders in this window, incredibly. Pizarro, yeah. That's... Where did he come from? Was he from Real Majada Honda, like half of those guys were? I like that we've got a nice Spanish core. Right. Speaking of, we switch back to that core today. Because there's Garcia behind him as well. I love looking at that and seeing him just being our best player. Herholt can come back in. Steinmetz. Probably. Pajic is fine to start. Or is he? Yeah, he actually is, which is nice. These two are okay because Marquez is basically indestructible. I'll bring Karapchea. Aliaza, I've never even heard of them. I assume they were just another of the many 4th tier sides that we were doing business with. I'm probably going to resort the bench in a moment. Wait, is Thiago... Sorry, is Perez... Not Perez. Martinez injured or suspended? Could be the next Raul. Well, different type of player, but still. Actually, is he a different type of player? I guess he is. I guess we're starting both. He must be suspended or injured or something. Oh, Pog's on our way back now. 40 minutes in there is pretty solid. It's 40 minutes away as well, so it's a decent little drive. Luckily, the job actually isn't in the place where she's gone. It's actually here, which is amazing. Spanish core. What is Spanish core? Is it just like Flamengo? Yeah, I'm going to clear the bench and just reselect it because I think the bench has got a bit messy because of all of our random cup stuff. Is there anyone else? Oh, Almeida, yeah. They also have a habit of putting random players on the bench like this guy here that I just do not want on the bench. I'd rather have someone like... Honestly, Jose. Classic forward. Swedish centre-back. Which one was the Swedish centre-back? Was it this guy, Goswani? Oh, wait, was he already on the bench? Did I just take him off the bench? I still kind of like Jose, though. It's only for one game. Right. Jordan Jenkins, the guy that came through at TNS? From Getafe. This is yet another of our many away games. I think this is our 5th straight away game now. But I believe we finally get to travel back home. Surprised the players have even done any training lately. All they've been doing is travelling. Particularly if I was them, I would just stay on the mainland for a little bit. If you got 5 straight away games, just set up a training base somewhere on the mainland. Right, get this back on again. I'm really curious to see who we get drawn against in the Conference League. Because I wouldn't mind going through like a round or two, but I don't know if I want to progress too far in it, basically, where it run the risks of us actually getting to a final. I think at that point I would just play some of the younger players for a little bit and see how they get on. We may have to anyway, just because... because I do want to see if we can get qualify for the Europa League this season in the league, since we're right in the battle. And technically, we're not out of the woods as far as Champions League goes, if Spain does well enough coefficient-wise. But I think top 7 is very much on the cards. If nothing else, I think Conference League again next season is very likely to happen. Particularly as this team is just developing and developing now with all the youngsters. Raul. Oh, look at this little 1-2 stuff. Raul! Oh! This guy. He's going to score the goal that wins us the Champions League one day. I can already feel it. I thought the highlight had gone. When the keeper makes a save there, usually that's the end of the highlight. But the fact that he goes and retrieves this, ties the defender in knots here. Also, this little touchback from Pajic there is brilliant. And then just goes, you know what, fuck it. I'll have a little shot there. He's just got proper, I guess, big dick energy, if you like. He's got that big match energy. Even though this isn't really a big match, it's just Getafe. But it does make me think that he probably has quite good, big matches anyway, because it is La Liga after all. So almost every game is going to have a higher value because of that alone. Yeah, you're right. He probably will miss a penalty in that. Then again, he may not be on penalties, so it might not matter. Portela now. Go on, spin it over the side. Oh, he's through. It's Pajic. Bang. On that left foot. 2-0 to Tenerife. Come on. Pajic has underperformed a little bit at times this season, but I think he's growing into the role. And I'm enjoying the fact that he's had a chance. In addition, I got a loan update report that suggested that Mbala has actually settled in really, really well at Charlton. That's a great pass from Portela. That was the epitome of inverted wingbackery right there, wasn't it? He just nailed it. Oh, God, that's exciting. Cushy start to the game. We got a few points behind. Ooh, worried about a red card. Look at that. Portela just getting back, covering over. Tremendous. I would really... Like, blue sky scenario, actually, is that we can eventually have a situation where we can have both of the Ayoses at centre-back. But I think that Almada's probably going to prevent that from happening because he's just too good to not have in the team. Go on, third goal now would be killer. Oh, pulling out the back heels. Go on, Frederick. Have a shot, son. Oh. I don't even know what to say anymore. Some of our play is actually terrifying at times. Some of these kind of just... The little back heel here, is it from Kvaratskhelia? Just decides, yeah, fuck it. I'll back heel it Steiny, pops it inside. Her back on his left foot. Bang. It's like the Krakens here. Game of the Nation League. What happened in the... I actually forgot that we were even doing international football right now. I genuinely have no idea what happened. Yesterday... What even happened yesterday? I worked. Spent most of the day doing recap video. Pod came home. We watched some YouTube, watched The Pit, had some dinner, went to bed, read a book. It's quite a boring day, actually, but that's fine. Sometimes you need that, right? Oh, Portugal, Germany. Is it like the Nations League somethings, or is it just more group games? Because I feel like I assume it's like the semi-finals and stuff. Oh, okay. I totally forgot that was even a thing. I guess it's because there was no England in it. Biggest nation in all the world. I do hate that highlight. It just happens too often. It's like we all know it's not going in. Like 17 goal difference. It sort of matches the teams around us. It seems like there's a clear distinction between the top 7 and everybody else. Well, clearly. It's like, why haven't they won anything anytime soon? Oh, shit. That's not ideal. Looks like the Swede is coming in after all. Marcus has had a really poor day. Portela is really in need of a rest as well. I'm going to bring Gorka Bilbao in again since we're 3-0 up. No harm in it. I was going to make subs anyway, which is actually kind of annoying. Fuck it, we're 3 up. Let's just rotate the lads in. Loving off for Portugal. Conceição. That's cool. So how long have we got until this Club World Cup that I'm sure everyone is absolutely excited about for? Because... Isn't that supposed to be quite soon as well? Is it actually only 10 days away? Christ, I thought it was like the end of the month. I'm so used to it being in FM. Oh, I just... Also, isn't it on like Channel 5 or something? Like, I'm never going to remember that. What are they doing? To me, Channel 5 should only ever be allowed to show UEFA Cup. Specifically. Not even Europa League, UEFA Cup. That is bad play from us there. Come on, get a touch in. Oh dear. Middle of midnight anyway. True. Yeah, I mean, it would take a lot for me to either get out of bed early or stay out of bed late in order to watch a football game. I haven't done that since the Brazil World Cup, probably. That was fun, though. There were some really fun games on during that. I remember watching a random game between Japan and Ivory Coast, I think it was, at like 1 in the morning. Pretty much, Jaded, yeah. On the zone. Okay. Yeah, it's just... All English is wrestling doesn't for free. I mean, as much as it's free, that still feels like there's a barrier to entry. The barrier for entry to me is like, where do I even find that? Is it online? Like, how does one achieve a DAZN? Which channel number is that, chat? A funny, haunting memory from childhood. Go on then, Don. Be unlike you to lower the tone. Locally good. Yeah, actually, I think that's the one good thing about it, I suppose, right? Need an account with them. I don't want to have to make an account. These are barriers. Every little step I have to take that isn't just me putting it on and watching it is another step I don't want to take as Jose Garcia. Please don't tell me that's offside. Oh, that's a shame. That was a really nice bit of play as well. How much Rodriguez scoring that worldie? Yeah, I remember that. I remember that this was back when Pog was at uni, was during the Brazil World Cup. And when she was watching the Brazil-Germany game in like the SU bar or something, and I was just at home at the time. And I just remember texting her saying, pay attention to this, because you're almost never going to see anything like... You're never going to see anything like this ever again, it was essentially my words. Jose, for me, seems... Hang on, which Jose? We have two. There's Carvalho and Garcia, but either way, one of them's on the ball right now. I think they're both potentially match engine play. Oh, that's a good pass. Go on, knock it down. Oh, he's got to bury that. Red Zone? Oh, I don't know much about Red Zone. The only Red Zone I recognise is Everton, I'm afraid. Could we, like... We really have kind of botched this one a little bit. To only be 3-2 up now against Getafe. Thankfully, we're too late in the game for anything else to happen, but, like, just as well we had 3 goals before I made those substitutes, really. Because they've not really covered themselves in glory towards the end of that game. I know, I mean, it's one of these things where it doesn't really matter to me that much because I'll, as you know, chat, if I want to watch any kind of football, I will simply fly there and watch it on the local terrestrial channel anyway. So I was just curious. Garcia didn't he? He was basically Raul before Raul was Raul, in a way. And I suspect it's because we hadn't actually signed Raul yet, had we? Because he was still just a glint in the eye of that team, even though he's older than him. So maybe Jose Garcia actually does have decent PA. We've just kind of stunted him a little bit. But at the very least, he is still available for the B team. Oh, that's not ideal. I've got to check the injuries. I need to figure out what's going on with Martinez, because I'm hoping he's not injured. No, he isn't. Okay, cool. Which means it must have just been a suspension, so that's fine. He should be back for the next game, which is thankfully a week away. No, it's not. Quarterfinals there. Shit. I thought we were actually going to get a little rest. No rest for the Tenerife. That's fine. Swine fine Switzerland to watch women's Europe. No, I think that'll be on BBC. Right? That should be on BBC or ITV, right? Usually England games at major tournaments are on one of those two channels. No rest for the Wickham indeed, yeah. But certainly not at the moment. Pressure gets to Almeida. A leading former Tenerife... Wait, what? A leading former Tenerife player has questioned whether Flavio Almeida is mature enough to be considered a regular first teamer at Tenerife. He's 20. Labelled the next Zito. I didn't know that. I like how it doesn't tell me which. I found this to be a good read. So basically, Montserrat de la Fuente Ramos has come to me and said, hey, look, someone's slandering your boy. Right. BBC and ITV, yeah, they usually are. That'll be fun. I'm actually, as far as the summer's football, that is the only thing I'm really bothered about. I just don't care about the Club World Cup at all. Women's Euros, however, I just like international football. U-shaped sofa. How's it going, man?
Going to Sainsbury's. Does anyone want anything?
Chicago Town cheese stuffed crust pizza, please. I heard they were on offer. Yeah, it's just her hot. No, they said former. He's not former yet. He will be in the summer, though. Under 21 euros. I just never even remember it's on. Is Raul dubbed the next? That would be incredible. He is both the current and next Raul. I want to see whether Almeida actually does have that. He does. Then again, we've also got the next Cafu, if you recall. And, well, we all know what that has. That was Ron. It was Ron. Yep, you're probably right. It was 100% Ron. Oh. Yeah, it'd be our new podcast where it's about the Club World Cup, but we spend the entire time talking about the Women's Euros. It's like a Trojan horse, you know? No, Zito. Maybe it means Bill Zito. It's the Florida Panthers GM. He's gonna build a hell of a team one day. Let me tell you. Okay. I want to see if Raul is he listed as the next anybody. He's listed as Spain. He is Spanish. He is Span. That's I always forget that his surname is Dealbert. It just makes me enjoy him as a footballer even more. Yeah, I don't think Fulham have got any players in the under-21 squad. I don't think Josh King is quite at that level yet. Next Kaka. I don't think we have that many of them. I honestly don't know what it takes for a player to be considered the next anything and how long they keep that designation for. There's no way that you can really check that on a single screen. You'd have to go to each individual one. Good lord, there's anyone he doesn't like. Octavian's about... It's just in everyone. What about Steiny? He probably likes me quite a lot. Yeah. Love to see it. Former manager? Who the hell was... Was he our assistant at Serang? And I've just forgotten his existence. Greatest Fulham player ever, Johnny Haynes. I don't think there's much debate about that, really. Just because he played for us for such a long time and in such an interesting period at the club. Clubs like Fulham, modern-day legends are tough to find because players don't tend to stay very long. But Tom Kearney, 10 years here now, might be signing an extension too, which is good. The Women's Club World Cup. Oh, God. I think that isn't a thing in the women's game yet. Don't give them ideas, honestly. Just leave the women alone. Let their ACLs heal, damn it. We don't need more games for them right now. Certainly not with the Club World Cup, anyway. Union Roquefort. I remember that name as well. Come the modern day Johnny Haynes. Well, you know, at times it certainly felt like that. Tim Ream was a great player for Fulham, but I wouldn't hardly say he's the greatest Fulham player ever, for sure. It's just that he was an excellent footballer. Another point for the B team, which is good. Moves us a little bit closer to not getting relegated. Oh, they aren't doing it, are they? Luckily it's TBA. Unless that's a shortcut for somewhere else. Something with PA from like 135 to 160. Oh, interesting. So if they go over that, it doesn't have it. To be fair, if our boy Kafuchenko actually has PA in that range, then he would be a really good signing considering how much we paid. I just don't believe that he does. I think he's all physicals. Mbala masterclass. So he got an assist. I think we're throwing around words like masterclass a little bit too liberally at this point. What's his ratings so far for Charlton? To be fair, 3 games, 1 goal, 1 assist. I couldn't really ask for more with nearly an 8 average rating in the Championship. That bodes immensely well for us. More scouts. They're loaning Arnado in February? Reading this morning's headline. Adidas to release Predator. Naturally. Wait. Oh, that's one of the scouts. Nice. Paul Van Himst. No. The name vaguely does ring a bell, but I suspect that might just be because it was potentially brought up when we were in Belgium. I thought that was us against Juventus then. Juventus. Pineda's got a new deal. It meant, whoa! Well, okay then. Didn't think he would... Okay. You are B team rated, right? Oh, no, you're on loan. Good God. That's exciting. He does have very good technicals, in fairness. He's a fun player. Just yet another understudy. Kokota Dai's gone to Southend. We're getting Montpellier's head scout as well. Signifies that a young player has high potential to become a future star, often comparable to a famous player from the past. The level is based on the player's attributes, especially their ability PA and current ability CA. Okay. So I guess that just means... That means surely we have to pay attention to... No, I won't be doing that because I'm retraining him at the moment. We're going to have to keep an eye on Kafuchenko then, because it's just interesting to me. Because to me, Cafu would have had really high PA. right? Also, does the game base it on the PA of the player they're referring to as well? From the old databases or something? Because how would it... Is it just got a list of players in each position that it just compares them to no matter what? Regardless of the quality of that player. They're all considered, like, good players. Yeah, it makes you wonder if they have, like, a Legends PA or something. Late developer. To be fair, he's only, like, 17 now, I think. Oh, here's one for Don. Salernitana are in for Antonio Don Scotto. And Bayer Leverkusen for him as well. How do you guys keep picking these players? Your hit rate is surprisingly strong. Either way, I'm still a bit concerned about whether Kafachenko is even going to be any good, but it doesn't matter. We didn't spend a great deal of money on him. I think we only spent like 1.7 million. So it was worth it alone just to find a Ukrainian Brazilian left back. Dubbed the next Cafu. Loan offers for Sven Smates. If they didn't have future fees in it, I'd be tempted. Just to let Svenny get some football. But I don't want a future fee because I don't want him actually paying. Potentially and stealing him from us. He has to stick around, but it'd be nice to get him some football for a little bit. Particularly if they're going to pay. We'll try that. Just in case. Because the issue is, if we keep him around too long without playing him, he will then kick off and actually try to leave permanently, and that's the last thing we want. 22. True. Yeah, things were a little bit different then. News travelled slower in the 90s. Svenny's off to Alverca. He's gone to Harvey Barnes. Squad player. He's only likely to ever be a squad player. He's really not good. He wasn't even really good enough for us in Portugal, let alone where we are now. He's fine. Consider it this. Svenny has gone out as a missionary, right? To spread the word of the Church of Smates. Sometimes you have to do the Lord's work, even when you are the Lord, right? Right. We should have space here, I think. They don't have to be registered. You don't have to be, but also it doesn't matter if you are. You won't care. You don't have to be registered. Carvalho actually can be registered, I think. Yep. Amazing. Trying to see if there's... We can only bring 3 guys in anyway, and I think those will be the ones I bring in. Nice. Stops them from kicking off as well. Everyone else, I think it's because we've lost a few players and a few guys have gone out on loan, so it's like reduced the squad size. Or some people are counting as homegrown that weren't before, potentially. I think it's those guys. They weren't available before, were they? So, tremendous. So, Yildirim, he won't care, and he won't care. Amazing. I don't think he was a meme signing at Serang. Sven was actually a player that I liked the look of initially when we got his scout report through. But then upon joining us, didn't ever look that great after. I'm assuming this is the guy. Yes, James Sanderson's actually at Lancaster City. Not sure what division that is these days. National League North, in fact. This is his first season there. Hello, Chunky Funkster. Catch it from the beginning of the season. That's pretty impressive, actually. You'll have finished that by the time the recap for Sehai actually comes out. I'll be racing you. It'll be next week. Before I scouted him. To be fair, I did that with a lot of those guys, which is why when I was looking back to do the recap, actually only 3 of those guys really even worked out. There was William Ngoy, Johan Villain, Emmanuel Charon, and Sven Smates. Those 3 Belgians, those were the 3 free Belgians that really worked out for us. Because if you look at the ones we signed after that, there was Geert de Schrijver, but even Sammy Sausages didn't really turn out to be that good, did he? Proselytizing the Portuguese we didn't convert. Exactly. It'll be like the Liechtenstein or Luxembourg military where they went to World War II and came back with an extra bloke because they made a friend. That's going to be Sven. He's going to come back with new lads. In it, Anarith, I think that's probably why it's not available. I bet you there's a tool that could identify it too, in the same way that Slugs was able to make that tool that allowed us to find uses loan farm, or tends to use loan market thingy. And Ngoy wasn't great for Sarong, but he did allow us to sell him for quite a lot of money, if I remember correctly. It was also, was it a Somba? Or was that not Sarong? That might have been a different club, actually. I lose track. Who the This is what I mean. We still have... I mean, actually, he's not as good, is he? He's just playing really well out on loan, and I think the game might be lying about his PA. We still have Kwon Min Ho, by the way. Just casually chilling out on loan at Cadiz. This guy still exists. Korean international, left winger. We only loaned him out because we couldn't put him in the squad. At some point, there will be a chance to get him straight in there. This goalkeeper as well. Is he the goalie? Yeah, this guy as well. He's no Socorro, but he'd be a brilliant backup one day. And then there's even fucking... I totally forgot about Alexander Vargas. Just on loan at Luton this year. He's got 9 goals in the championship. He's an excellent footballer. He's just not quite got the pace, but he's going to make us a lot of money one day. Oh, this loan farm that we're not even intending to make, but somehow are making just because we keep signing so many Spanish teenagers is working delightfully well. Oh, in it, yeah. Did any of my predictions come true, Chunky? I've forgotten all the shit I spout. The Isaac Earl. Do you know what he is? He's a troublemaker, is old Isaac. The problem with any of the ones that are if they're non-EU and they're not from South America, it doesn't matter where we loan them, for example. Although, you're right. Vargas, that would have made more sense. Yeah, why did we loan him to Luton? I think we maybe just didn't have a choice. Yeah, I mean, it's not even building nation. It's just like, we needed somewhere to put all these players because we did funnel in. I wasn't expecting so many of the young Spanish guys we signed to actually be good. The idea was that it was going to work similar to how it did in Belgium, right? Where we take a load of them and we maybe get 1 or 2 good ones. The difference was we signed a few more of them than we did in Belgium, but also a larger percentage of these ones turned out to be good. And I still think it's something to do with the fact that when we turned the league on, it just generated a few, like, not glitched, but higher than you'd expect quality players. Which means, by the way, we're definitely going to do that again this summer because it's been 2 years since we looked at Spanish 4th tier players. So there might be a few more that we missed. The more you explain, I needed to drink. It's important. But, in fairness, actually, we don't buy cans anymore just because it's cheaper. I just think sometimes people have unrealistic expectations about the ability of a human being to exist sometimes, right? Natty Cappy was this summer. So that one will be a miss this summer. But we can just replace it. We sort of just do it every other year. So Natty Cappy 1 year, Spanish 4th tier guys the next year, I guess. Semi-final. Guys, well, yeah, I suspect that a lot of these guys we picked up are in that exact sort of range. But for now, that's brilliant. We've got Valencia away in the Copa del Rey. If we were to get through, Las Palmas have sacked another manager. Amazing. Photosynthesizer, I would if I could. Girona or Villarreal. So we've actually avoided any of the big guys. Well, not any of the big guys. We've got some of them, just not either of the 2 really big guys. A physio. I like that we've just got a notification about the physio retiring. Unfortunately, Chunky Funcher, one of the things that my brain is not particularly great at is moving on, because I take criticism quite poorly when I feel like it's unjust, I suppose. And as much as I'm working on it, I don't think I'm going to be able to work on that until I get medication, honestly. So forgive me. It's something I'm not... It's one of the foibles that I am aware of, but find it difficult to do anything about, unfortunately. The 3 really big guys. My apologies. I meant the 2... Actually, sorry. What I meant was the 2 big guys and the 1 absolutely massive guys. That's the guy. Against full of, he has to, basically. If we don't play him, he's going to leave at some point. And why would we want to miss out? We've had too many young players come through and then leave. I don't want it to happen again because I think he could be the best of the bunch, truly. He has this wonderful swagger and attitude when he's on the pitch that I've not seen in a player since probably the early Ryan Sessegnon days, and even he didn't have it to quite this extent. Amazingness. VOD 66 yet. That's a while away. You're probably in like the VOD mid-30s? Just goes, yeah, no. It's basically Chrysabian. It's one of those things where, as much as I try not to bring it up because I realize it could get tedious me talking about all the time, I know that it comes up more than it should do, and it's like a tough balance, right? Basically, I'm going through the process of getting diagnosed with ADHD at the moment, and that is one of the things that is quite a strong problem with that. I've come to learn over the past year and a half or so, basically. So what, me again? I mean, I didn't know, is Swaggerella a type of pasta? Because if not, it should be. It would just be penis-shaped. Yeah, we're still going to wait a little bit longer, but I've gone through to the stage where I'm going to be assessed. Just have to wait for it now, basically. You know how it be. Hashtag relatable. Not got the nickname. The Mattress Boys? Right. Yeah, I know, Rob. I'm always reticent when I feel like something has been... I just don't want it to become annoying for a viewer, basically. It's like, oh, here he goes. He's talking about it again. Do you know what I mean? Although I must admit, right, when you stream 4 hours a day, 3 times a week, especially lately where I haven't basically been outside much, less things have happened to me. You know, I'm not encountering geese. Oh my God, it's pissing it down. I have no geese stories for you. See you later, Chunky. It's the same with like with when's the recap coming, Matt? But I realise that's just because obviously people aren't able to watch the streams and therefore it's usually a different person. It's not like it's the same person asking all the time, right? Save players now. No, I'm going to save a starting 11 just for you, Basil. Yeah, we've got Girona in 3 days. I think that it's unlikely we're going to win the Copa del Rey. We've kind of done what we needed to do. Is that formation? It's success in formation form, Coventry fan. You love to see it. Is it? But touch the frog. Imagine if it was. I'm just saying. Interesting dreams lately. Actually, I did have a dream last night where Pog and I had just rented like an Airbnb with our friends, and then my dad was just there chilling. What a guy! Like it's just a strange one. When's the recap? Oh, I don't know, mate. Don't know. Next week, actually. That is the skin, Toast. It's fucking great, innit? Whose birthday was? Hang on, I missed the birthday. No more dogs being thrown into canals or the road. If you asked chat from last time. Oh yes, it's just Inferno again. Don't worry, chat. Pipe down. It's only Inferno. He's just a chill dude. To be fair, my dad has a wonderful way with words. So Pog and I obviously saw my dad at the weekend with my mum and my sister and all the people we were hanging out with. But my dad then sent me an email. Oh, speaking of which, it's someone pretending to be from OnePlus. Love to see it. He sent me an email, but it was just this brilliant first line. Hi, Matt and MZ. Actually, no, he said hi, MZ and Matt. Because fuck me, I guess, Dad, all right? It was great to see you both yesterday, both looking very smart and projecting much good cheer. Chat, my dad is Charles Dickens, and I'm fine with that. Amazing. Not with it, but yeah. Ah, dear. Get you a dad. Oh, my daddy's... My parents are great. Like, my dad is just like... He is the epitome of chill dude. Much good cheer projector. You heard it here first. I try to project much good cheer. I've just never seen it written like that before. I'll have to get my dad on stream one day, chat. It's not likely to be... I don't know why that would ever happen. I guess if they were here just while I was live for some reason. But yeah, what a guy. Actually, he probably wouldn't come on, to be fair. Get that on a shirt. I might just change that from World's Okayest streamer to best much good cheer projector. He does have a way. Where do you think I get it from? The classic MGCP straight out of E. Lee. Right, okay. I'm being distracted. Much good cheer. That could easily be one of those words that's like been mispronounced for decades, you know, like trying to think of one now and it's gone. Like Fenshaw, for example. Herholt. Yeah, we're going to fully rotate E for this one, I think. Well, as close as we can, anyway. On a mug. Maybe. Do you feel that would work quite well on a mug? Because what do you do with a mug? You cheer it much. We can put Lars and Lisa in as well. Much good cheer United. There ain't no much good cheer there these days, I'll tell you. Jose Garcia. At some point, maybe at the start of next season, I might just save a lineup that is just of these guys. So we can just throw them in whenever needed. Don't worry, I'm actually going to put Almeida in as well, but then swap them over. Marquez for Carvalho. And then just Almeida there to look after the troops. Actually, no. You know what? No. It's going to be... I wanted to do an Ayose pairing. Let's do it. Okay, Una off the bench. Look at that lineup. Garcia, Leeson... Actually, is there another young player I could play on the right instead? Is Arade available? Oh, he's on loan, isn't he? Yeah, I'll leave it at him. Nice. Rodash. I don't think Rodash is right-sided, is it? Or is he? For whatever reason, he's not available, which means he must be involved in the game today. And Pineda is on loan. Sorry, not Pineda. No, it is Pineda, isn't it? Supervisor mug. Yeah, very true. It is. What I'm trying to say is my dad's just a good egg, you know? He's one of those people that looks... He looks a lot younger than he is, and also is able to like do things that make that even more apparent. Oh, I've just taken a screenshot. Right, they have a samurai. Ooh, oh, they do. Manuel Agarici. Wait a minute, did he come through at fucking Leicester City? Got a San Marinese youth intake player, so he has English youth rating. Loaned to Bristol Rovers, Blackburn on loan, FC Köln for free, and now Valencia. That's fun. We like that. Where was he born? This is where he was born, in like Leicester. Sarraville, the only place in San Marino. Fair enough. That's amazing. Yes, my dad used to hand his... It was actually his VAT return, but I think it's possibly the same thing. I don't know. He used to drive to Southend to hand in his VAT thingy in person, which was great for us because it meant we got a trip to the seaside and we get to go get fish and chips. But it was always a bit of a stressful time because at the time I didn't realise that the reason he was doing that is because he'd left it so goddamn late. So there's that. Whereas I'm the exact opposite. I did my tax return on April 6th. What happened to me? I know. I guess it skipped a generation. It just means my son's going to be an absolute Donny. I guess. If I had other children. That's, bold. Just, I should ask, I should text my dad and ask him the same thing, just in case. Me having a son sounds, I think I'd probably forget. There's just other things in my life that I think I would need to work on first, you know? So for some reason Pog and I aren't married at the moment. Although I would just really quite like that, just so I can be like, my wife to Pog, you know? She's deserving of it. Such a character. It's like reading knowledge of old music. Oh, totally. Return. Does anyone else's dad do a thing where if you're meeting up with them, they send you a literal ETA, but it would be like, I'll be there at 1:23 as an example? Because my dad does exactly that with the phrase ETA involved as well. Because that's like classic dad behavior, isn't it? We're all of it. I suppose, yeah. I do that. Are you a dad as well? If not, you're preparing well for it either way. We are playing really poorly here, but that's okay because it is a very weakened side, so I'd expect it. There are 7 shows up close to 8. The 2 types of dad. Are you a type A dad or a type B dad? We get Sunny Test goes, yeah, probably. But think of the cool garms I would get out of it, cry about heat. Gee, Sakura's doing quite a good job here. I thought they said Boxing Day class for a second there. Matt, thank you for the 10 months.
Done one boxing class at the gym and my back hurts. I'm reach unk status, I think.
It do be seeming like you're reaching unk status. It would, yeah. Also, why is it every single corner now we're not defending it properly? Oh, good Christ. What on earth? Blue, I'll tell you what. I'll be waiting for you at Krispy Kreme just like last time. For your inevitable no-show. Never joke attack. Oh, yeah. I think once you hit like 25, the dad jokes start to become a thing anyway. Oh, shit, who's hurt himself? That's unfortunate, but we move. How easy do you reckon you could get ordained? Carvalho's actually played really well in this game, apparently, despite us having seen absolutely none of it. I do like seeing both of the Ayoses in our backline, though. It's just nice to see them playing together, proving that it's possible. Ah, it's a poor ball. Yeah, Kraken being hurt is not ideal because it just means we're down to Steinmetz constantly playing and, well... And I guess worst case scenario I could put Almada in there, but I don't really want to. Come on, Bilbao. The club that will probably buy you one day. Wow, that is an ambitious... I'm not even sure what that was. Crossfield pass. Yeet. It was a big yeet. The big kick. Do you know what? I feel like we're actually going to score off this. Something about the way we're building this play up is really kind of tasty. Carvalho, go on. Ah, it's a good save. Row you around the lake outside blue water? Never eaten at blue water myself. Usually, at most, when Pog and I are there, we just get like, well, Krispy Kreme. Just because I'd already done a crazy good run that day. I was like, I fancy a donut. And, you know, there's a deal on at Krispy Kreme at the moment. You can get 24 donuts for like 20 quid. Or is it less than that? It might be less than that. I think it was £12. It was some crazy deal. I used to do a thing where you could buy 12 normal donuts for 12 quid and get another 12 for like £1. I just don't understand how I got fat, chat. It will never be made clear to me. I'm trying to convince... Pog and I are trying to convince our mates to do Top Golf. Because it was actually quite fun the one time I did it. Hello, Lee. Need more sunlight right now. He looked... Middle of the night. It's a reflex though, isn't it? And the Samarinese guy scored. He goes, well, at least it's... Wait, was that the Samarinese guy? Shit. Pizza Hut opening in the near future. I mean, maybe... It depends on what reputation Pizza Hut has in Denmark, Basil. That's the thing. Matt Baggett is a brilliant... It's a real guy, if I recall. It varies heavily. Actually, even it varies in this country. Like, our Pizza Hut, our local one, is actually really good. And because of the amount of pizza restaurants in Ely, we always have crazy good deals going on. So that makes it useful as well. I'll tell you what, because my mate came over on Tuesday night, we ended up getting a takeaway from the Dutty takeaway, and it was especially Dutty. He and Pog both felt very unwell the next day. I, however, felt absolutely fine. However, when I was on my run yesterday, I was like, what is that smell? Turns out my sweat smelled like garlic bread. It was leaking out through my pores. That's how strong the garlic flavour was. Oh, go on. Ah, close though. I just smell. I was like, what is that? And I realised after a while it was exactly the same smell as garlic bread. So yeah, but that was normal. I mean, for us, half it is because other people haven't reached peak athletic performance yet. Turns out I'd shit myself. Yeah. The bottomless thing. No, that hasn't been a thing for a long time. Oh my god, what an effort! There used to be a Pizza Hut in Bishop Stortford that some friends and I would used to go to back in the day, and like they would race each other to see how much pizza they could eat on the bottomless buffet. Basically, I at the time didn't like pizza, so I missed out on these events. Ah shit, Mad's Bagger's about to bag Madders against us, isn't he? Cool. A garlic bread projector. I bet you there's one of those on Temu. Fucking what? Yeah, we discussed this the other day, Harv. I didn't like pizza until I was like 18 years old. Which, looking at me now and listening to me speak now, you would never believe was a fact, but it is. What was wrong with me? I don't know. I was an insanely picky eater as a child. Now I'm still quite a picky eater, but it's nowhere near as bad, to the point where you wouldn't notice it, you know? Ooh, over the bar. Bishop purchase of kale. Oh, for decoration. That's all it's good for. Other than being an elite defenseman for the Colorado Avalanche, but I'm guessing that's not the same type of kale. Actually, what am I doing there? That would be punishing the wrong people. We'll get Quinny in. Bill Bowles actually had an awful day. That's because he's not really there. It could be Andy, yeah. Potentially. Didn't like pasta until I was like 30. So there's that. Till Fulham was sponsored by the Heart. No, Fulham was sponsored by that prior to that, yeah. Who hated mushrooms. No, actually, ironically, loved mushrooms. I've always been a big fan of mushrooms. Strangely. Didn't like pasta until half. It's convenient that the two of those things have come along quite similar to each other. I'm just saying. You arrived in my life at a similar time that pasta did. With the towel so that pineapple belonged on pizza. I think that's overhated. I don't personally enjoy it on pizza, but I also feel like, you know what? If you enjoy it, then more power to you, right? We're getting ripped apart here, by the way. Hello, Wanderer. See, Metallica next July for... Oh, 3R. God almighty. I just don't think I could bring myself to spend that amount of money on music because I just don't think I like any band enough for that. Now that I think about it. Although it might just be because the bands I like tend not to... Is he going to get sent off here? Would never be that expensive to see in the first place, I suppose. Guan is a spot. I don't know. Not a huge fan of pineapple in general. Banana on a pizza, no. Actually, now we're getting silly. Just say it actually. So, I basically wanted to just kind of get one thing in order first, I suppose, Touch the Frog. Because... I suspect that is the thing. If there is other things, as there often are comorbidities with it, I suspect that the ADHD or whatever is the thing that is most likely having the most detrimental impact on my life and my work. So I figured I would focus on that first. And then if there's other stuff there too, then that's fine. But I suspect that the other stuff is probably what makes me socially awkward. Durian, isn't that fruit that smells like vomit, or is that cheese fruit? Or is that all of them? Who knows? Personally, I'm one of the people that finds that Parmesan cheese smells like someone's vomited on someone's feet. I love cheese. You know me. If you've been streaming long enough, you know I eat cheese in bed. I don't anymore, but I used to. Parmesan, can't touch it. To me, it smells and tastes like vomit on feet. With that, exactly. I think the later medications that they use now aren't actually technically that. Although maybe they are. I don't know. But either way, we'll just sort of see what happens. £30 on ticket in years. Yeah, I don't know. Pog and I had... Oh, that's annoying. I can't remember how much our day seeker tickets cost. It probably wasn't as much as that. He's suspended and injured at the same time. You had it today? Oh, really? How do you think that went? Are you based in the UK? About in cooking? No, honestly. We even admit it from Chef Pasta. So Alterbridge. It wasn't Pink Pop, was it? Or is it? I swear there's a festival in Belgium that's called something like Pink Pop or something. And I remember seeing a really old video of Alterbridge playing there back in, like, we're talking like before 2010. Because I got into Alterbridge through my mate. Grass Pop, that's what I was thinking of, yeah. Pink Pop. I knew it was something pop. Go watch the Midnight. To be fair, Pog and I saw the Midnight at the Roundhouse, and I think it was in Camden. It was a similar price to that. There was a really good show as well. Do not have brain cancer. Well, fucking brilliant. Why didn't you say so? I suppose it's a weird one, isn't it? It's where it's like celebrate when you don't have it. It's sort of like stasis, isn't it? I hope you're okay, man. That's awful. I mean, it's not awful. It's obviously it's great that you don't have that, but then have they figured out what it is and can they treat it? That's the most important thing, right? Is getting the treatment. It's good to know that you don't have it, obviously. But, you know, it would help a lot more if they could figure out what's actually going on, right? Go to 90s ice cream, Twister, 100p. We have mini Twisters in the fridge right now. In fact, on Tuesday night, after we'd had that takeaway, while we were watching Twisters, we ate Twisters. Because the thing I like about Twisters as well is the mini ones you can get from Tesco or whatever. They last for quite a long time if you eat them the right way. They're quite filling, and they're only 39 calories. So it's great when you're trying to lose weight like I am. There's a nice little sweet treat that doesn't actually contain all that many calories. I didn't know your wife was spicy like me. Potentially. Is it actually? This is the problem, right? This whole thing came about originally, like 2 years ago, when someone in chat just went, Matt, when were you diagnosed with ADHD? And I was like, what? This was like late 2022. His wife has an OnlyFans too. How do you know? #1 subscriber. Different spice. She's actually an accountant. Blue light cards for concerts. £4. You should get them on Vinted. Not the biggest fan. I love it. Just going anyway. Fuck it. Why not, right? Istra. Shame that we didn't get this report before we found that centre back, really. 9 months. Holy Christ. Oh, sorry. Did I just miss something here? And it's just a private thing. Is it right to choose? Because that's what I used. This is what chat informed me of. Like being around you spicy people. I like it. You're like, you know that meme where it's just a field full of sheep, but then there's like a white Great Pyrenees in the middle, and it's like spot the imposter. You're the Great Pyrenees. You look after us. Starting got Belgium caps? No. I think it's unlikely that he ever will. Vintage Convert. Oh, I'm a big fan. This was from Vintage, Stewie. £4 for a Fulham training top. It's really comfortable as well. Of course, 9 months is a long time. My waiting time was apparently 18 weeks at the most, and that was in April. But I guess it depends on which provider, potentially. I just sort of followed the stuff that chat told me, and they were, as usual with these things, absolutely spot on and very, very helpful. Once I... Yeah, £4. Rip me off. How dare you, sir? There was a Spurs one on there, but they wanted to pay me, and I was just like, I don't know. Right. 4 days till Barca. We'll have to rotate against Barca anyway, right? Because Girona matters more. Player shots from Fulham. I do actually, yeah. One second. Let me just sort this lineup out, and then I'll talk about it. Raul Porto. Oh, I like that they put Raul in as the default now. Marquez, Thiago, Herholt, Steinmetz, Mekawai, Almada, Martinez. Lovely. Obviously not Opry here. I feel like my assistant is picking the bench a bit. Why has he only picked 10 subs? Lad, we're going to have to discuss this. Jose Garcia for a start. We'll have a bit of Almeida. Since I was mentioned. You just summon people. It's how we work. We'll have Magari as well. Why the hell not, right? So, but it works, right? Psychiatry UK. Ah, yes. So if I recall correctly, the Psychiatry UK one is your missus. Oh, no way! You'll love to see it. I must admit, there was a split second where I was like, what? It's a double date now, chat. Be on your best behaviour. I haven't had the assessment yet, no. I'm only... I'm going through ADHD 360. I had everything's put forward, and I basically got a message from them in the start of April. No, middle of April, basically saying 18 weeks maximum. So I'm guessing that's like late August. So it might be sooner than that, but I haven't heard anything from them since. I'm just kind of waiting. Essentially, I bypassed the GP element of things because they just kind of went, yeah, no, we'll let someone else do this. New provider. Oh, really? Spanish Wonder Kids. We looked at Raul earlier because we were doing a little bit of a... We like to do this where we just basically look at him and go, God, ain't he great? But we haven't looked at Socorro. So remind me after the game, we'll do like a look up and I'll 100% have a little look. Not waiting 5 years. Oh, exactly. I didn't even know that was a thing until chat told me, basically. I would say so, Chris Javian, because as far as I know, the Psychiatry UK thing is like this weird middle ground between... It is technically right to choose, is it not? But it's like another one that's got quite a long waiting list because of it. Oh my God, he's missed it. But as for Fulham shirts, I have loads. I have a Joe Bryan one. In fact, technically I have two Joe Bryan ones because one of them was a misprint. So they sent another one out for free, which is kind of cool. Squad a little too big. No. What makes you think that? What am I doing? I'm trying to shout at players there. I have... Yeah, the double Joe Bryan ones. I've got a Brian McBride one from 2004, which is really cool. It's the blue away kit. Like the light sky blue away kit the Fulham have for like one season. My parents got that for Christmas when I was like 14. I've got a Brian McBride one from the year before, which is the black, I think, third kit. That's signed by Brian McBride as well, which I bought on eBay about 20 years ago. I also have a Clint Dempsey one, which was the LG-sponsored AC Milan looking one. That was cool. I don't actually have that many with the names on the back now I think about it. Most of them I just buy outside of that. I've got the oldest one I have is a Dabs one. A Dabs.com 2003 shirt, the white home kit. That was the first Fulham shirt I ever bought. Come on, Tiago. Oh, it's beautiful. What a guy. 900 adverts. Jesus Christ. I only put 899 adverts, James. I'm so sorry.
In winter,
William Parrott, thank you very much for the follow. But yeah, sorry, the misconception about our squad, the reason it looks big there is because I have the B team selected as well, because we have a lot of B team players that I want to be able to use in first team games, but only when they're not playing in B team games that same day. So it's essentially, the squad looks basically twice the size that it actually is on our main squad page because of that. Because I don't want to move them to the first team because then they'll be ineligible for B team games. But if I put them in the B team and just call them up whenever I need them, or want to put them in for a game, provided they're not already in a game that day, it just allows us to give some of the B team guys chances in the first team. And I think it's actually quite a good system. Well, it certainly worked for us so far anyway. What was that, 15th goal of the season for Thiago Enrique as well? What a guy. This would be a huge win if we actually beat Girona, because they're a good team. They're one of the big teams. Looking at you, Atletico. Can you just request the change provider? I did not know that. Not that I've had... I mean, the fact that I've even got this far is a goddamn miracle, honestly. Oh, come on, Raul. Turn provider now. Whip it across. There's a completely free body in the box, and it's not who I thought it was going to be. It's Bilal, of all people. 2-0 to Tenerife. He had about 7 players to pick out, in fairness. Yeah. Like, originally when I first did this, I actually tried to go fully privately, but the costs were eye-watering. I just love how many players that bypassed to finally get to him there. The one arm colour shirt. Which one is that? Or is that our shirt? Breda Hangeland. Oh, Breda Hangeland. What a guy. Obviously, I have loads of other shirts too, but I don't really buy Fulham shirts that often these days just because they've all got fucking dodgy gambling sponsors on them, right? The reason I like this one a bit more is despite the fact that it does have one on the sleeve a little bit, it's got You know, I don't like them. I wish they'd, as I say all the time, I wish they would release the Fulham women's kit for sale, because I'd buy that in a heartbeat. It's so nice. Mostly because it doesn't have the dodgy gambling sponsor on the front. It's got AEW on it instead, which is much cooler, and it looks really like clean on the spot on the kit as well. We're actually making them look really average here. I'm impressed. Yeah, exactly. I was hoping to get into a large child's shirt, because at one point they had Royal Caribbean sponsors on them, which also looked really, really cool. Exactly. So I just figured that it was not going to be worth it to me. To be fair, they wanted like 200 grand. 200 grand? That would have been excessive even for them. They wanted 2,000 quid, Nebula Grit, for the assessment alone when I... PRB going on. To be fair, my fiance's dad is on Manjaro at the moment because he has a... basically, he has a partially collapsed lung. That's sort of like a chronically partially collapsed lung. And what the fuck? That means that exercise is incredibly difficult for him due to that, but if they can get him to lose a lot of weight first, there's some other things they can do. So, and he's actually found it quite successful so far. I think he's lost like 3 stone, which is pretty sick. Do you know one thing? Japan, as we all know, with their Adidas kits, have some goated kits. There's loads of those on Vinted if you're interested, and you can usually get them for like 15 quid. There's some great ones on there. Women's shape. Oh yeah, like the women's cut of the shirt. That would suck as well. Do you know what? I'd still buy it. I'd wear it upside down since I have the opposite of an hourglass shape. Naughty Daddy Roy Cropper. Thank you very much for the follow. Payich is actually doing some bits, is he not? Favorite save. I tell you what, right, Gegs. This one is actually getting up there the longer I play it, and I wonder if that's more just because it's a nice little refreshment from doing the same save as much as I have been, potentially. But I'm enjoying the shit out of this save right now. Still an hourglass. Fuck off. Do you know what? You've got me. I have no response to that. You are absolutely spot on. 64 kg by putting Beat Save. Oh. Sensational. To be fair, I did once lose 3 stone playing FIFA on an exercise bike. No, I totally believe you. Also, Mithro, did anyone tell you that your missus is much funnier than you? I imagine you get it all the time. This is how I feel when people say this about Pog, which is all the time. Oh, new Brazil women's kit. Let's have a look. They're just... Ooh. I think the problem with the Brazil kit is that at the end of the day, it's always just going to be that, isn't it? They're just never really that creative. It literally could be any Brazil kit. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of them just because they're clean, but they're so clean. It's like there's just nothing about it that interests me, to be honest. It's very... Every Brazil kit is a solid 7 out of 10. But I feel like they never deviate from that. There's never... I don't think there's any bad Brazil kits either, really. But there isn't any good, like, outstanding Brazil kits that I'm like, I really want to buy that. It just looks like a Brazil kit, doesn't it? Is Brazil the most pigeonholed team as far as national team kits go? It's a perfect 5 out of 7, isn't it? Have you got a link to the men's one? This is where you send me the most gopping piece of crap entirely. I bet there are some nations whose national team kits, there's just so little wiggle room as to what they can do with them. And it usually comes with nations that have fewer colours in their flags. Yeah, I think the players are what makes the kit iconic. Some of the customers, yeah, but the fact they've had to do that. We've just comfortably swept past Girona and are now fully back in the Champions League battle again, by the way. Just while we're busy paying almost no attention. Do you know what? I'm going to remember something. Allow it, fam. This might only happen once, so let's just... Let's have a look at old... Jesus. I wish he was worth 69 million. It feels like this is a missed opportunity, some might say. But I'm seeing little bumps there, which is the most important thing. Said every traffic officer. Good lord. Yeah. I think we're going to be okay. Is this the one? Will it actually let me click it? The thing I don't like about this kit is the yellow is too pale, and I believe it's been made paler by the fact that it's got the white pattern on it. Yeah. No, I see your point. Also, Sakura is absolutely crushing it. Static Lullaby. God, that's a... Is this the cover of Britney Spears? It is, isn't it? If I recall correctly. This isn't, I don't think, but yeah. Yeah, the yellow's a bit too pale. I get that. I think... I actually normally prefer the Brazil away kit most of the time. It does a bit, doesn't it? It's like, Brazil, wake up, honey, you haven't had your amoxicillin yet. Hello, Zikoi. Yeah, our first European games aren't to the beginning of March because we got to skip around to the Conference League. End of sentence. It sounded like I had more to say there, and I realised I didn't. For once. We still don't even know who we're playing yet. Have we got the draw for the next round, at least? We do. So we would play the winners of one of these games. Bloody hell. I mean, realistically, I would quite like to play the winner of this at some point, just so that we can get knocked out early-ish, but not too early. There's some quite strong sides in here, honestly. Although it would be nice to get through one round. So Samson's Ball versus Rook would be a nice winner to play. I just like scanning through Vintage and just seeing all of the crazy... some of the cool kits... Have I nicked... Hang on. Before I start laughing at how funny everything is... No, this is just a real guy. Thierry Henry is up front for Villarreal. I thought I'd nicknamed him or something. Okay. Good to know. I question this so much now. New France kits. I haven't seen them, actually. Most of the time, I see most things from football kits because you guys show me them. I kind of like that. It's kind of retro. What? Oh, Red Molotov, by the way. Really interesting kits on their website because they're all about like TV shows and movies. There's some really fun ones in there. Got to say, I think he's too expensive. Wait. Is that it? I think France have a similar issue, actually, to Brazil. So Bellingham has just knocked out them. That is actually... But, like... I think the only thing that makes that different is because it's got the nice collar. And I think the blue just works really nicely with the white. That's one of the things I look forward to over the summer, actually, is the kit announcements. Because obviously some teams announce them like this season. I always find it weird when teams announce their kits for the next season, but then start wearing them this season. It's like, no, what are you doing? That's like opening your Christmas presents in November. Stop it. Get some help. Oh, wow, that is a very deep red streak, isn't it? He's going to kill someone. Oh, yeah. This is the problem with chat, because most streams go by and there's usually a couple of shirt links put in. Oh, that's actually right on this day. I haven't bought any for a while, to be fair. I didn't even buy that Tenerife one that someone sent me on classic football shirts. I'm still waiting to try and get one on Vinted for like a tenner. Okay. Kilmarnock versus Lons is just a great tie in general. Man United third kits can sometimes be great. Weirdly, the thing I don't like about it is the blue. I actually think if it didn't have the blue and it was just yellow and black, I would prefer that. I think if they're going to have that blue on it, they needed to have more blue in various places. But I've realised there's a limit to how much blue Man United could realistically have on it. He's already up there. Okay, I suspect he's probably going to break that. What? I'm going to press so much continue later, you're not going to know what's hit. We're going to play some European football today, damn it. Black kits always look good, really. Hence why I like this shirt. Not that this is even a kit. It has a really weird fabric. It's like, it's not a t-shirt, but it's not like a football shirt running top fabric either. It's like a blend of the two. It's hard to explain. Like, I wouldn't go running in this because it feels like it would get too, the sweat would get too, like, wicked into it. But also, it just feels a bit too football shirty at the same time. Because they're quite good. I appreciate that. If only everyone took that approach, that'd be a bit weird, wouldn't it? Black one. Ooh. This one. The amount of cookies I've agreed to. Ooh. I kind of hate the fact that it looks like a render. I'd like to see it actually as a shirt, because I feel like sometimes renders, because of the way the lighting works, that's unfortunate. I mean, is it really? He actually played a game for us, to be fair. Tom's away kit, I haven't. I've barely seen any kits. Cookies is a good job. I know. How to look on the players? Yeah. Engagement. That's true. If half the engagement on most videos I put out when I do is just people correcting my pronunciation, without that, how would YouTube know to push it into the algorithm? And tune up. Whoa. Andorra are doing an immense job at not being relegated, despite the fact they've conceded 100 goals or something. 54 already this season. But yeah, there they are. Somehow not getting relegated. I respect that out of them. Real Madrid are not quite on the numbers of last season. Do you know what? Our goal scoring is actually kind of up there with some of the Champions League sides. Including Barcelona. Although admittedly they've got a game in hand on us, but still. Makes more news than a quiet. Well, I guess, yeah. I try not to be a tosser, but it just happens naturally sometimes, you know. I'm a wemp by nature. We'll bring in Carachea. I might give him a little rest for Vandalay. Oh, no, we won't. It's Barcelona away. Am I realistically... Oh, we've got 7 days anyway. So it honestly doesn't really matter, does it? Yeah, it'll be fine. Comment section to correct him with the farm. Yeah. I don't do that on purpose. It just happens naturally as a result of the fact that as much as I am a perfectionist, I'm still liable to make errors all the time, which is actually more annoying in a way, because it means that not only have I absolutely tried my hardest not to make any errors, but it still happens anyway. Ever been to Bristol? Do you know what? No. Not like actively to Bristol. It looks like graphing paper, and I don't hate it. It's still somehow kind of clean, but I feel like I should be drawing like a... Fuck. Like a Bitcoin price graph on it. Where's the pips? Looks a bit empty. Thomas Delaney. I guess you want a player that you're not likely to lose. I mean, what's the situation with Bargy? How's he getting on these days? Because I feel like I've heard less about him from a... he's not the flavour of the month for Twitter tacticos, is what I mean. For the time being, anyway. Lamine Yamal, though... Oh, wow. That was actually really good goalkeeping until it wasn't. Oh, you have an ACL injury. That would explain it. Lack of actually playing football. Delaney. Was Delaney ever at Werder Bremen? And I don't know why I feel like he was for some reason. I feel like for some reason he feels like a Werder Bremen player. He was, okay. I think it's because when he was at Werder Bremen, Fulham tried to sign him from them. That must be why I think of that. Is he Dortmund as well? Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Doing mentally. Yeah, damn right. Everyone always asks where is Rooney Bargy, but never how is Rooney Bargy. I don't think we've got much hope in hell of actually getting a result out of this. And also, with the way things are going, it looks like it's kind of cutting us off from the top four now. And it really is just a battle between these teams here for the other European places. And I think we'd... Oh, man. We'd be okay over the rest of the season. Usually once we get through these little games against Real Madrid and Barcelona, the rest of the matches feel fairly winnable. If it wasn't for that run of draws we had earlier this year, there was a problem. Did you guys see that Irish side are going to be getting £3 million because of a 20% sell-on fee in the Liverpool-Brentford deal for Kelleher, which I think is sick. Because they're not even like a pro team, are they? They're just a team. Imagine getting that kind of money just out of nowhere. It's like, it's the FM player's dream, actually. The original Matt O'Reilly. By that, do you just mean he has loads of nationalities? Because I can't remember which nationality Matt O'Reilly's under these days. Is it Norway or is it Denmark? Shit, we are actually getting a bit rinsed here. Robert Decker, literally, it's £3 million for a club of that size. Peace will solve some of the clause, though. Ah, that sucks. Denmark. Oh, is he Denmark now? I've had him declare for so many different nations. Well, 3. I've had him... Which save was it that he played? There was a save I had Matt O'Reilly on. It might have even been Treaty United or something, where he declared for Norway in that save. We're a bit unlucky. Socorro's actually had an underrated bad day. HJK, no. Oh, was it? No, we weren't there long enough, right? I only did like 2 seasons at HJK. I remember having Emmanuel Adebayor at HJK, though. That was weird. $1.5 million. That's so... I love those clauses. One of my other favourite ones is when you hear about a club who, as part of a transfer deal, got gifted some tracksuits and stuff too. That's always good. I mean, you had to go for cheap. Yeah, true, yeah. Yeah, imagine if they got even more... Oh, dear. Luis, you're looking a little bit flappy here, bud. Gifted tracksuits, yeah. I think in American sports, they'd refer to it as future considerations. Yeah, we're playing like crap for once. It would be so cool if in FM in the lower leagues, you could just throw in random things as part of transfers. Like, I will keep the vending machine in the locker room stocked for 2 years. Things like that. As long as we don't lose as badly as Andorra did. Oh, God, who's hurt himself now? It's everyone. Fuck it. We'll roll the subs because everybody's tired anyway and nobody's playing well. And the points don't matter. Wow, Bortea's having a proper shitter lately. We have had a few unfortunate injuries lately that I do think have actually knocked us back a bit. I'm just bringing on random people at this point. Casual Fridays as manager, maybe. To be fair, when I'm around, every day is a casual Friday. Even Wednesday. It's not Wednesday, Matt. It's Thursday. Fuck me. Like, originally my plan actually this week was to just work on my day off on Friday to finish the recap video. And then I remembered I have to take my car like an hour away to the mechanic at like 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So that's good. Atletico's on top because... do you know what? No, I'm not going to be a dick. My brain just immediately went because they have more points than the other teams in the league, and that's how the league sorting rules work. I've done it anyway. What I mean is, basically, Atletico have just got an insanely good squad this season, and Real Madrid and Barcelona just keep falling over each other because they are massive, basically. It's a bit of a surprise for us to see them up there as well. I don't think they've even lost a game yet this year. They are definitely up there. Yeah, my car... Well, bear in mind, last week we took it in to get an assessment on it because we pretty certain we were leaking brake fluid, and turns out we were in fact leaking brake fluid, but it's because the ABS pump is broken again. So we're getting that fitted again. Pog and I watched a video last night, and now we really want to, at some point, if we can, buy an old BMW Z3 just to have as a fun car, because you can get them for like 1,500 quid. Just a convertible BMW Z3 for the summer. Well, no, that was last week when she took it in and it got it resolved, but they didn't have a pump in stock. So I'm taking it tomorrow to get that fitted, basically. Yeah, but we have to look for a mechanic that's more local, but it's a question of time. Taylor's video, yeah, I did. Yeah. Yes, we watched Taylor's video about the BMW, yes. And I sat there afterwards going, God, I'd really like a Z3. Just a shitbox one. Just to have in the summer for fun. That would be so. I want a car like that, just as a fun one that's like a shitbox, but it's a fun shitbox. So like when I found that 2-litre Vauxhall Calibra Turbo on Auto Trader, I mean, now I feel like MX-5s are just like, it's almost cliche. Stronger than not to. Yeah, but if I'm paying nothing for the car in the first place anyway, it feels like it's a case of, it's not like I'm having to worry about depreciation. And like, I would like to, basically Pog and I at some point want to get a project car that we can actually learn to work on ourselves. So that's why I'm not so bothered about things like that. Desert Marathon video. Yeah, it was amazing, Basil, honestly. I was looking forward to that video for months, and it was a banger. That's my favourite type of content they make. Too tall to try it. Are you like Clarkson in the aerial atom where your head's sticking out the top? Says Matt Card. Hey, I'm a different type of cliche, right? A friend of mine has a V6 Mercedes. It's a shitbox, but it's an old V6 Mercedes. It's quite fun, actually. It does sound very nice. And it's a convertible. I still think he should have bought the Buddhist hearse with the money that he got for his insurance payment, though. See, this one, I'm not convinced this is like this looks like a training top of some form. Because I did see this exact top. But I'm just not sure exactly what it is. Is that a medium? Yeah, it is. I think that is actually on my watch list. But it says, yeah, so basically his car he used to have an Abarth 500. and it got stolen. But somehow the insurance payout for the car was more than he actually paid for the car. So he had quite a lot of money sitting around, and his choices of what he wanted to buy were either this silver Mercedes convertible with a V6, or a Buddhist hearse. And you might be thinking to yourself, okay, but is that not just a hearse with some sort of extra thing? I assure you it is not. It looks like a moving temple on the top of an old American station wagon. I promise you. I think I actually did show it on stream about 3 years ago. The exact one that he nearly bought on eBay. It was like 14,000 quid. We've actually not got to the European games yet today because the European games are so far away. They're not until the start of March because we're obviously progressed through a round without doing anything yet. Okay, good. We've beaten... Okay, that's better. I'm trying to get my foot down a little bit now and press continue a bit faster. Same as my eye. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's even worse, because if you were, like, extra tall, you'd be fine, because you could see over the top of it. But if it's directly at eye level, you're kind of screwed, right? Yeah. We're talking this type of jobby. Now you're thinking, holy shit. That's what it was like, but it wasn't so gold. It was more ornate. Yeah, I'm going to go full Aaron on the spacebar. Speaking of which, the podcast that Aaron and I did last week is up today, as I'm taking on some more responsibilities on the FM show these days, which is cool. It's gopping. But is it? Yes. Pretty much. They are fun, though. Yeah, Pokemon, I just want to get another... Well, I don't want to get... I just wanted, like, something that's a bit different and a bit fun that we can learn and stuff. Aaron's gone, hey, well, he's just busy because he's prepping... He's getting married really soon, so he's been absolutely, like, rushed off his feet, sorting stuff out for that, doing, like, this course and stuff about that. So, well, that's what he was talking about. Well, I spoke to him last week anyway. I think he's in a similar position to me, really, where we're just not quite sure what we want to do with the YouTube stuff. What kind I have at the moment is just a boring 09 Ford Focus, which I love because it's just a good car, but it's not fun, is it? It's just a car. It's only the second... I've only ever owned 2 cars in my life, and I've been driving for 17 years. I get a good value out of them, you know? Brit that owns Santos Laguna shirts. Sai has an amazing amount of football shirt collection. Not only that, his knowledge of football shirts is encyclopedic. It's crazy. 3 cars in the last 2 years. Hello, Dan. I can't even say thoughts on the game. The game was too long ago at this point. How's it going, man? I see you're selling your car, actually. Speaking of cars. Now's a good time to talk about that. It's not a Proton Jumbuck, no. Sadly not. Although, what I would say is there is an old 90s Subaru hatchback in the city, and it looks so sick. Fix or repair daily. I find them actually okay. I quite like Fords. I've not had huge issues with them for the most part. The only issue I had with my previous car was entirely self-inflicted. So, I don't know, I actually think they're pretty decent. Like, yeah, I like them. I've only ever had Fords, to be fair. I've driven other cars, obviously. Like, the rental car I had in Malta was an absolute piece of shit. There's also a Mark 1 Golf around here too, which is really cool. I prefer seeing cars like that. I don't know if you're like, if that's just, it's like weird about me, but like, I would much rather see an old Mark 1 Golf than, I'd get more excited about seeing that than I would have seen like a Lamborghini Aventador. Do you know what I mean? Unreliable cars. I don't know. Jaguar Land Rover doesn't start with an F. Just bought a Golf. Oh, you actually bought another one as well. Did you sell your old one yet? Ford in Europe seems to be, I don't know. I know a lot of people with Fords have never had any issues. Like, obviously there's little things that go wrong, but are they still unbeaten? They are. 24 games in, and Atletico are 10 points clear, still unbeaten. They've not won a single title in this save. I like that Getafe guy from TNS is the top scorer. Audi Quattro. Oh, that would have been nice. My ex-girlfriend's best friend wrote off 4 Audi TTs. 4. In the space of 2 years. They've conceded quite a lot of goals. It was Barcelona that's got the insane DS rates. Right, yeah, fair enough. I mean, the one you were selling looked in good nick. I mean, I'm just saying from what I saw on your Instagram story. How the hell? Because she was incredibly irresponsible and had a lawyer that could somehow get her out of things that she had no right to be getting out of. And one of them, she wrote off by driving the wrong way on a dual carriageway. Yeah, she was one of those people who, and she never somehow got any kind of criminal record for the things she did on a car. It was crazy. I could never understand how she got out of it, basically. But her parents were incredibly, not even just well off, but she was not Viking, no. They owned a chain of pubs, and they weren't just like rich, they were powerful from on a local level. Not long as a license, I don't know. I haven't seen this. I haven't even spoken to my ex-girlfriend in 15 years. It's lovely to see you, Dan. I hope you're well, friend. I hope life is treating you good. Do you like my Fulham training shirt? Was she JD Weatherspoon? It's true. Her name was Natasha JD Weatherspoon. Speaking of girlfriends. Oh, mine's great. Look at her. Look at her. She's beautiful. Look at the way she's dressed, chat. I look like slop. Shit on the floor compared to that.
That's what I wear to work.
That's what you wear to... Yeah, but I know, but you're not normally at work on stream. Look at her. Who won the snooker game?
Me.
God damn. Pog's been for our interview, you see, chat. Sold 3 90s Fulham shirts for £500. I'll tell you what, Dan, I've got some older Fulham shirts that seem to be gaining a lot of value as well. Librarian in superhero mode. That kind of works. Have you got another of those giant focaccia breads? She's just munching on a loaf of focaccia bread. I respect it. How do you think it went, Pog? 500 games.
What?
How do you think the interview went? I can press continue. Went okay, okay.
Right, I'm happy.
You're happy?
But I'm not trying to get my hopes up.
Yeah, no, but that's understandable. But it's also nice to...
I'm trying to find out. They said they might find out by the end of the day tomorrow.
Oh, that's quick.
But a month for the second round of interviews.
Do you think there's many candidates then?
But they might have to rearrange one for an interview for next week, so I don't hear tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
They'll let me know saying yeah.
Okay. Either way,
We'll see.
it's cool that you got this far. I think they'd be lucky to have you. I think it's a cool ass job. Is it Monday to Friday? Yeah, that's fine though. You Monday. What about the hours? Those are maxing out at 5, which is crucial. Nice. 9 to... Well, yeah. But maxing out at like a standard... But that's okay. It's not like it's 9 o'clock at night, is it? Hey, Dan, you should get these on Vinted, mate. That's where I do all my shirt shopping these days. Where's the big break start? Where's John Virgo? Sorry, that was a chat. That was a joke solely for people who are over the age of 35 and in this chat right now and existed in Britain in the 90s. NUFC Pro, thank you for the 13 months.
Apologies for the lateness. The phone will not stop ringing at work. Imagine having to do bloody work instead of watching some Tenerife action.
I know. Unbelievable. The temerity of them to make you do work on a day like today. Unfathomable. I'd take Atalanta. Okay. Who do we want then? Club Brugge? Braga? Brugge versus Braga would be quite funny, although they can't really be drawn together, can they? I wouldn't actually mind an easy draw for the first round. Because then... Did she say Tenerife? She may well... Oh, she says Tenerife... Yeah, she does actually. For whatever reason. Can't get Fulham, obviously.
I'm trying to see Pastaman was there.
Was Pastaman not there?
Oh.
Levski, oh Christ. Besiktas or Braga, maybe? Hoffenheim. Whoa. I can't remember the Big Break theme song. Besiktas might be... Good God. We're actually going to be playing Ammonia.
Is that bad?
No, it's the fact that we've already played them this season. We already beat them in the group. Didn't we beat them 6-0? Right, so we're probably going through. Although, on the plus side, Steve, when you watch this on the VOD, because I know you're not in today, I hope you're well, firstly. I hope you're recovering well from your illness. We get to play against you again. Good. Basically, Jamie, we're a bit worried about going too far, because if we were to get to the final and lose, we'd have to resign from our job. And I quite like the team that we're assembling here and the youngsters we've got coming through, and I would really not like to resign. Basically. That's why we're not fussed. Just win. Just win. With any luck, we'll get drawn against Fulham in the next round anyway. In fact, technically, it should already be set now, right? We are not on a good side of this draw. That's what worries me a little bit. We are, as far as I know, because of the way that FM works, I believe it is this round when it sets it in. Hoffenheim and Braga. There's actually quite a lot of good sides on this side. Besiktas, Club Brugge, Braga, Hoffenheim. Actually, none of those guys were top 8 except for Hoffenheim. Yeah, I think they're better than us. It's just tough to say. I mean, at the end of the day, we're going to be playing younger players anyway because we want to give them football, but still. The worst case scenario would really be reaching the final and it being Fulham. Because we would probably lose to Fulham. Yeah, Shamrock, the thing is, Shamrock Rovers, as much as they are top 8, they are very, very beatable. Oh. Fulham are knocked out. I think we could win it. No, I'm actually okay, Pog. I think it would be... It's still tough, particularly with the final and the inexperience of our players. Although, there's a lot of positive developments going. We did win the group stage. So we're clearly one of the better sides in here. Well, I wouldn't... Oh, if Fulham got knocked out and it was because we beat them in the final, then I'd be over the goddamn moon, because it means we would have, 1, qualified for the Europa League next year, 2, not lost our job, and 3, won a European trophy and an Outcast to Icon save. Which usually I don't normally do until I've won the final, the Champions League. I don't think I've ever won a Conference League, or certainly not Conference League, or even a Europa League on one of these saves before. It's high risk, but I think, honestly, if we were to win it this season, it would be the last time we'd ever play in this tournament anyway, because I don't think we'd be dropping back to a point where that would be possible. When is the Ammonia game? So it's 12 days. Wow, we've got 4 games in 12 days. Amazing. Luckily, the team are refreshed. Long Swiss name. Swiss. That sounds very Malagasy. As far as that name goes, he sounds Malagasy. Throwing semi-finals. I'm not saying I'm throwing it, but like we literally couldn't, because we can only play the players we have. The squad is registered, right? Winner through, but not forced to be the same team. True. It's all those things that you sort of need tweaking. It's because when I originally came up with the rule set, the Conference League didn't exist, which meant that you essentially weren't in much danger of that, really. And honestly, I genuinely think if we don't win the Conference League this year, we won't be playing in it again next year anyway, because I think we're now at a stage where we're pushing towards Europa Champions League most seasons. And obviously, once we start getting Champions League football regularly, we're not going to be winning that anytime soon anyway at that point, because of the amount of teams you'd have to overthrow. But it would also relieve a lot of us, because it's like, well, we're not going to be losing our job anytime soon either, unless something crazy happens. Which could still happen, remember. This is a Journeyman save, which means if they got taken over, the board could sack us for no reason. Like, that's always lurking in the background in saves like this, that can happen, whereas it couldn't do in a normal save if we'd just taken over as, you know, manager normally. Do I want to change any of the bench shots? Whoa. I didn't realize you could do that. Okay, that's good news. Makes my life a little bit easier. We're at home at least. Oh, they've got that ridiculous Ukrainian striker. Yeah, he's a bit ridiculous. Yeah, that would, to me, playing Octatrek would be throwing. There's a difference between me playing some younger players in the game that I still think are good players because they're in our squad in the first place, than actively throwing it, like playing players out of position, stuff like that, or changing the tactic in some way, right? Because we're going to be playing younger players anyway. You okay, Pog? Yeah? Sure? You smell like focaccia bread. Just like my sweat smelled like garlic bread yesterday. Who wants Steiny? I didn't see that he was wanted, actually. Particularly it's outside of a window, which suggests it's likely to be Saudi, if I had to guess. Or it's not. It's Leeds United. Oh, Octotrek is almost too serious. It's the most serious tactic alive. Where are Leeds? Leeds seem to be for everybody. Okay, Pog. Also, Borough have fallen off hard. They were like cruising. Careful, Pog. Also, Chelsea have got a guy called Guga. Gustavo. That makes sense. Sick. Lose the Champions League final. Thing is, losing a Champions League final is... It's one of those things where it's like, you just have to be like, well, that's just part of it. Like, you got to get there to win it, right? at some point you have to get to a Champions League final, whereas you don't need to be in a Conference League final. Although, I would like to win a Conference League. I think there's a high risk, high reward there, but I would just, oh God, imagine having to start over. I feel like we've hoovered up so much talent at Tenerife. We've always left, I say left nothing. We'd probably find there's actually a lot of players left, right? But I feel like the recruitment would be very tough in those early years. Particularly as we wouldn't be able to do the Spanish fourth tier, guys. Losing the Champions League final would be a huge setback. Yeah, because you'd built a team that's capable of getting to a Champions League final, which is what means the one thing you need to avoid is just buy all the Tenerife fellas. Yeah, just have a budget of £1 billion. Sign them all for 50 million each. Oh, I'd say they'd probably want more than that, wouldn't they? Oh yeah, it would get us money, but like, who cares? If we lost the Conference League final, we wouldn't have a job. So would be rough. It would be, obviously, just because I've really grown attached to these players and the club itself, and what we're building here I think is just really cool. Like, it's not every day I actually get to do essentially a youthy kind of challenge in one of these saves, right? However, there are some clubs that I'm 100% interested in, would go to were this to be a situation like that. So Paris FC in France I think would be fun. Still kind of on the fence about the Salford idea. Modena in Italy. There are clubs out there that I would take over. There is some random tycoons out there. As we know, both Lazio and Napoli have them. Not that we can manage either of the two of them, but my God, have they got big tycoons. We could go to Paredes back in Portugal again. But either way, we don't need to worry about that. That's a story for a different day. Club for a rebuild? I don't know, because people do rebuilds of clubs that are like not in a... I don't really know what rebuild means anymore these days. It seems to be like the most overused and misused word in the entire FM community, I would say. If I was to pick a word, that would be the one. Because I think rebuild just means save now, right? Ely City, there you go. Basel did have a tycoon, yes. Problem with that is Basel could get really dull. Because Basel are so dominant in Switzerland in this save as a result of their tycoon that it would almost render most of the action completely pointless. That's the problem. Because Basel they have a budget of like 80 million a year compared to like 5. It was insane the amount of money Basel had in this set. I think they actually have a front-end tycoon, like the one that Napoli have, but it's like scaled down because it's Switzerland, which is ironic because it's Switzerland. Top 5. You either, yeah, or just a really, really interesting story, which do come up from time to time, of course. Tom Sharon English. I believe he is. I recognise the name, which makes me wonder if we've encountered him before or he's just done stuff against us before. Rebuild Vaduz. I think they're still cutting about second-tier Switzerland, actually. Portea's really been bad lately. But these are just tough games anyway. Yeah, you can't play it like BAM where I'm just instant resulting league games in Switzerland because the database is too slow for that to be efficient. Because it would just literally be... It would be exactly the same as it is now without any fun games to watch during it. And normally that's not an issue, but it's one of those things where as a content creator I have to like keep one eye on the content side of it as well and where the fun stories lie. That's why I was so dead against going to Basel when that opportunity came up for us, because we could have gone there. That was definitely on the table for us. That's why I wouldn't just take over a team that's on the verge of Europe or already in Europe, even if they were available to us. I'd prefer to go someone like a Modena or a Paris FC, because then it's essentially a Tenerife type situation where we get time to build our identity into the team, promote them, and actually have a bit more of a... Oh my God! What a strike from Thiago Henry. 17 goals for the boy. Sorry, that just come out of nowhere. There's just me pontificating on other stuff. Meanwhile, the team are like, actually, Matt, can we pay attention to this nonsense for a second? It's a great touch from Page. The way that he sucks the defender in, drops it to the side. Look at that. Oh. That reminds me a bit of Tom Kearney's goal against Spurs this season. Just the way that he's just walked onto it and swept it home. Tremendous. Oh, he totally clears Veta. We were looking at that earlier, James. Just the comparison between the two of them. He's just sucked that defender off right there. Tom Schwartz, let me just see if he is English. I'm pretty certain he is. Oh, no, he's not. He's French-Portuguese, actually. He's good mentally, but his technicals actually aren't that great. Like, he's very average from a technical standpoint. Thiago Enrique has an 80 million release clause, but that's because I'm not worried long-term about if he stays. But for the time being, he's great. But I think that Pueo long-term will be able to overtake him. And Pueo does have 150 mil release clause. That is an amazing point. How has Sakura only got a 6.7 in this game when he's literally prevented nearly a full goal? I wonder if he's still doing well. It's not going to be talking about... Does Zealand talk about that a lot? Is Zealand in, like, Sweden at the moment? Only 2 saves. I guess they must have just missed the load, yeah. Most goals this season. It's Thiago Enrique with 17. Our central midfielder has the most goals. But to be fair, the reason for that is because half the season was with Dosso up front and half the season was with Raul up front. So they've kind of split the role a little bit. But that being said, he's not that far behind. Enrique has 17. Raul has 14. Next after that is Almada. Page has got 7 now, but he's still kind of bang on. 16 assists for Marquez is brilliant. It's the fact that Raul's overperformed his XG by so much, which is exciting to me as well. The entire save. Oh, God. That was Nehemiah Oriola, the 3rd season at Serang, where he got 20. So I'm pretty certain Enrique is going to beat that. Admittedly, he's already played 32 games. And Oriola would have been able to play a maximum of like 35 that season for us in Belgium because it was only 34 league games plus the Croaky Cup. Steiny's now suspended, but that's okay. We've got Ivanov. Whereas Oriola... I think he is still here, technically. He's just, like, buried down the side of the sofa. If I remember correctly. Also, by the way, Callum Ferguson's just gone to Villa for 33 million from Saints. Came through at Wrexham, or did he? No, it was a loan. Never mind. Frankie... Oh, Borja. I remember him. Did he actually sign for anyone else, or did he just knock about somewhere else? Oh, he's gone to Red Bull Salzburg. For 10 million quid... Let's do a little comparison. Curious now. So he's got better crossing, worse dribbling, worse first touch, worse passing, better technique, same anticipation, better flair. They're very evenly matched. The difference as well is Marquez is left-footed, which really did help, and he's taller. They're good players, but the things that really set them apart for me was Marquez was left-footed instead of right-footed. He was taller, and he was EU. Those factors, I think, were what tipped it over. So, in fact, that central midfield role has actually been very consistent throughout this entire save. When you look at the central midfield roles we've had from the days of Valentin Guillaume back at Serang to Lima, basically, playing for Lechowicz. I can't remember his full name. He's on loan at Ibiza. Of course he is. That's always been a part of this tactic that's been a good goal-scoring element, but they need the right player for the role. Ericsson Lima, that's the one, not Jefferson. Jefferson Airplane, that's the guy. Long-term save he can do. I don't personally know, but it depends entirely what type of save you're interested in, right? Because everyone's interests are very different to each other. But we do have Perchance, which is a good way of getting some ideas. But yeah, it was Ericsson Lima. Do you say he was at Napoli, which means he's probably not played at all, was he? Or really City. That'll certainly be a long time. Wait, that's not how you look. Oh, actually, I could have done it like that. Wasn't sure if it would actually show up. The only really interesting thing about the Ballon d'Or in this save is that Jeremy Pino's won it. I actually had a comment on the VOD of someone noticing that light in real time. But yeah, the fact that that Jeremy Pino won a Ballon d'Or is pretty outstanding. But outside of that, it's actually been pretty boring. I think only one regen's actually won it so far, and that's this Gabriel guy at Tottenham. But in fairness, Spurs' lineup has like 6, I think, of the best players in the world, or certainly guys that are up there. Like they had I think it was 6 of the top 12 in goal 50 this year. Spurs' team is insane. It's actually crazy that they've not won a Premier League in this save. They've won 3 Champions Leagues, but no Premier Leagues. He's at Heronvane now. Oh, you should see some of the guys that Spurs got. Their team is unbelievably good. It's actually a crime that they've not won a title yet. He's actually doing... 19 goals conceded in 21 matches is actually kind of okay. I do like how he just moves for these really small fees. He's not even that old yet, is he? 31. 1 cap, but he already has that. On a free... Of course. You're not going to pay for him, are you? Let me just have a little look at Ericsson Lima. Who I'm fairly certain is still at Lechowicz. Yep. Still there. He's only 26 to be fair. Like, he's never getting the numbers that he was getting under. Actually, he kind of is, just not from a... His, like, goal scoring has dropped off a bit, as they probably moved him a bit. They've probably stopped him from making runs like a striker, but even so, he's still a great player. I mean, he's no Thiago Enrique. He's definitely the best player we've had in this save in that position. But also, when we weren't at another club before where we could afford to spend £14 million on a player. This summer was really the first season we were even able to do that sort of thing. Oh, I was going to look at Juve as well, wasn't I? So I want to make sure that we do actually get the... There he is. As if he's not starting for Napoli. You've got to be kidding. How have they signed this guy and not started him? He's made one start for Napoli, and that was in the Champions League. And 11 Serie A starts, which means he's not even playing in the league that often either. They are top of the league, but he's only even coming off the bench in like under half their matches.
So after 9 seasons in Borussia MCHB and 1.5 bill in bank, I switched to Many City with 300 mil in bank. La challenge.
Oh, minus 300 million in the bank. Holy Christ, how's that happened? I would love to know the context of that. Thank you very much for the 4 months. Explain. How did they get themselves in that? Maybe transfer listed. The issue basically will be that his wages will price him out of a move, and they'll still want moon money for him. Could we sign Lima? I mean, we could, but there'd be no point. Lima's 26. He's worse than our starting player in that role, and he probably doesn't have a ceiling that's any higher than the guy that's going to replace that guy. And because of Portugal's Portugal's reputation and Le Showings now, he would be really expensive. And I kind of like the fact that he's doing okay still there. Like, they got to a Conference League final and lost it, which should have been a foreboding, really. I feel like I haven't checked the scouting as much today as well. He could be transfer listed, but I think it'd be a similar situation to it was with Arnado, where they list him, but it's just way too much money still. Wow, there's a lot of Cypriots on here. That's fun. There's a quite good looking player at Istra here, maybe. He's got good pace. There's an Osijek Zvonimir Juric. Do you know what? I think we need more number 10s. I insist upon it. We're going to find some more number 10s. He's interested in talking to us. Probably. Actually, he might not be. He probably is, but it would be... Damn, so basically you've bankrupted them and then you've come in to fix it. I like that. Proper like Hegelian dialectic stuff there. I'm going to cause a problem, but I'm going to present you with the solution. I respect it. Yeah, he'd cost us between 11 and 17 million pounds. And the wages would actually be right in line with the rest of our team. Wait, unregistered? What's he unregistered from? Are the showings in Europe still? Guess they must be. Exactly. I'm going to engineer a problem and then I'm going to provide you with a solution at a great cost to you. Atletico continue unbeaten. They're going to win the title, aren't they? There's 12 points clear. Oh, imagine if Atletico just did a random unbeaten season out of nowhere. Or even worse. I'll say worse. Imagine if they then... Oh, speaking of Maresca, in no way whatsoever, just been sacked. Imagine if we were the ones that beat them. Is what I mean to say. Oh, shit, we lost again. Lads. What is going on? I think they'll probably end up surviving just because of... But they'll be better next season. Do Barcelona's keepers go? Wait, what? This game here. Oh my god. Yes, he did. Bart Verbruggen has just scored a 94th minute equaliser for Barcelona against Villarreal. The goalkeeper has scored for an AI team in an AI game. Lamine Yamal pops it in. Wait, it's not even a direct header. Oh, no way. It wasn't even a header. It was a left foot bottom corner. I can't... Well, that's one for Weird FM. I've never seen that before. Holy shit, who spotted that? Why is he in their outfield kit? That might be a glitch in fairness. Wait, he wasn't, was he? Let me just try that again. Nah, he is actually wearing a darker kit. It's a look at the first touch. Sweeps it home for the equaliser. Unbelievable. Jesse. I've actually never seen an AI goalkeeper score at all. But certainly not in a game against another AI team. Or I've never noticed it before. And certainly not a header. I just assumed it was going to be, Limau drops it in and it just goes straight on his head. No words. I've never seen that before. God, I'll tell you what. The plan is that next Wednesday, because obviously that's when the recap will be done by that point. I was planning to do a load of weird FM shorts. We're just gathering them right now. I think like in the last 2 streams, I've got like 10 of them. It's brilliant. RL21, thank you for the follow. Sensational behaviour there. I'm trying to think when the game we actually do need to... Then again, do I care how we rest people for ammonia? Because I feel like we'll probably beat them anyway, and I'd rather focus on beating Las Palmas. It's the derby after all. Wait, what? Ow. I'll just, loan for you? Oh. Alright. Silly boy. Stadiums in your skin. So the stadiums aren't part of the skin. They are a separate, The stadiums are a separate thing, basically. You need to get like a stadium pack. In the same way that you get like face packs or kit packs. The stadium packs function in the same way. They're not built into the skin. The fact that it wasn't... I mean, it would have been great anyway, but the fact that it wasn't a header makes that so much cooler. Like, what a bit of control that was for him as well. Gets on his right foot, slips it home. Love to see it. Barbara Bruggen, man of mystery. I like that it was him too. The font. Isn't the font the same font? I've actually never noticed any difference with the font. You probably can change stuff like that. I wouldn't know how. I actually didn't know it was a different font. Then it might just be that I've used it for such a long time that I've never noticed that it's different because I only ever use this skin. It was weird getting used to it during the World Cup. God. Colpinator is supportive of me. I'm just to ignore that actually because we know that doesn't really matter anyway. Keep a score for me. Not like organically. Because unfortunately... The way that it works with AI teams is that they can change their set pieces on the fly using the AI element of things. You would have to physically change your set piece instructions to bring your goalkeeper up in the 90th minute. Like, who has the time to do that? The only time I've had my goalkeeper score is when I physically put them on penalties or free kicks or up front or something. Or there was that video where I had Gianluigi Donnarumma score 50 goals in one season. But that was because the game was broken. And I felt that a point had to be made. Mentality does it. I have never once seen that do it. But maybe I'm wrong. Then again, it might just be because I don't ever adjust the mentality. So that might also work. I'm glad that is the case. It's still not going to make me want to adjust to a very attacking mentality, unfortunately, though. I wish there was another way that you could just have a little tick button in set pieces or something that just says if stoppage time and losing or drawing. Or if stoppage time losing, goalkeeper come up. Like how you do match plans, you know? But yeah, I had Gianluigi Donnarumma get like, I think it was 51 goals he scored for me, which was cool. A manager shout. Yeah, just something like that. Because I think that would be kind of cool. Is it really DMC12? Wow. See, that's... What you're saying is your boy should have started making those videos sooner. That was me testing the water for those kind of evergreen type content whilst doing other stuff at the same time. Ah, Christ. Yeah, Vanderlay's back in. That's fine. Steiny's obviously suspended. Suspendito. But, oh God, it might have to be Yildirim, you know. Just because the Kraken's still injured. Let me just check the bench to make sure there's no random unavailables hiding in there like Steinmetz. There's always one in there. Sneaky boy. Actually, I'll put Kraken on the bench. Not because I'm expecting him to play, but because he's going to come back at some point. Do match plans? No, we did try them out once. Watch you stream. So what you mean is, Nebula Grit, that you've been unwillingly exposed to me, which is not the same thing as enjoyment. Well, I've been exposed to a lot of things. Fast forward to the manager timeline. Oh. No, I reckon they'll invent VR for the manager timeline, so you can pretend that you're in a room enjoying that trophy cabinet / manager timeline. They actually have a manager timeline on the wall at SI. player trait. I feel like that wouldn't work as well, though, because I feel like the goalkeepers that go out for corners isn't because of the goalkeeper themselves, it's just their manager. It would be cool if there was a manager trait that said sends goalkeeper up for corners, in the same way that they've got other stuff like that. That would make sense, actually. Oh, so exactly. You're getting interested in it through mitosis. You're hooked now, you see. We lure you in with promises of ADHD discussion, and then you're just here for the long haul now. It's just how it works. 5 within an hour. Ah, the Dr. Benji approach. Patia can play left wing back. Yeah, that's why he's been playing all season. He's actually played every game this season there. Any game that he has started this season has been in that role. Even going back as far as the end of last season, in fact, when we made that slight tweak to the tactic, and he just happened to be the guy that could play the role for the time being. So he's done a really good job there. It's the only thing that keeps the dopamine going, right? One day I'll find another game to play. Oh my god, what a goal! We're just scoring goals that we wouldn't have been scoring before. Like, Karapchea has no business scoring goals like that, and yet here he is, just doing it like it's nothing. It's not the first time we've got one like that as well. With Gio, ooh, okay. Make sure best possible foundation for the save. The best thing you can do, especially your first season, which is really helpful, is just sign young players for loan and get them out as soon as possible. Even if you're only loaning to like the 3rd tier when you're still growing up, just start building that foundation of getting a bigger and bigger loan farm to begin with. Because that way you then don't have to build it in the future. Each summer, be trying to get as many loans out as possible, even when you're still battling relegation, if you like. Because it will benefit you in the long term. And one of the other reasons why I like starting with a team that's further down is there's more of a transition period as your squad gets better than others, which means that you don't run away with it too quickly. It gives you a chance to build up that loan farm while you're not running away with it as much. That's one of the things. I think that's possibly why some people get into trouble with it, because they're starting with a club that's too big, so the gap gets so quick, so high. I was in La Liga. I don't know. Bear in mind, the reason some of these lads have such high numbers is because they actually are that numbered player in the squad, where because a lot of these guys are guys that have been called up from the B team or various things, they've just kept their numbers from then. So I wonder if it's just because there are no other numbers available, so they have to wear them. Perhaps. Now, think of the future. Yeah, you got to be thinking long term as soon as possible, which is tough in FM sometimes. And I wouldn't be doing it very often if I was playing this offline as well. I wouldn't be able to follow my own rules most of the time. Almeida on for a little bit. Thiago's tired. This might be a Puyo moment. Oh, promise Bilal's being a penis, but we may not have a choice. Redacted. Yeah, Redacted was a Danish player that we had on the MTK save. I can't remember his actual name was. But basically, his name was something, right? 2 words. But then his full name, when you looked at his profile, was 2 completely different names. So we assumed that he was in witness protection, and thus I gave him a blurred out profile picture. That was Redacted. Then we realised that it actually happened quite a lot on Danish players for some reason, where their names were not matching their names. You'd have a guy who was called, like, Jonas Anderson or something, and you'd look on his profile and his full name was Jonathan Fredrickson. And you're like, what's going on here? But that's how Redacted came about. Including with Thijs Fraser as well. He's not scored enough. Oh, Puyo's got one. Wait. As if we're 3-0 up away at Athletic Club. I should have started Gorka, really, shouldn't I? First season. Scout for youngsters early on. The best thing you can do, if you have, between seasons 3 and 6, especially, Belgian amateurs. Finishing up. I ran about 3 today, because Pog and I got to do the big shop. But I do want to make sure that we get at least our first 2 legs against... I want to get a round of progression done in the Conference League, because that means next stream we can do youth intake, all that good shit on Saturday. Sorry, Sunday. Living dry sock completely unmarked. Yeah, I mean, I still feel like... I think Everton are going to do it this time around. That was my prediction beforehand. I know it took until OT, but I just think they're a different side. And now they've got Ekholm back as well, right? What a great win that was. Just cruising. Got a draw against Real Madrid, a win away at Athletic Club. These are good results. MCK, oh Christ, I actually don't know, James. It was late enough that we were signing players from Denmark, but early enough that we pay attention to stuff like that. So the title isn't a lie. And I would never like to be made a liar, as you know. I would never lie to you, chat, other than when the recap's coming. Yeah, I was kind of gutted that the Flames didn't get in the playoffs. But then again, this season, at the start of the year, I thought they were going to be really, really bad. Like, battling the Sharks and the Blackhawks bad? Work the first 2 seasons? Probably not. You really need to wait till about season 3 for that method to work, because it means that you need like 2-3 seasons of youth intakes to start building those players up in the database, and then it gets to work quite nicely. Between seasons 3 and 6 is usually where it's at its absolute peak, and then after that, for whatever reason... I feel like everything is better with Simpsons memes. They just improve life in general. It's once again that point in the stream where I shout out EFL Simpsons on TikTok, where all they do is post Simpsons memes about football. It's glorious. Andorra win again. Lovely news. Oh. Pepper Hudson and Destin. Yeah, they've been great. But the future is so bright for the Sharks, because you've got Dickinson probably coming up from London next year, right? It's cool. And besides, your draft pick this year isn't exactly low, is it? You're still going to get one of the guys. I think it's the top 4 are the ones that look kind of the most... It's not as deep this year. Everyone wants to be bottom next year, really. The Gavin McKenna lottery. Las Palmas are going down, and we get to help them do it. Who's been the Juventus manager? We know for a fact that... Who? Oh, no, it was Ivan Toney went from there as a player, didn't he? In Simpsons Gifts. Agreed. It's tremendous. Well, it's like what I was telling you on Tuesday, where my sister literally texted me the phrase dental plan and was just looking for the response, Lisa needs braces. Marco still... Not yet. Don't put that out there. Juventus is currently being managed by Marcelo Gallardo. And, oh, hang on, managerial history. This is where they've had loads. Oh, wow, they haven't. Allegri, Conti, Marcelino, Eric Ten Hag for just under 2 years, and then Gallardo. How much has run out? Yeah. That was the exact problem we had, Dan. And I don't know why it happened with Ireland, but we got that exact issue. Weirdly, though, that was a glitch caused by the game being started when it was. When I started an Ireland save later with the same exact setup and simmed a bit to try to get it to the same point, all of a sudden it was resolved, which was really weird. Damn you, yeah, that was a strange one. It's... I love that hockey coach appointments are almost exactly as uninspiring as the managerial merry-go-round in football. Lepicto, thank you for the 25. How's your Thursday going, friend? Managerial time. How do we even access that? Like, I'm not even dicking about. Where even is the managerial timeline? Is it in here? How does one even get to that? Or is it not available until the end of the season? I've never, like, wittingly clicked on it. Or is it like... Yeah, I actually don't know how to find that. Oh, is it my profile? Oh, shit. I was kind of hoping someone would say, oh, you can't get to it, Matt. Atletico are broken. They've just randomly lost 4-0 to Sevilla. I was really hoping they wouldn't do that. Because somehow, despite the wins we keep getting, we're still only 2 points clear of 7th. Are we just going to not be able to drop these guys? Because I swear we're looking at a way higher points level than last year. It just is so, like... It's like asking ChatGPT to make an image, basically. That's what this is. It's just random crap. Using the same exact... Bringing through talent. Future star. A big deal. What does it say for Sestri? Good question. Hang on, wait, was one just called I Quit? Here we go. Here's Sestri. Sestri hired Roy Fleming to lead this team into a new era. A new assistant. Showed an eye for grabbing the headlines with the 2 players that I didn't even sign, as far as I know. 100th match. Recall where they... Apparently there was a takeover and then I just resigned. Amazing. I might be the first person to ever willingly click on the managerial timeline chat, so there you go. Building up to 7th. I know, they just seem to... They cannot be dropped. Like, our last 2 games have been a draw against Real Madrid and a win away at Athletic Club, and yet, there we go. Sestri did never happen. This is also very true. Armada show. How much more progress can one man make? I can't imagine he's actually shown too much genuine progress. No, but there's still some really nice green arrows on his defensive positioning, which is amazing. That's what we want. Oh, actually, there you go. Ammonia's there. Oh, our next few matches. Las Palmas, Ammonia, Andorras, Ammonia. There's really no reason why we shouldn't be winning our next 4 games in a row. Wait, I recognise you. Where did we sign you? Oh, here. Didn't realise that was here. Sorry, Abram. It was so long ago, I'd completely forgotten. Ammonia under 19. Wait, are we scouting them? Well, that's kind of convenient. We're scouting their under 19s like a week before we actually play them. I feel like we haven't seen any like goated regens in these reports for a little while yet. Which either means I have too many of them on the go. Now, I think what it is because I have 850 of them on the go, it means that we're scouting a larger range of clubs, so there's a bit less concentration going involved. You get sacked from Sestri. No, we jumped ship at Sestri. I specifically remember because I was recording a facecam bit for it yesterday where I basically say we did what any right-thinking manager did, resigned in the middle of the night, left a note on our desk and fled Italy in the middle of the night. Basically, our logic there was if we leave before we're sacked, we won't have a sacking on our record, we'll only have a resignation. Because while the game technically hadn't considered us relegated, we had qualified for the play-out, but we knew that we actually wouldn't be able to qualify for the play-out because remember, in Italy, you have to be within 8 points of the nearest team to qualify for the play-out, and we were like 17 points behind them at this point with like 2 games to go. So the moment that the season finished, it would have immediately relegated us, but it didn't consider us relegated yet. So we figured we'd take advantage of it. Skelly's... I actually forgot Skelly was even still here. His contract is up this summer, bless him. He was useful for us for a time. But that time has passed. Our performances against Las Palmas have been a little bit subpar since the first one. Nor in Manchester City. God, are they just signing everybody? Wolves will have nothing left. It's fine. They'll find a couple more down the side of the sofa. It's what they do. I mean, at least they have money. How much is the fee? Because they got 62, didn't they, for Cunha? Iggy Huben is a great name. Some really weird players in this batch. There's a lot of random V-test dudes that are like 21, 22 who are just not very good, and I wonder why they're on here. Unless it's just my score. Good God, there's a lot of crap on here. Hang on, are all of the... Jesus, that was like 60 players. 40 million. Reinders. Is that Pep Reinders? Do you think they're signing him just because he's called Pep? Sheffield means, oh, go on. Literally. It's so very true. Let's send you around again. There's this guy here. Oh, he's a goalkeeper. I've immediately lost interest in you. That guy at San Liège, though, with his cool name, does sound kind of fun. They just beat Japan. Wow, that's actually genuinely big. Oh, Chiani Reinders. Why did I think it was called Pep Reinders? Oh, no, that's because there was an assistant, wasn't there, called Pep Reinders or something, who was either assistant to Pep or was he at Klopp's assistant? I swear there was a... I think he was an assistant at Liverpool, actually. Don't know why I thought that. Maybe I'm just imagining human beings now, but I'm pretty certain that was the person. Linders, not Reinders, Linders. God, look at me vaguely remembering things. Sort of remembering things. I don't get full credit. Ah, this was the guy we sold to Milan, wasn't he? Hang on, was he a model citizen when we sold him? I mean, not that he's played for them at all. But we've still got a clause on him as well. Man, oh, did he? Chichota? Why are you C-rated? Like, what are they? I guess you are a bit overpriced for that. That's the only thing I'd say there. But you... you're 21. Which means you... Oh. Wow, he's really not very good either. Christ. Higher ups and recruitment staff. But probably... Okay. You're just spending... I think, well, I assume, Andy, that you're in a really good position with PSR, right? Because of the amount of players that you've sold without really bringing in too many players. So you should be incredibly healthy from a PSR standpoint, no? Because it seems like it's just been constant profit for the last few seasons for Wolves. It's kind of like a much more much more high-key version of what Fulham have been doing. Not that we've been doing on purpose, not that you have either. But I suppose they have spent a bit of money, because how much was Andre? I forget. It's weird. He was linked with Fulham for like 2 years, and then we just never signed him. You'd have to, right? Have you been linked with anyone interesting? Björkos. Oh, he's very, very fit, his old Björkos. Sporting Wow, 32 million for a Sporting Gijón player. He's only 19, actually. I might actually keep an eye on him. Just intriguing. Just because he is Spanish, and that's fun. Fatih Koyuncu, wanted by... Ooh. No, Tuzlaspor, probably not. Voja Antolic. It's a lot more... I feel like I'm seeing a lot more mercenaries in this database. Guy from Girona. Stefan Allman. Good player. Actually, very good player. The only issue with him... Wait, hang on. They bought a guy off of Napoli. I can't wait till Napoli buy this guy back for like £70 million. It's just inevitable, isn't it? Speaking of Napoli, when we were looking at the profile earlier of Diuse, it said he was worried about the arrival of random guy. I still think this guy might be a good pickup for the summer, potentially. He's 20, though. Mercenaries, in a way, Roy is a kind of mercenary, but he's a nice mercenary, right? He brings love, not war. I want to just check who this guy in Napoli... It was someone called, like... Was it Andreas Holman or something? As if they went and spent another... They weren't satisfied with the amount of money they'd spent. What was it, 250 million in the summer? And now they've just gone and spent another 90 million pounds on a player in January. Aaron Helmer from Mainz, who is a DM. They spent 40 million pounds on our DM, only to then go and sign another one of them. Although admittedly, they're playing him as a centre-back in January. From Mainz. Aaron Hellman. Yeah, their condiments are... Oh, Louis Fisher, good point, actually.
Bring on the
Ooh, Frenia, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I suspect he's the kind of guy that I'd take one look at and go, why are you a DM? Instead. But AI clubs love playing short centre-backs from time to time. The GM... That's I don't even know what the PU stands for. Oh, was it player unknown? It was, wasn't it? I remember back in the day when it was actually called that. I barely ever played it. So he's still at Torino. Wanted by Leverkusen. But the thing I would say here is after 2 seasons at Torino, when we sold him for nearly 20 million quid, his value is under 10 million probably. Like if Bayer Leverkusen do buy him, and he's got a long contract too, he's got 3 years left, I think we dodged at the exact right point on Louis Fisher. So it's now called Player Unknown's Battlegrounds. Yes! Now you're getting it. I played a few of those games back in the day, but it just wasn't my thing. I feel like I haven't got into a new game and really enjoyed it since Balatro. And that was February last year. Like nothing's just like tickled my brain in the right way. They've lost again. Lads, how are you... Are they like... I want to just make sure that they're still playing a goalkeeper. Because it does baffle me how they could be this bad with the squad that they've got out there. Wanderson's... Literally, they've got Wanderson in goal now. I actually took him out of our first team squad so he could play for them, and they're still playing like shit. Now, these guys are decent in fairness, but it is mad that they should be 6th and they're -8 on that. Enjoy Civ. I enjoyed it, but it wasn't like... For the next day, I was like, oh, I'd quite like to play that again. But I literally haven't touched it since, honestly. Because the problem with games like... I say the problem with games like Civ. They have a very steep learning curve, much like FM does, and tickle a similar part of the brain. And I don't think I have enough capacity in my head to become knowledgeable about a game of this sort of strategy type outside of FM. Because I just don't think there's enough room in my head to do that. It's the same reason that I'm not particularly good at things like CK or either. I'd like them as games, but I simply don't have the capacity to build up the competency level that I would require to, I think, get more out of it. The Bizarre, I've seen a lot of it. I've seen NL play it quite a lot, but not enough for me to maybe want to get it. Honestly, what I'm really looking forward to is Slay the Spire 2. As far as games go, that's what I'm really looking forward to. Oh, I just saw Inferno without context, because I haven't seen the other messages, discussing something that looks like some linguini. Exciting. Never wanted to see for you. Like a friend of mine's like massively into Civ. He was so jealous when I told him that I was going to get to do Twitch Rivals with Civ. That was really fun, to be fair. I know, it just needs a release date. Vassalized Gang 1? At least I didn't accidentally declare war on them like I did with Tom. Massive rabbit hole. Yeah. Like, I know for a fact that I would enjoy it. 100% if I got better at it and like just got a... I feel like with those types of games, you just need like a little bit of competency to have a really good time with it. You don't need to be an expert. That's the same with FM, right? But until you get that little bit, I think it can be a bit overwhelming and not as fun. But if you push through and get that tiny bit of competency, I think that's where the fun is. Same with CK. I did once have a decent amount of competency with CK that I could enjoy it in the same way, but that was with CK2, and then CK3 came out. I know the dynamics are basically the same, but I just couldn't translate it as easily, you know? Hello, Scouseraw. Mathematically made the World Cup. You love to see it because they beat Japan earlier, didn't they? Which is pretty cool. 36. Yeah, no, I totally want GTA 6. 100%. That's what would probably make me get a PS5, is just save it until GTA 6. There's nothing that could really... Like, I'm desperate to play on console that would make me buy a new console for it, but GTA 6 would probably do that. Because they'll probably just get a bundle or something, right? Because I haven't used my PS4 in a very long time. Although I did sort it out again so I could finally do some dubs with the boys, but I've actually completely forgotten about that, and so have they. Because I realised I hadn't talked to my friends as much as I would normally do over the past year, and that's probably bad for the old brain. Solaris was good too. I've got Solaris, and I've had it installed, but I've never actually played it, because every time I went, oh yeah, I might actually try that, I'd load in and it would then try to make me sign up for all this Paradox shit, and I'm just like, I don't put roadblocks here, I just want to play a game, man. Well, you see, the thing is, they don't release it on PC, that way they can release it again, and you have to buy it again. Like, I own GTA 5 on PC and on PS4, for this exact reason, unfortunately. Or do I? No, I think I had it on PS3, actually. Yep. No, I don't have it on PS4. I got it on PS3. That's how old it was. God, that game's really old now, isn't it? Yildirim Steiny's back. Portea's going to have to drop out. Oh my God. Is Pineda ever fit? Wow, he lost a lot of match shots due to that injury, didn't he? That'll have to do. Las Palmas are about to get... Oh, is he wanted? What is your release clause out of interest, bud? 61 million. I think we put Carrick Shea on a massive release clause too. He's got 8 caps, so we're going to have to just offer him loads of money, but 61 is far too low for him. Like I'd let you do that. He wants to up the release clause by literally £3 million. Brother, I will literally give you 48 grand a week if you'll let me do that. Please, 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 please. Fucking hell, he's only let me put the release clause up by £1 million. No. Let me just get rid of the... There we go. It was the contract extension part he didn't like. Because he's a first teamer that just pay 150, and if they do, then they can have him, right? But at that point, to me, 150 million is prohibitive enough that I'm happy to... Like, if they bought him off of me for 150 million, I couldn't really complain. Chris Vanilla, 700 teams. That's not too many. That's exactly what you want. Ideally, for me, the optimal number, depending on where you are at in your save and the way you've got your database loaded, I would say the optimum amount is between 700 and 1,000. 700 will get you them just under every 2 years, which is perfect. Because remember, you see a report, if it comes around too quickly again, it's going to be the same players as it was last time. So with a 2-year one, say you were doing like 750 or whatever, that means you're basically going to see new players, new reports every 2 years, which gives them a chance to have 2 years of youth development and 2 years of intakes. Forgive the fact that it's glitching out like crazy. I normally set mine up a bit closer to 3 years. That way, it's just got the perfect amount. I think an 850 is about the sweet spot. You will miss the occasional player doing it, of course, but that's actually the right spot. Yeah, they'll do that sometimes. That's why I was just loading thingy in the background. Saw a post on Twitter, FM beta testers had a questionnaire about microtransactions. I doubt it. And even if they had, I suspect that they would have been NDA'd on that anyway, so I doubt... If they... Anything to do with SI like that in the past would have been NDA'd out the wazoo. So, yeah. I very much doubt it. And besides, FM already has microtransactions technically. They're just not, like, game-affecting per se. Chuck, oh, yes, thank you very much for the follow. How's your Thursday going, friend? I really appreciate that, man. Okay, so I've done 3. So I originally did it in 2015. That was like one of the first few saves. Wow. First few saves I ever did on YouTube. Maybe number 4. That one I ended up actually not being able to complete because I got extremely ill that year. and had to basically bin it off entirely and reduce my video output, particularly as I was not actually a full-time creator at the time or anything. What a shot. Then I did one on stream in COVID year 2020, which ended because the game cycle finished, basically. We ended up at Atalanta at the end of that one. Or was it Lyon? We managed both. I just forget which order. That one we didn't manage to complete either. Then I did one on YouTube in like 2022, which did get completed. That's the one I finished at Sassuolo. That had a really good journey in that one. And this is now my 4th one. But I've actually only completed it once so far. Question of a new mobile tart game Sega release. Yeah. I think it's just because people are so starved of news about the new FM that they're basically just latching onto anything and applying. It's a bit like with that, what was it, Sega Champions football thingy, whatever, because it's like using the database from FM, but not actually FM. I think that's just them trying to recuperate some money from the immense amount of lost revenue over the course of the last calendar year, right? Everyone hated. Captain everyone hated. Ooh, I can't remember, actually. Or was it for that beta? That makes sense. Because it's a mobile game, right? So it's going to have microtransactions. That's how they function. We've been really, really bad in this game. Raul has had an absolute stinker. It's like the big match thing that we had in that first game against Las Palmas has been completely absent ever since then. Like, worryingly so. Oh, what a saved. African Adventures did actually have the same underlying mechanics as OTI as well. But obviously it was the same thing but in Africa. So we had... and it had some extra rules too. But we were only doing, obviously, the African Champions League and whatever the Africa... Is it the Confederation Cup? It's like the Europa League, but for Africa, basically. Also the best save ever. I appreciate that you support that so much, honestly. It's nice. I like it when people appreciate the obscure stuff I've done. Like Wesker. Oh, go on, Paige. Oh, spin on it. Oh, he's glorious. Thiago Enrique's done it again in the derby. 18 goals from central midfield. Lovely assist from Pajic too. I thought he was going to shoot, but he didn't. Immense. Las Palmas' best player, Miniambres. They've got this right winger that they signed... No, sorry, he's a youth player. He was at the club when we joined Tenerife, and he's been linked with big moves every single season, but for some reason has never left. That's a great moment. I actually might pull Raul out of this game quite early, because he is not having a good time, and he's really tired. Nobody's really covering themselves in glory here, but options are limited. Under embargo. That actually did quite well, weirdly. I suspect it was just because it was Chelsea and it was the beta. Relegation release clause. I don't think he does. But, yeah, I think we looked before, actually. No, that was definitely a thing. I think. South Africa was fun. I mean, we had a great time in South Africa if we just ignore the results that were achieved when we were in South Africa, right? The best part was the fact that my last action of that entire game cycle was me being sacked was quite apt, I would say. The Google Maps stuff, yeah, that would have been something this was mentioned to me a few times, actually, that I wish we'd done more of that in the lower leagues of this save. Because that actually would have been incredibly fun as well. I just forget. As you know. Oh, no, not going to get second phased, are we? Oh, very nearly. In fact, we may get third phased. God, Socorro, man. I don't think I've ever felt as comfortable with a young goalkeeper in goal. Usually I'm always like, but he just gives this level of competency that I've just not really experienced before. Right now we're going to make the changes, I think. But I forgot that. It's no excuse. That's just me, innit? Right. He's the guy. Karacherov for Mekawar. Actually, I'm going to bring on Bilbao again. Enrique probably should come off as well. The new Casillas, maybe. When did Casillas start playing for Real Madrid? Found Raul's pants. To be fair, not in this game. If anything, this is one of his worst performances in a Tenerife shirt, which does make me worry about his big matches attribute, considering this is a derby game and it would be more prevalent in this game, and he's actually shat the bed a little bit himself. But if we get the dub, which... Oh, no. 90th minute, come on, Pajic. That's a bit concerning. Please don't. Like, this is a game that we should be winning. Wow, hello. Wow, he's missed it. I'm even tempted to do a bit of a... Actually, it's probably too late now. That is a massively fortunate victory. We did not deserve that win, but Enrique's pulled it out. Socorro, man of the match again. Clean sheet for him. 1.36 goals prevented in this game. Tremendous. Did a knee slide? Exactly like that. I wish knee slides were more prevalent in FM. I know you do see them sometimes as a celebration, but they're quite rare when compared to real life. 1450. But how old was he when he was playing regularly for Real Madrid? Because remember, Socorro is still only 18, I think. Maybe he's 19. I'm actually not sure. I'll just check. He's still very young, though. Did that Atletico win again? Hey, the gap's down to only 7 points. It could happen. Amara could do with the rest. Well, next game's perfect time for it. 19. Let's have a little look. I'm doing good, the boss. How are you, my friend? Kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. Yeah, he's fallen down a little bit. How's that happened? Minus 1.36. He was like plus 2.5, and I don't feel like we've been conceding any more goals. We did lose 4 to Barca, in fairness. And we had some of these games here, which might have been a bit of an issue. The 4-0 loss to Barca and these games here, which were a bit unfortunate, might be part of the reason. But either way, I'm still pretty content with him, right? He is a bit... Yeah, the closest example would be Donnarumma. That's how I feel like Socorro is the most like. He's played 40 games. It's March 1st, and he's played 40 matches this season. Only conceded 45 goals in total. 13 clean sheets. And he's 17 years old. And he's only 17 and a half as well. He's not going to turn 18 until September this year. That's how good he is. Hayden, thank you for the follow. Burmo and Burmo. I honestly probably thought that as well, so I can't pretend that I didn't. You know? Ooh. That's awesome. Got up by 2. Yeah, I think that was why I wasn't too worried about it. How's Simpost getting on? Fine, I guess. It's the 4th tier, right? What were we really expecting? A home ground. Oh, is this... Oh, we will have to have a look at that at some point. Right, I'm going to have a pee. For some reason, I've just suddenly really started needing a wee all of a sudden. So I'll be back in a moment, chat. The lesser spotted whiz quiz these days. Oh, you'd love to see it, Hayden. More on that in a moment. I'm just going to go urinate. Back in a sec, friends. God damn it, man. That's how useless. That is how long it's been since I've done a whiz quiz. I even forgot to unmute myself. It's been like a month, probably. Standing up on stream for some reason makes me need to urinate less. You'd think it'd be worse, really. You'd think it'd be like pushing it through my body, but no. Such is life. I could have said anything there. It could have been the most insightful statement in the world. It is. It's been months. Holding it in. I actually can't remember what I said. I think all I said was that I don't even know if that was a repeated one because I can't remember the last time we used a whiz quiz. But I've just drunk a lot more liquid today. Well, that's what I would have thought would happen, George. But for some reason, because I'm moving around a lot, it seems to do the opposite for me. I am like a camel. No. Apologies, chat. The intrusive thoughts won a little bit there. Also, do you know when they announced that Sega Champions thing or whatever, and the intro I did, where I was like, what are they hiding from us? I listened to that back afterwards, and I genuinely couldn't understand how my mouth and voice had made the noise that it did during that. I can't recreate that properly. It sounded like a vocal, like a fry scream, and I literally cannot mimic it. We are the favourites, obviously. Yeah, that's true. I've got a catheter these days. Results so far today, we have had... it's been okay. Like, we've lost in the Cup to Valencia, but we played an entirely youth team, pretty much. And we lost to Barcelona in the league, but we always seem to play Barcelona and Real Madrid back-to-back. So, the wins are coming. We also got a draw against Real Madrid. Good win away at Athletic Club. Really lucky win against Las Palmas. But now we've got Europa Conference League knockouts. And Andorra in the middle. And I expect that we'll get past Ammonia pretty easily, given that we humped them in the group stage. So this is really 2 free hit games. It's the next round that will get a bit more tough. We're doing okay, Pog. We're doing all right. Just needed a little urination. The Garnacho Amarin thing. What is the Garnacho Amarin thing? I didn't know there was a Garnacho Amarin thing. The youth intake is the end of March, I think. Now that we've got 20 youth recruitment. I believe we're technically end of March now. Yeah, so it's like the 20... I think it's the 30th of... No. Yeah, last year it was the 30th of March. I mean, if that's the... 34 million, is that a release clause? But... It just feels like, well, Manchester City and Chelsea sign a lot of these players each summer, and I forget they're even there a lot of the time. And then I'll just randomly watch a game one day, and they'll come on as a sub, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about you. Was it Pedro Neto? Is he at Chelsea? I think I'd literally have forgotten entirely. Seeing some nice development out of Jose Carvalho now as well, which is nice. On the Journeyman so far, we've got some... We started in Luxembourg, went over to Wales, to Cardiff Draconians, did some good stuff there, didn't get them into Europe, but very nearly got them into Europe. Then went to Italy, never mind about that. Then to Belgium, to 3 seasons in the Belgian third tier, did eventually get some luck and finally got promoted out of that. Then, Matheus Nunes as well, yeah, another one. They're all former Wolves players, basically. Which means the pipeline of Wolves' profit is probably pretty good right now. They're even behaving like a Portuguese side. Fulham only won 1-0. Then we went to Leixões in Portugal, got into the Europa League actually for a little bit, which was kind of cool. And now we find ourselves in Tenerife, basically. For free next season. Oh, they're enough. I mean, it's money, innit? So I'm banger. So I don't recognise that at all, unfortunately. Basically this. Find yourself a new club. Oh, okay. I don't really have an opinion on, like, it's when I hear things like this that is being reported by random sources about something one person said to another person with no first-hand sources, I'm just kind of like, it just goes waffle to me. It is, particularly when it's about a club that I have no particular opinion on. It's like, I don't know, unless he was recorded saying it, it's like, who cares, right? I feel like Garnacho is one of the most... All right. He's just a blonde Federico Makeda. How about that? How about a controversial take for the day? Sit on that one for a little bit, shall we? Who do I want to bring back in? If anyone, actually. I think this lineup's quite good. I don't understand. I feel like he does occasionally have an absolutely brilliant moment in him, but it's almost non-existent most of the time. Makeda slander? He's just Adnan Januzaj again, isn't he? Sunderland, though. 3 years' time. Tell you. Let me... Yeah. I think... I mean, it doesn't help. It's not exactly easy to flourish in that Manchester United side right now, right?
Hot take, Heat can be good
Thank you for the
or
21
bad.
months. Heat can be good or bad. Agreed. Depends on the situation, right? If I'm cooking, heat good. If I'm sweating, heat bad. These are my two states. Belgian Messi, that's true. Add-ons include. Yeah, I mean, Wolves are still going to make out like bandits because, as you say, right, if he's going to leave for free next summer anyway, may as well just cash in now, take the money, and reinvest that wisely, right? Since you can do. Yeah, it's just an insane lineup, isn't it? Oh, wait, no, hang on. I don't want to start Armada, do I? Because he's... Actually, he's not technically... Nah, he is, isn't he? I'll start Vandalay for this one. What I've done there is swapped them over. But I'm still starting him technically. Yeah, I would never cry about that type of heat. It's all the other types of heat you want to watch out for. Oh, Lewis McGarry's on the bench. Sneaky. Trying to be a stowaway on my bench, are you? I won't stand for this. Wow, we don't have a lot of player options, do we? 34 is really solid. New front door installed. No one else. God, imagine that. You start getting a new front door when you're just not expecting them to be there. Just at that point, is that just breaking and entering? Wolves, Burnley, Sunderland go down. No, don't be silly. Wolves didn't get promoted. I think it's a boring prediction, but I think it's entirely likely that the three teams that come up just go straight back down again because that just seems to be the trend in the Premier League these days. And nothing I've seen so far convinced me that it's going to be any different, really. I think the gap... I think people underestimate just how big that gap is getting. And also, Wolves, despite having a lot of... They will be able to make a lot of recruitment now. And I think the other issue is that it's going to be harder for promoted clubs to recruit lately, too. Yeah, Fabio Silva, that's kind of like your ESR, isn't it? PSR. But Wolves surely are in a position where they can just pick up so many players if they wanted. I mean, they still have to make the right recruitment, obviously, but I just have no faith that any of the three ties that are coming up are going to change. I mean, I don't want that to be the case. I want there to be some flexibility and stuff. Where will Fulham finish? Probably 11th, because it's just what we do. The financial gap is getting bigger, and it's not just that. The gap between the teams that are getting relegated as well of the other teams in the Championship is growing too. Back into the club. Well, they said that. I remember, I think it was either the start of... No, it wasn't last season. It was the season before, right? When everyone 100% had Wolves finishing bottom, and they just didn't. Now, admittedly, I think that was partly because... was that when Gary... No, it wasn't Gary. Or was it? It might have been when Gary O'Neill was there, actually. This should be a relatively straightforward win for us, I would say. Prime early season sackings. Yeah. Who do you reckon gets more time? Farker? I reckon Farker gets more time than Parker. Because... Oh, actually, maybe. I think if it goes wrong for Leeds, it will go more catastrophically wrong than it would do for Burnley, just because of how pragmatic Burnley are going to be under Parker. But they won't score. Thing is, Spurs Man United... They have been crap this year, obviously, but they were never in any danger of getting relegated when you look at how big the gap was between them. Massive backing. But wasn't there even, like, debate about whether he was even going to stay the manager? For Christmas trees. Yeah. Sorry about no more Big Six. I just don't believe that's the case. I think we've just had a bit of an anomaly. I think that the Big Six thing is getting a lot more blurred because of the emergences of Newcastle and Villa especially. Like, Forest obviously remains to be seen in whether that's sustainable or not. But I think the Man United and Spurs being as bad as they were this year is perhaps a bit of an anomaly. I think that Spurs this year, this coming season, are not going to be anywhere near as bad. Although it depends on what happens from a managerial standpoint. Villa are in big trouble next season. Well, I know they've got some interesting issues with their like PSR stuff, I think, but I just think that they're going to win the Europa League. It's fine. It's Unai Emery. They're going to win the Europa League. They qualify for the Champs via that as PH is through. Oh. More income than United. But yeah, well, Spurs are incredibly smartly run as far as from a commercial standpoint. Like the way that they've invested stadium. Oh, that was a chance. It would be terrible. Yeah. Although I must admit, Spurs didn't seem to get that much better when a lot of those players came back, but I wonder if it was a case that the damage is already done at that point. I think I agree that they probably will stick with Parker for a while, but I just... It doesn't bode well. Focus on... Exactly. I don't think that they... I mean, it's still crazy that Spurs lost 22 games last season. That is mental. Wasn't that the most a team had ever lost without getting relegated? And they would have been close to being relegated. They really were putting all their eggs in the Europa League basket, and it does paper over a lot of cracks when they managed to get that because they're in the Champions League, right? But for the one that didn't win it, Christ. ESR, PSR? We don't have to worry about ESR, PSR. Luckily, we'd made enough money at that point. Although it does sound fun to say. Play 38 games. No! Basil, I refuse to believe it. This is going to be a 39th game, and it's going to take place in New York City. It is odd that they haven't. Particularly as the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium just... It sounds like a stadium that was built in FM for a national tournament. Come on, Vanderlei. 1-0. We've made this really difficult for ourselves. Mass fun. Yeah, exactly. It's why I still... Like, ESR is Emil Smith Rowe, and PSR is Profit and Sustainability Rules. We're round of this is the round of 16. So we got a bye for the first round because we came top of the group. The Yunus Kabul Arena. Now we're talking. You mean famous QPR legend, Yunus Kabul? I actually forgot Leon Bailey was even still at Villa. It's crazy that the John Duran money doesn't help with that. I suppose it helps quite a lot, right? But I just thought that would have been... You're fine with that now, but they have been doing a lot of business. Ooh, hello. Ooh. The Emil Heskey Stadium, true, or the Phil Neville Stadium, but it's in Southampton for no apparent reason. We have not even been that good here. Raoul's having a bit of a little bit of a rough spell. Unfortunately, this is the sort of game I thought he'd be able to pull it around a little bit. Didn't lose us. QPR never lost a single game that Yunus Kabul played in for them. It's true. It's 100% fact. Adel Tarap, also, well, I say Fulham legend, he was actually hot garbage at Fulham. Go on, can we have a second goal just so we can rotate for the second leg? Lovely. Beautiful. Jose Garcia with the assist as well. He's doing bits. Played in for FM. When you say played in for FM, do you mean the location that I'm in, physically, or the team I'm managing in FM? My brain is genuinely that obscure that it was like, this could go one of two ways. That's true, Doc. Also, how's the Achilles? The FIFA HQ toilet. I never played FM in that toilet, technically. That laptop wasn't even switched on. Getting better. Good to know. Have you been doing your whatever, your tippy toes? My immersion! I've never heard of that Evanescence song. You fraud. Next you'll find out I was just acting. Oh my god, Jose Garcia scored another. Look at this. I feel like the future is so bright here because even when Raul is having a bit of an off day, Mr. Beautiful Jose Garcia, youth player extraordinaire, with his mohawk no less, is in there doing bits. So I think it looks like it's pretty easy progression to the next round of the Conference League though, which is tasty. Marquez with another assist, which is definitely going to mean that he's now, I think, our best assister ever. Tie done, I would say so. To be fair, the tie was done the moment we drew them. We humped them in the group stage already. So being able to rotate for the second leg is going to be really useful for us. Just as it means we can focus on the league for a little bit. As I do suspect we'll still go out later on, but a couple of rounds of progression is never a bad thing for us because it means more games for the youngsters. It's good news. Go on, Payich on the left foot. Bottom corner. Oh, he's not gone bottom corner, but still, who cares? I agree, BDW. That would actually be quite a nice feature. Just, even if it's just like a little box that comes down under there just to tell you what's going on. I agree. Team you managed? I guess American Samoa. I managed Pago Youth in American Samoa in 2014. That was very strange. Oh. 4-0's actually a little bit harsh on them. It's the sort of thing where I'm starting to get a bit big-headed and thinking that we actually could win this. But I know that that's just... You can almost hear the petard in the background being hoisted up. I think it's someone like Hoffenheim because they're making very light work of Braga away from home right now. And I think there's every chance we get to draw them next. So, that was quite a fortunate result to win 4-0. Yeah, losing in the final was the last thing we need. The laptop wasn't on. Oh, God. Naturally. It was. I mean, I was sat in that toilet for a good 90 minutes, to be fair. It was very, very hot. And every time I fucked up, I could just hear Jack laughing from outside the cubicle. Crowd noises. Yeah. I think FM's really not considered... They haven't really paid a lot of attention to crowd noise in general. It's just sort of there, isn't it? Oh, now Marcus needs a rest. Wait, hang on. How does he need a rest? He's the fittest man in the world. I suppose we could just play Jose Carvalho for the next game. Most unique job you've ever done? I don't know, actually. I guess it depends on how you define unique, right? Record previous means with the team you're playing. I actually don't know why you don't. Because you know when they give you those stupid stat packs and the stat pack is utterly meaningless information that is in no way interesting to you, the player. Stuff like what you've just outlined there would be far more interesting to me personally if I was playing FM, which I am currently. Occasional, yeah, the occasional dude that's accidentally lit himself on fire. That's pretty much all you're going to get. That's something I would like to see more info, because none of us play with the sound on anyway, do we, right? How bad was that injury? Oh, it's only tight calf. Karapchaya has now committed his future twist, though, which is immense. Although it seems like his value is around about the same, but I just didn't want to risk losing it for like 60 million quid or something. I don't have a list of them because they change so frequently, but the most important things are the skin. The skin is the most important thing, honestly. That's what most of the changes you're seeing here are due to the skin. So that will probably get you, I would say, 95% of the way to making it look like I've got mine here. Outside of that, it's things like, I guess the face packs. But if you do exclamation mark skin, that will get you most of the way there. Only Psychopaths play with sound in it. An atmosphere. Yeah, it just... I think that's the sort of thing that would make you feel like better with Unity and stuff like that would be if it has like just the crowd jumping around and stuff when they score a goal and just a little bit more. I wish the grounds felt more alive. I guess that's the best way to describe it. Re-injures. Do you know what though? That actually, ironically, JW, is the perfect definition of shin splints. It's like the game has actually modelled that amazingly well. Like, what's basically happening is he's coming back from shin splints too soon, and there's still microfractures in his like tibia and fibia. I love it. All do the same thing. Yeah, exactly. Just be nice if there was a bit more stuff like that. Give me Tifo. Yeah. Imagine Tifos, because then Tifo packs would be a thing immediately. Oh, can you imagine if Tifos were an option in FM and it was like in the same way Stadium Picture works or something? So, okay. Pug's just come up to sit in my chair and read the newspaper. Imagine Tifo packs. Because imagine... Oh, Jesus. What would happen with us and Tifo packs? I can totally see... Right, for example, imagine we're walking out onto the pitch and then all of a sudden, Tifo. Imagine that just a giant flag as we walk out. It'd just be who can have the Simpsons fans. Yes, Paul? What's up?
Wilbur the pig's birthday was a squealy good celebration.
Wilbur the pig's birthday, chat, apparently was an extremely good, squealy good celebration. Also, I forgot about Jan Mudra. Harold Bishop Tifo. Apparently, she reckoned it went pretty good, Fry, right, Bob?
I think it went alright, yeah.
But it was only the first round, so...
I don't know how it works. But...
I don't know how it works either, but I'm just proud of you, and I hope you get it, because you deserve it. And it'd be awesome.
Wait and see. See if I hear back from you.
My name is Wilbur, I'm not a pig. Is this like AA? Have you played lots of... I know. Do you know what? All they'd have to do is set it... You know when you win a penalty shootout in FM and they all run onto the pitch? Why is that same animation not just applied to when you win a trophy? It would be so easy to implement, surely. Crazy. The MTK... Yeah, we could have Gideon in there as well. Okay, Atletico have apparently got back to being good again. As Las Palmas win a game. Scotland United, if I recall, were actually doing quite well in League 2. So well that they're in fact in League 1. Amazing news. They've actually got Bailey James McMullen playing for them as well. Harvey Giddens still under there. She did not bring back a sausage roll. No. However, because I'm going to mechanics tomorrow and I'm going to see my parents as well, which means I can bring her back some goodies from the bakery.
Carrot cake.
Carrot cake, apparently.
Or jam donut.
Run a custom skin. That's true. I did once use a downloaded League. I'm afraid everything that's wrong with the game is now my fault.
There's an Ely Sailing Club model
A model yacht open day.
On the 26th of June. 22nd of June. Should we go?
Chat, I live in Narnia. It's great. Also, can we just point out that yeah, Scunthorpe are doing fine. Well, actually, I say that. They're only 4 points above the drop zone. However, there's a guy called Cavan Moulds, the place for Northampton. Then winning the Champions League. Exactly, yeah. And then nothing. It's simple things like that. It could make things so much better. There's also Haina Shavera of Lincoln City. Eni versus no. To be fair, there is actually, I shit you not, a village, a teeny little village outside the city called Narnia. Isn't there, Fog?
What?
That little village called Narnia.
Yeah, there is.
Every time we drive past it, I just go, Narnia!
It scares the shite out.
It's great.
Popular cheese
I have fun.
shop in Ely, now the best among... Hang on, popular cheese shop in Ely, now among best in Cambridgeshire.
A running skin?
What about the cheese truck?
Cheese truck, yeah. Yeah, the moment I finish stream, I switch skins and I wear like one of those Fortnite skins. It's fine. I'm actually a 6'8" Polynesian man. You just didn't realise it till now. We have Narnia at home. Your wardrobe is at home in Narnia. Literally, that's exactly how it's spelt. It's out towards like Soham. Right, Andorra away. Come on. Dominate your league in the save. Pretty much forever. I find that there's very little change in the dominance in La Liga in most saves. We did have Real Sociedad very nearly win a title in this save. They got 93 points and lost. However, this year we might finally see the hegemony broken by Atletico. Admittedly, it's the least interesting of the options, but it's still there. The loin, the witch, and the wardrobe. Don't know why I said wardrobe like that. That's not even how you wrote it. I'm adding inflections. No, Pog, I do not have a pen. I don't write things, my love. Real Madrid win with Endrick's hat-trick. No surprises there. Yeah, but that was you managing it. It's not the same, is it? Christ on a bike. We are actually dead. Let's just put in the injured dude. That works. Raul's back in. Or is he, though? Might even have to start Jose Garcia, you know. Wait, is he even available? Where the hell is... Oh, is he on a... Oh, God, it's a B-team day, isn't it? Carvalho, Pineda, Pajic, Mekawa, Almada, Vanderlei. Fetch my quill and scroll, yes. When I'm Netflix and quill. Right, who's even available? Jesus, I might actually have to put you on the bench here. Soccer has 3 stars. There we go. What was it I said? I thought my prediction was that he would be 3.5 by the end of the season. I think that's maybe a bit overestimating it. But 621 caps for Spain at 17. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Yeah, we are just getting a bit rushed off our feet in terms of games right now, aren't we? But there's not a lot we can really do about that. I guess I could start Puyo. But then again, Puyo could play the next game. Oh, I should have put another sub in. Oh well. I think we've got what it takes to be Andorra anyway. They are very, very bad. Place called Queen Adelaide. Yeah, I don't really understand why that place is called that either, Stewie. But basically, it's this random little hamlet on the outskirts of the city, down by the main road up to down the market and all that. For some reason, I don't really know what it is or why it's called that. But yeah, Prickwillow is down there too. It's that whole way. It's like Queen Adelaide, Prickwillow, all those places. We're missing just a few quite crucial players for rotation right now. It may be bonkers, Seth, but it works. And that's the dream, really. This tactic actually works better than I could have ever dreamed of, really, considering how crazy it looks. But in many ways, it is just a slightly lopsided 4-2-3-1 with the striker being squished. It weirdly has orthodoxy in its madness. Funniest place name? I don't really go anywhere. I've never been outside, James. What do you mean? Go on, Paige. Drop it across. Really?
That's why you're so pasty.
That's why I'm so pasty. Actually, my tan lines are starting to get a bit more obvious. I noticed it when I was editing the video yesterday. Apes Hall. That's solid. There was a place outside Cambridge called Stow-cum-Key, which is good.
The funniest place I know of is like Bell End and Licky Hills.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Around here.
Licky Hills was quite... Yeah. There's Bell End around there, too.
I'm not sure.
It's actually a real place. I mean, it kind of has to be, right?
Yeah, Bell End is, yeah.
Yeah, I reckon actually in most cities there is a road called that.
Probably, yeah.
Because statistics, right? Is this going to be one of these games where we just have chance after chance and don't score? Oh, what a great pass. Come on, Raul. Score a rare goal. You've not scored for ages. Oh, there we go. That's more like it. He's been genuinely kind of bad lately. Does it actually just translate to that? Why on earth? I assume it's said, but it's pronounced. It's like seed, right? That's what it sort of means, I'm guessing. Why would they call the town that? It'd be like having a town in the West Midlands just called Spunk. Like, which, you know what, probably exists. Sounds like it would be in, like, Bavaria. Ah, you're in Spunk, yeah? It could work. Why not, I suppose, yeah. Place called Brown Willie. Ah, that does sound like Devon. In Worcester, there you go. Hello, Espresso Cat. Spunk on Trent. Oh, dear. When your right back plays really well. What have we got here? Yeah, Narnia. Narnia's a thing. Poor Trent. This is why he left. Too much of it. Oh, that's a great run. Oh, I went to the wrong player and everything. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God, this has that all the hallmarks of one of those games that we will just play quite well in despite the lack of fitness levels, and we'll just get scored on because of random moments of madness. Like, right now is definitely going to be a goal. Look how close to the goal. Oh, I thought that didn't go in. Shout out to the Three Witches. You want to watch out for the Three Witches. You'll end up in their cauldron. Bit dry, though. Shitterton. Amazing. Cover that. That's a good idea, actually. That way no one can nick it, but you get to keep the name. I imagine there's a decent amount, well, not even a decent amount, like an amount of tourism that is not unsignificant for places like that, which can never be a bad thing. Having a funny name is always a good thing. Christ, we are actually doing really poorly now. What I would say is that win against Girona seemingly has created a bit of a gap now where 7th is really the lowest we should be finishing, which is useful because that would at least put us back in the Conference League again, minimum. Called Egg. No disrespect to Egg.
Egg.
Fucking in Austria, of course, yeah. Shitterton, that's good. Well, yeah, they changed it, didn't they? Because of the because people kept stealing stuff. But she's just like, stop ruining a good thing, you know? It's just called Yellow. Wait, there's a city just called Yellow? Whereabouts is that? Or is it in France and it's actually Jean? Or a yellow city in Sweden? Gull. Giel. That sounds like it would be in Belgium or the Netherlands or something with a name like that. Means Blackpool. Does it actually? It is in Belgium. For some reason in my head I could see it written but with an H between the G and the first E. That would be true Belgiumness for my money. That's a penalty. Oh, don't. How is he going down clutching his leg when the guy's grabbed him by the shoulder? Come on, Page. You're not fooling anybody. Dublin. Somebody would be pronounced with a V sound instead. Dublin. In like Gaelic or something. Maybe I'm overthinking this here, but... Fingering Hoe is in Essex. Yeah, it is very much Thiago Enrique, bottom corner. Jobs are good and right. Although... Oh, Page is up on his feet again now. Oh, I see. Right. Lord Hereford's knob. Amazing. Right, come on, Thiago Enrique. You know what to do. Oh, Jesus Christ. It was exactly what you said. Just a little bit... 19 goals for Thiago. Needs 2 more to become the top scorer for us in this save ever. Bobby Tree. Well, I mean, he's not doing anything on account of that save being from 2 years ago. Unless anyone's continued that save, and I suspect he would have retired by now. Just getting through this game actually would be incredibly good of us. And we're still not that far behind Villarreal. But I just think they're slightly better than us. They got a real hope this year is of somehow coming, like, 5th and sneaking an extra Champions League spot due to coefficients, but I'm not sure that's that likely. Actually, I don't want to bring Karab Chair on here, do I? Carvalho hasn't impressed me that much yet. In a full Shania Twain kind of way. Almeida, on the other hand, has. I do like what Almeida's been able to offer us so far. I think not Marquez. Carvalho's the type of player that eventually he will just click and start playing well, but he's not quite there yet. Christmas pie. There used to be a place in, I think, Hertfordshire, or so used to be, there still is. It's called Cold Christmas. It's near, like, Ware. So I used to drive through it back before they did the A10 up, and when I was going to see my hairdresser. Shit. Terrible defending. Where, indeed, yeah. We kind of deserve that. It's just, fuck me, that's frustrating. I think it'll be results like this, these random away draws, that are going to be what cost us that, like, elite level chance of getting 4th place. But if we could avoid losing the game, that would be good. I suppose without the penalty, we'd have done much. Living where, literally, it's spelled W-A-R-E, but it is literally just pronounced where. Yeah, I know. I actually feel like we win this game 3-2. Raul, come on, buddy. Now's your moment. Beautiful. That's my king. 16th goal of the season. He's finally returned to form after a little bit of a blip in the team. 3-2 to Tenerife. Raul grabs his 2nd goal of the game. And I think that was his 16th of the season. So there's a chance if he was to burst into form, particularly after we go out of Europe, hopefully, that might be enough to see him overtake Thiago Enrique. But I think with a full season of Raul as the starting striker, he'd have been in like mid-20s by now. But Dosso banged like 14 goals before Christmas. Season to grow. I don't even mind it if we were to get Champions League, because it would sort of prevent us... If we got Champions League, I think it would essentially allow us to get a bit of job security, weirdly, because we wouldn't have to worry about going deep in a final and losing. Oh, go on, pull it back for Raul. How have you missed that? Pueyo's just overthought it a little bit there, I think. Oh, go on, give it back to him. Lives in one big warehouse. There is a lot of warehouses there, actually. There's also some incredibly nice areas because some footballers live out around there because it's quite near the Arsenal and Watford training grounds. Why did he take a touch there? Just clart it and hope for the best. This does feel like we might just randomly concede off of this now. Actually, here he comes. Oh, man. It's a little perturbing that the highlight was continuing there. Oh, go on, Pueyo. This is where he makes up for it with an absolutely glorious free kick now. He just didn't want his goal to be like that. He wants his goal to be like this. Because that goalkeeper is leaving an awful lot of the goal exposed. Oh dear. Well, you tried.
T-junction's a thing, isn't it?
What's up, Bob?
T-junction.
T-junction? What do you mean?
Because it's like each answer... So
Are you doing a crossword?
Junction,
Oh, she's doing a pyramid.
feature.
Yeah.
T-junction.
A T-junction is a thing, yeah. Sorry, I don't know what the context was. I think the Champions League getting Champions League for us would still be good because of the prestige and just a chance to play against some better sides for a little bit. I think Europa League is a nice middle ground though. Cross pyramid. It's like a... I don't know. It's just called a pyramid. Our local newspaper has an obscene amount of like quizzes and stuff in it. Right. Sevilla win again. There is just no drop in them, is there? Pitched. Oh, nice. I haven't seen him allegedly have some improvements. That's nice. 8 goals and 8 assists. Now that he's started to settle into the team a bit more, he's not bad. Maybe like to see a little more goals out of him, but at least he's on there. At the moment, Europa League would be 5th and 6th, yeah. But we haven't actually looked at how Spain's coefficient situation is going on right now, so there might be potentially something interesting going on there. Why have that game not played yet? Milan and Bayern just holding on. Let's actually have a look at the coefficients for the year. See how Spain are getting on. I tell you what, the gap is still quite large between Spain and Italy, to the point where I think it's unlikely that they get there. But they're in the rattle. On the goals list. What, in the league? I actually don't know. He is joint 8th with 13 goals. He's literally got a goal every other game. And Raul's down there with 10 goals in 16 shots. 10 goals and 16 shots is pretty impressive. His minutes per goal is like 137. That's really good. Full season of that, and he'd be cooking. Raul shines again. 2 more goals for the boy. That was also double digits for him in the league, too. 16 in all comps. Now that he started starting in games, he's flourishing. Mafia did seem to fall off. I wonder if he got injured or something, because he was top of the league in terms of goal scoring. Oh my god, they've lost again. Lads, don't you dare get relegated. How are you managing to be this bad? Literally -9 here. If they get relegated, I'll be so annoyed, because they'll go out of a playable league then. And it would actually harm our development a little bit. We might have to start loaning some players out next season. And there's no guarantee they'll get promoted back up again. Tottenham won 3 Champions Leagues. They've been incredibly good lately. They've just never managed to win a league game for some reason. We can change it. Well, the B manager got sacked. But they're still... have they even appointed a new manager yet? Because that's not my job. As far as I know. Have they not... Right, okay. I'm pretty certain it's my job, not my job to sign a new one. But since they haven't signed a new one yet, it might be a good idea if I actually do sign one, right? I think I can do this. Shall I have Jesse Lingard? I should just check my staff shortlist to see if there's any fun managers that don't have jobs right now. Jeff Hendrick, Jesse Lingard, perhaps? Or we can't have Ivan Toney because he is now officially Avon Lido manager. There's also Armani Argent. He's not currently interested. Jeff, sorry. Are the job prospects looking good there for you, bud? You were sacked by UCD 3 years ago. But he's not interested. All right. It's weird that they just refuse to... What about Jesse Lingard? No. When was the last time Jesse had a job? He's not been employed for 5 years, and yet they're just not interested whatsoever. Oh, well, you're lost, lads. Let us see what sort of managers we can get. See if there's any fun names in here. Thomas Vermaelen. BT manager. Oh, I don't think he'd even accept that, right? No. I get the feeling that... let me just...
Roger Federer's tennis, isn't he?
There we go. What's the puck?
Roger Federer's tennis.
Roger Federer was indeed a very famous tennis player. Yes, we got that set to... Right, so who do we want out of these guys? So Sergey Samper, Earl Jones, Roddy Robinson. These feel like fake people. Nimrod... I think we've got a winner. He's called Nimrod Sol. That's a great name. Nimrod... I mean, it has to be, doesn't it? The guy's called Nimrod Sol. How could we not sign him as the BT manager? Because no matter who we get, not like they're going to have our system. Wait, is he even going to want to be the BT manager? Let's see if I can do this. There we go. Nimrod's in. Sergi Samper was... Didn't Sergi Samper score a really important goal for Barca once? Once. BK Hecken are in for him. Wait. Yeah, sure. Why not, lads? Middle of the year, why not? Yam. Oh, there's a guy called Yam as well. Amazing. Oh, Slavia Prague. Okay. Yeah, we'll finish off today with the last game against Ammonia. Ooh. Didn't he score a goal? Was it in the Remontada? Or was that a different game? I swear he scored the winning goal in that 6-5 comeback, did he not? Or was that... no, it was Sergio Roberto, wasn't it? Athletic Club with a dub. Doesn't help us in any way. Sergio Roberto, yeah. It was I knew it was a Sergey. I couldn't remember which Sergey it was. They have so many of them. They have Sergeys like we have Ayozis, you know? It is going to be really... Imagine this youth intake actually turns out really good. I guess I have to wait till Sunday to find out, but... Kraken's resumed training. That's good news. I forgot about Jambor. Ooh. I bet you Slavia have got someone who's 5-star. Thank you. Oh, they got a Vietnamese dude. Tran Quoc Trong. Amazing. And an Armenian. Excelente. Get these guys scouted up. Jesus. Oh, I'm Bannock. Wow.
Fiona!
Czech Republic, be delivering. Any good names while we're there? Huska, Zhivny, Maciek. One of these guys is bound to be decent, particularly as some of them are like 18 years old. Daniel Frahorsens. Daniel from Horsens. So you're Danish, I assume. In that case, thank you for the follow. Predict the youth intake. Well, if I was to predict it, I would just say that it's going to be crap and we're going to get a really average striker in it, which is really unuseful for us considering we don't play any strikers. That was my prediction, based on the predictions of the game. Sergi Samper, there he is. Wow, he's had a fun-ass career. Did he really only make one appearance for Barcelona? That's so strange. It feels like he played for them loads. But maybe it was just in my head, or it's just FM perhaps. I think he was quite highly rated in FM at one point, right? It was a very whiz quiz type of player. Maybe I should do a Spanish one. Like La Liga players instead. But I have to find an article for that. Savachko. Went to La Spot? I know, immediately. Oh, go on. Real Madrid, this is your chance. Slap them. Knock them. Really? Alberto Molero, 1-0 Las Palmas. Good. I mean, it doesn't matter to us. If anything, it just brings Real Madrid a little bit closer. It doesn't. How many points did we get last year out of interest? We got 53 now, and we got 64 last year. So if we got 10 games to go. If we get 12 more points or better our talent, we got 64 points. Jesus. Bit of Quantum Madrid, apparently so. I think it's because we've not really been focusing on Spurs much in this save. That's why they've been able to do so well. We softened them up. We loosened the jar a little bit there for them. That's what I'm claiming anyway. Oh, at least it means next stream we're going to have Next Gen Day, Youth Intake. I mean, barring an absolute disaster class here. Hey, new BT manager, Nimrod. What is his formation out of interest? It's fine. He'll learn. Las Palmas did. They're our biggest rival. They're La Tenerife's biggest rival. And also they're the team that turned us down for a job before we took the Tenerife job, which is why I took the Tenerife job. The Canary Islands derby. El Canario. Marcus is back in. Portea's playing left. No, he's not. No, he's not. I'll start page again. Tiago's there. Mekawa, because of reasons. Wait, is Carachea that tired? No, he's absolutely fine. Although I must admit, Bilal has had a good season this year. His average ratings have been extremely excellent. Steiny and Hernholt. And we'll go with a Yosi on the bench instead of Manny Boy. El Cole Classico. What, Jesus Christ. That'll do. We don't even really need to be playing such a good team here, but hey, Steve's in the lineup. It's the third time we've played against Steve this season. It's more than I ever thought I would see. I think he played quite well against us in the first game. As much as someone can play in a game where they're getting battered. Yeah, we just kind of got to be pumping the fists here. We're expected to beat them. El Canarios makes sense. Okay. They've also got two real guys up front. And where do they get off from playing real players? On the day of our Lord, Thursday. Right, come on. I reckon we win another 4-0. Oh, there we go. 1 goal already. Assist for Enrique this time. So Vanderlei, I forgot how good he was from set pieces. With the absence of Almada for a little bit, just giving him a little rest, it's nice that Vanderlei's been able to come back in and show us what he's got. Maybe we'll pump his value up enough that we can then get a nice... I reckon we can still get 30 million for him from a Saudi side this summer, and that will allow Martinez to then just completely take that reign alongside Almada, then with the other Ayose as the backup centre-back instead. It's good. I reckon Raul's got another couple of goals on him in this game. Like, he had that weird off day in the first game against them, but I think today he scores a hat-trick against them, just out of nowhere. He can't have Thiago Enrique winning top scorer for us this year. I think Raul will eventually get it, provided he stays fit for the rest of the season, just by sheer force of chances. Here we go. Here's the run. Slide him in. Oh, use the winger instead. Yes, nice. Oh, he's gone inside. Oh, it's Carachea from wing-back. What a save. Okay. Not that it really matters. Like, I'd rather, if we're already 4-0 up, I'd rather just go and win this game as well. Got to help out the Spanish coefficient. Gives us a better chance at qualifying for the Champions League next year. The better we do in the... That's the other thing as well. Ironically, us doing really well in the Conference League could actually be what gets us Champions League next year, but it could also be what costs us our job entirely. Because if we went and did really well and like won the Conference League, that could be enough to potentially win the coefficient battle and actually qualify us for the Champions League instead. Hello, little man. All is very well, actually. We're just kind of destroying Ammonia Nicosia. Oh, wait. Jeez, that nearly went in. Why did you do that? let the cherry Beppis run through me. Feels like we've actually had a shitload of chances already. Oh, God. How has that ended up at his feet? Ah, he's offside. I don't really know how that's happened. Actually, he might not be offside. He might just not have an assist. Nah, it is. Icelandic striker. Yeah, the Icelandic striker that I ended up playing as a winger in the end, if I recall. He was the really tall guy. Who essentially I just turned into a right-sided winger because he was so good at back post headers. Interlocutor. I recognise the word, but I wouldn't be able to give you a definition off the top of my head, nor would I be able to use it in a sentence. But do tell. I bet Inferno knows what it means. He knows all the words. Every single one of them. I've yet to see a word that he doesn't know. Or has the ability to look up. Is it related to football? It doesn't feel like it. Go on, big header. Yes. Now bang it over the top. That's the pass. Out of his feet, and then bang. No. Ooh, he's going to be creative with it. Oh, very creative. Okay, it wasn't quite where I had that going. This man is just right place, right time. Everything Raul does is just... Wow. No matter how much he tries to catch up with Thiago Henrique's goal scoring, he's just there. Like, interlocutor. Does that mean that I'm quite the interlocutor? I love getting involved in a good conversation. / bowing out of them when I'm out of my depth, which is almost always. Steve on the ball. Also, 20 goals now. So Thiago Henrique is now the joint top scorer in a single season for us in this save. Makes into a lot of text. Oh, I wonder. What if it's just being weirdly translated? Oh, here come more goals. I can feel it. It's Raul. That might be offside, though, I think. He looked like... Oh, no, he is onside. He's got another one. Not to be outclassed. It is now 7-0 on aggregate, and Raul has banged another goal for the season. Nice. A mediator, I see. Why do we need another word for it, though? Presumably there's a niche caveat on it in some way. Endmen. Never been described as the endmen before. He's catching up. I mean, to be fair, today they've both got a goal each. I mean, honestly, if somehow at the end of the season, despite the amount of goals we've scored, Thiago still manages to be our top scorer, I think that would just show you how good of a player he really is. Full season, Raul definitely gets it, but next year he's 100% going to be top scorer. Just no shadow of a doubt. He'll get maybe even 30 next year if he stays fit. Oh, go on, Herholt. Oh, I thought he was going to get another one then. He is truly an incredible footballer. And one day I really hope that Pueo can be of that kind of level as well. But for now, it's nice to have... Because I always feel like... Oh, God, it's 4. Vanderlei again. He's got another assist as Thiago Henrique. He might be able to get double-digit assists and 20 goals now. It would possibly be the most prolific season we've had in terms of contributions as well. Stadium expansion, no. Actually, to be fair, I haven't tried, but I don't think we actually sell out our current stadium, in fairness. It is still only the 30th minute, and our goal, we've got nearly 3 XG inside 30 minutes. What a save! Socorro is just the man, isn't he? I know that it's literally hit right at him, but he had to be in the position for it to be right at him, right? His positioning won the day for us there. Look at this. He's just holding on to it like... Oh. Shitting hell. I love that animation on the keeper. I think you're right. That might have been his 10th assist, because he's got 2 assists tonight alone. Which means with the time left, he could probably get into the mid-30s on that as well. Surely not another goal. Or a hat-trick of assists maybe for Thiago? Since apparently Vanderlei is just out-jumping everybody today. Who's got another go at it? Steinmetz! Is that an own goal? Oh, that's unfortunate. Jesse van der Hoor, the striker for Omonia, has just scored an own goal. We're 5-0 up in the first half. And Steinmetz has been robbed there, unfortunately. That should have 100% been a Steiny goal, because I'm pretty certain that was well on target. Did the game even credit XG for that? Oh, it did, okay. Hello, Pog. Okay, so I'll finish after this game, then we can go Tesco's.
Yes,
Alt definition. Ooh, what does that mean? Okay. Oh, what a strike. Yeah, Van der Hoor's not had the best day. I mean, it doesn't help when his name's Van der Hoor. Thiago's got 5 key passes, 2 assists, and a goal in this game. Marcus has 6 key passes, but not a single shot to his name. Okay. Sick. God, I'm getting a bit lightheaded. I think it's all the coffee.
I'm getting a bit lightheaded as well.
Genuinely. Love the...
What?
It's a German word for old. Understandable.
Have a nice day.
Are you purchasing? Probably a bit of Epish, yeah. We always like to get a bottle or two. You never know when you're going to need it. We've seen this before. Yeah, 3 hours left. We'll be done at 6 o'clock. You did make an effort with your hair, and it looks delightful.
Last time I liked it.
Yeah, it's good. You've got solid hair. You have awesome hair.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've never said that to you before.
James.
I know, James. I was just messing with you. Much love. Let's.
Was it James is being mean?
I would never expect meanness out of someone called James. Like a giddy pup in it. Walkies? Geesies? Actually, that's not going to get you going. That's going to get me going. You can mention geese.
I like the geesies.
The goosies are pretty cute, to be fair.
I said in my interview that I like when it was the river. That I like. They said I was just about to have like get any hobby stuff. I go running. I like being outdoors. And
did you say I like rivers a lot?
So I like rivers.
I love rivers. Love
like
inspecting rivers. Big fan of inspecting rivers. Big fan of canal boats.
Pointing at it and going river.
River, yeah. 5 up at half time. What's that? Oh, yes. So we have so many Jameses, it's hard to tell, you know? Yeah. Strawberry and cream peppers. Yeah, I have. I liked them. They unfortunately don't sell them in the big bottles around here, which is annoying. I liked them, but they can get quite sickly.
I did well in my geography. I'm about to use that. I like learning about rivers and geography.
That is an oxbow. There you go. Oxbow Lakes. You know all about those, yeah?
I love geography, man.
So you'll be the best river inspector that ever did was. Right. Huh? Chat. Something on this screen is a little odd, and I would like you to point out what it is. Because I've only just noticed that was just happening in the background. Jerry Crush, yeah, there's literally a bottle of it in the fridge, Asher. Tesco near Geese. Nah, the Tesco's kind of out the way. Yeah, Shamrock Rovers just beat Besiktas 5-1 on aggregate. Why are all the good sides getting knocked out? We can't afford to have this happen. Also, Shesko, by the way. Just casually losing there. Oh. Shesko is at Besiktas. How on earth did Benjamin Shesko end up? I bet it was a free transfer. Wow, from Lille. Okay, so he did still have a banging career. Moved for loads of money repeatedly. Like went from RB to RB, then to Real, then to BM. Shamrock Rovers are just incredibly well run.
Oh, yes, very soon. They are building it now.
They are so dominant in Ireland, it's actually ridiculous. Oh, wow, they actually... he says as they didn't win the league last season. Andrea B. Force, thank you for the follow. From Shesko to Teshko. Also, shout out to Bose having a guy called Salvatore Pentimoni. He has 5 monies. There is a team in Ireland that do have a tycoon, but I can't remember who it is, and it isn't Shamrock Rovers. Is it UCD? No. Is it Waterford? It's Waterford. Waterford have a tycoon. But they've done fuck all with it so far. I mean, they got promoted, I guess, but I think they've done that before, actually. Yeah, Shamrock are a very good team, but weirdly, they've kind of fallen off a bit lately. Like, last year, they won the league by 4 points. Year below. But before that, they were winning it by, like, double digits. Weird. Wait, what's the must respond? Oh, it's just that. Okay. It could be a back-end tycoon, true. Either way, they've done well in this save. They've sold some players for quite a big money as well, Shamrock Rovers as well, which has helped them kind of... We bought a guy off them for like £2 million. They've been producing some quality players. So plan for Sunday is obviously next gen day, youth intake, more Conference League knockouts, hopefully either bashing through everything or getting knocked out by somebody. Because it does still worry me slightly, but what I would say is this club does... I mean, 9-0 in the round of 16 is a little bit encouraging. It's still a bit concerning, but anyway. So, extra half an hour today. You'll love to see it. Let's see who's streaming this afternoon. What we got? I know you're talking about you, but still. Let's do Kev. You got to. When you see a United City FM. Boom. So, obviously, go say hello to Kev, because he's just a wonderful chap. I'll see you for the final. No, don't say that. Although, maybe it's good vibes. Who knows? So yeah,
Manifest.
I'll see you folks on Sunday. Recap will be out next week, promise.
Hey, it's Inferno's birthday.
It is Inferno's birthday today, yes.
Happy birthday, Inferno.
What else was I going to say? Good vibes will happen. And I'll see you guys very